Chapter 1 Broke the engagement? At the graduation ceremony of the Conservatory of Music, Zhangzhou University. Today is the day Qin Yuan proposed to his girlfriend Zhang, with whom he has been together for 3 years. At the carefully arranged scene, Qin Yuan held flowers in his hands and put a prepared ring in his pocket, just to give Zhang a surprise. However, more than half an hour had passed since the agreed time, but there was still no sign of the woman who proposed, Zhang. Qin Yuan, why did you call us here? I still have a lot of things to do in the company. I know today is Meng's graduation ceremony, but isn't it enough if you're here? I don't know what's wrong with you. Can't you make an appointment with Meng in advance? You are not reliable at all. Future mother-in-law Zhang Yu came over and said to Qin Yuan with an unhappy expression. 3 sentences, 3 questions. Her son Zhang Zhejun, who was standing next to her, had not spoken yet, but he looked at Qin Yuan with disdain. He had looked down on his sister's boyfriend from the very beginning. Qin Yuan fell into silence for a moment, but he actually had a bad feeling in his heart. Aunt Zhang, I'll go call Meng and ask again. I called her before but she didn't answer. Qin Yuan forced a slight smile at Zhang Yu and said in a deep voice. After saying that, he walked a little further with his cell phone and hesitantly called Zhang. The ringing lasted for a long time again, but this time Zhang finally answered the phone. Hey, Meng. Qin Yuan had just opened his mouth when he was interrupted by Zhang's unpleasant tone. Qin Yuan, are you done yet? You're sending messages and making phone calls. Don't you know I'm busy? Today is my graduation ceremony. I'm not in a hurry, so why are you in a hurry? Besides, Song Yang is participating in a singing competition today. I went to the scene to cheer him up. There's also a party tonight. I'll talk about that important thing you mentioned when I get back tomorrow. I'm hanging up. I warn you not to call me again. After saying that, Zhang hung up the phone without even saying a complete sentence to him. Qin Yuan put down his phone with a stagnant heart. Really? Qin Yuan's premonition was correct. Just as he had guessed in his heart, Zhang really went to accompany her male best friend Wang Songyang. Moreover, Zhang revealed some very outrageous information on the phone just now. She said, I have to attend a party tonight and won't be back until tomorrow. So, is this the night when she is going to have a late-night heart-to-heart talk with her male best friend, discussing their bright future? At her graduation ceremony, he specifically emphasized that there was something important, and there had been some preparations beforehand, including going to a jewelry store to have her ring finger measured. As long as she moved her toes a little, she could have guessed that the important thing was a proposal, but she chose to ignore it and broke her promise to Qin Yuan. This shows that she never took these things to heart from the beginning. In Zhang Jiaming's heart, the graduation ceremony and the proposal ceremony, even if added together, are not as important as Wang Songyang's participation in the selection. After ending the call, Qin Yuan raised his eyes slightly and glanced at the dazzling sunlight. He suddenly smiled, and the smile gradually became relieved. Qin Yuan also graduated from Zhangzhou University, but he was from the Academy of Fine Arts and was 1 year older than Zhang Jiaming. They were both interested in art, which brought them together by chance. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be the beginning of a nightmare. During the 3 years they were together, Qin Yuan had always taken meticulous care of Zhang Jiaming. He knew that her family was wealthy, but he had never thought about her family's money, and all the money he spent was his own. On the contrary, Zhang Jiaming was always entangled with her male best friend during the time she was dating Qin Yuan, and they often met in private. Every time Qin Yuan asked, Zhang Jiaming would just say he and I are just good friends who know each other well to evade the question. 1 year after Qin Yuan graduated, it was Zhang Jiaming who suggested that Qin Yuan go to work in her father's clothing company. Zhang's clothing company is quite large, with its own business and production lines, as well as a well-known brand called Jayataba. But do you think that Qin Yuan will receive special treatment when he joins her company? Indeed, I got a position on the factory's assembly line, and I received the lowest internship salary in the factory, 2,800 yuan. It has been more than 3 years, and Zhang Jiaming's phone call just now made Qin Yuan completely give up. He felt that it was time to end this joke. Qin Yuan turned around. Zhang Yu was whispering with his son Zhang Zhejun. When he saw Qin Yuan coming over, his expression immediately changed. Xiao Qin, what did Meng say when you called her? Can you come over now? Do you want me to call her? No. What do you mean? Are you not going to go on with the ceremony? Are you going to propose to Meng Meng? Zhang Yu asked doubtfully. It used to be, but it's not anymore, and it won't be needed in the future. Qin Yuan shook his head, looked at the mother and son, and continued calmly, since she and Wang Songyang are so in love, then I will help them. From now on, Zhang Jiaming and I will no longer have any relationship, and we will go our separate ways. After finishing his words, Qin Yuan threw the rose in his hand into the trash can and walked towards the school gate without looking back. The mother and son behind him, as well as other classmates and friends around him, all had expressions of shock on their faces. For more than 3 years, Qin Yuan has always been obedient to Zhang Jiaming. Why does he seem like a different person today? As the whispers around him spread, the shock on Zhang Jiejun's face suddenly turned into anger. You announced publicly that you are going to sever ties with my sister. Are you trying to make people laugh at our Zhang family? Isn't Qin Yuan just attracted by my family's wealth? He is just a piece of trash who wants to live off me. Why does he dare to do this? An honest man still wants to rebel? Is he worthy? But what they didn't know was that Qin Yuan had always acted honest and obedient in front of them, all for the sake of having a good image so that he could marry Zhang Jiaming. But from this moment on, he no longer needed to do so. As for the saying living off a gigolo, that is completely fictitious. If this is called living off a gigolo, then how hard would it be to swallow? No. This rice has gone bad. Seeing that Qin Yuan actually wanted to leave like this, Zhang Jiejun, filled with anger, immediately quickened his pace and chased after him angrily. Mr. Qin, you don't really think you're a big shot, do you? You're just going to leave like that without saying sever ties? Humph, in less than 2 days, you'll come back like a dog to beg my sister. After all, you're an orphan, what can you do? Chapter 2 Wetting the Beauty's Skirt. My mother was once a hero of the people. If we really want to talk about orphans, you are the real orphan compared to someone like you who was born by parents but not taught by them. As soon as Qin Yuan said this, the atmosphere around him became tense, and the whispers of the crowd fell silent. Zhang Yu was so angry that her face almost turned blue, but she did not dare to step forward to refute Qin Yuan's words. If she did so, then she would really lose all her face as a leader. Because Qin Yuan was right. He was indeed an orphan. His mother was a doctor in his hometown, Yuncheng. When Qin Yuan was in middle school, a serious viral infection broke out somewhere. His mother went to another place to participate in a rescue mission. Who would have thought that many people were saved, but she herself was infected and died after failed rescue. As for Qin Yuan's father, his father had left home before he started school, and he almost forgot what his father looked like. At this moment, Zhang Jiejun's face looked uglier than if he had eaten a fly, because he never expected that Qin Yuan would dare to speak to him like that. In a rage and humiliation, Zhang Jiejun rushed forward, trying to grab Qin Yuan by the collar, still uttering harsh words. Qin Yuan, you are looking for death. But Qin Yuan was not panicked at all. He stood calmly in place and dodged sideways. At the same time, he hooked his foot and tripped Zhang Jiejun, causing him to fall flat on his face. From that moment on, Qin Yuan would no longer be as polite to the people of the Zhang family as before. You're responsible for the consequences. Remember this from now on. Keep your mouth shut. When you go out, don't assume that everyone will pamper you like your parents do. After finishing his words, Qin Yuan left Zhangzhou University without further delay. Having made up his mind, Qin Yuan did not hesitate at all. He immediately went back to Zhang's house to pack his things and stayed away from their family from then on. In fact, Qin Yuan didn't have many things that belonged to him. He went back to Zhang's house to collect things mainly to get the precious photo of him and his mother. It's really ridiculous to think about it. In the year after graduation, Qin Yuan and Zhang Jiaming gradually lived together and lived in Zhang's house. But in fact, the time they spent together was pitifully small. After all, Qin Yuan had to look for his male best friend. After finishing these things and having a simple dinner, Qin Yuan went to Kaya Bar carrying his luggage bag. As early as this afternoon, Qin Yuan had already booked a booth, planning to go there tonight to celebrate the engagement ceremony. But now it is also a celebration, not because of the engagement, but to celebrate his own escape from suffering. Kaya Bar was very noisy at night. Under the bright lights and wine, Qin Yuan sat alone in a booth and drank. He planned to indulge himself completely for a night. Soon he became a little drunk and got up to go to the bathroom. At this moment, over at the bar, there was a beautiful woman in a white dress, having a video chat, but her camera was not facing her. But it was on Qin Yuan. Are you sure it's him? 100% sure. I have already checked it out. I will send you the information shortly. Okay, I'll take action then. The beautiful woman took a cocktail, stood up and walked towards the bathroom. Just at this moment, Qin Yuan came out of the bathroom. He bumped into a woman in a white dress without paying attention. The cocktail in her hand spilled onto her dress, creating a light blue color. Pop! The wine glass shattered to the ground, and the woman screamed, which also sobered Qin Yuan up a little. He quickly said apologetically, "I'm sorry, I left in a hurry just now, please be careful with the glass on the ground." Qin Yuan raised his head and looked at the tall woman in front of him. Her slightly curly hair naturally fell to her slender waist. The V-neck white dress showed the whiteness under her collarbone. Above the whiteness was a stunningly beautiful face. I have to say that she is really beautiful. Just one glance is enough to astound Qin Yuan. However, at this moment he had no intention of appreciating the beauty. He just took a glance and then looked away. The beautiful woman shook her head slightly and moved to the side. She deliberately glanced at her wet skirt and said softly, "It's okay. I was holding the wine glass and didn't pay attention to the front for a moment." "But your skirt." Qin Yuan raised his hand apologetically and pointed at the wet light blue spot on her skirt. "Forget it, it was all accidental. How about you buy me a drink?" "No problem." Qin Yuan brought the beautiful woman to the booth he had reserved and asked the waiter to order her a glass of the same cocktail. "Thanks." She responded to Qin Yuan with a polite smile and looked around the booth. There were more than a dozen empty wine bottles on the table. "Why are you alone in such a big booth? You couldn't be heartbroken and come to the bar to get drunk?" the beautiful woman asked with a smile. "Broken heart?" Qin Yuan shook his head, smiled calmly and said, "It's just that I escaped from a sea of suffering. I drank a happy wine." "That's right. A wise man doesn't fall in love. Love is exhausting. There's nothing to talk about. Let's drink." The beautiful woman raised the cocktail in her hand, a faint smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, and said to Qin Yuan, "By the way, my name is Wen Yu, what's yours?" "Qin Yuan." The two wine glasses clinked together. Wen Yu raised her hand to smooth her hair, bringing up a gust of fragrant wind, and lowered her head slightly to take a sip of the cocktail. Looking at Qin Yuan, who had finished a glass of beer, Wen Yu's eyes flashed slightly and she suggested softly, "Don't drink beer. Come drink a cocktail with me. I know the bartender of this bar. I'll ask him to make you a special cocktail." Hearing this, Qin Yuan stopped pouring the wine, smiled and nodded, saying, "Specially brewed? That's fine, I'll go order it now." Qin Yuan was about to stand up when Wen Yu raised her hand and touched his arm, then chuckled and stood up and spoke. "No, just sit and wait for me for a while. I'll go say hello to him and go to the bathroom to deal with my skirt." After saying that, she stood up and walked towards the bar. Not long after, Wen Yu walked towards the booth with a cocktail in her hand. The light blue on her skirt had actually dimmed a little. "This drink is on me." Wen Yu placed the cocktail in her hand on Qin Yuan's table and said with a mysterious smile, "But this cocktail is specially made, the alcohol content is a bit high. If you can't drink it, you can drink beer instead." "Thank you, it's okay, I'm confident in my drinking capacity." Qin Yuan smiled at her disapprovingly and picked up the specially made cocktail without hesitation. "Cheers." "Cheers." Watching Qin Yuan pick up the wine glass and take a big sip, the smile on Wen Yu's face grew. It really works to use a little provocation when the person is drunk. While Qin Yuan was putting down his wine glass, Wen Yu put her hand under the table and made an OK gesture to the other side. Chapter 3: Either get the certificate or obtain evidence. The next day, at 7:30 in the morning, Zhang Jiaman woke up in Wang Songyang's apartment room. The other party was still asleep. She pulled the quilt aside and looked inside. A hint of panic flashed across her face for a moment, but soon it was replaced by a smile. Zhang Jiaman got up and put on her clothes. Wang Songyang woke up at that moment. He grabbed her hand and spoke in a pretended affectionate manner. "Meng, we seem to have drunk too much last night. I know, you don't have to say anything." Zhang Jiaming interrupted him, smiled and said calmly, "But now I have to go home quickly, you can continue to sleep. Then remember to come to my studio tonight and bring me a meal." Wang Songyang nodded and smiled. "Okay, see you tonight." After returning to the villa, Zhang Jiaming went into the room and took a look, and found that Qin Yuan was not there. She didn't even notice that Qin Yuan's things in the room were gone. This sense of existence is almost zero. So Zhang Jiaming went upstairs and shouted, "Mom, where is Qin Yuan? Didn't he ask for leave?" At this time, it was their nanny, Aunt Wang, who responded to Zhang Jiaming, because it was already past 8 o'clock and her family had already gone out to work. Mr. Zhang and the others are not at home. Mr. Qin went to Zhangzhou University yesterday evening. He came back with a luggage bag and left. Why does he carry a luggage bag? Has the factory arranged for him to go on a business trip? Zhang Jiaming walked forward and asked Aunt Wang in confusion. "Miss, I heard that Mr. Qin went to your school to attend the graduation ceremony yesterday with the intention of proposing to you. Everyone knows about this, but..." Aunt Wang has been a nanny in the Zhang family for many years and she knows a lot of things. After thinking it over, she told Zhang Jiaming what she learned yesterday. Ridiculous. It seemed as if everyone in the world knew that Qin Yuan was going to propose to her at her graduation ceremony yesterday, but she, Zhang Jiaming, the protagonist, had no idea at all. After hearing what Aunt Wang said, Zhang Jiaming was stunned for a moment, revealing an expression of disbelief. "Break off relations with me." The next second, her expression returned to calm, and she even showed a bit of disdain. Only Qin Yuan can say such a thing. How childish. Let Qin Yuan come to cook for me at noon. I'll call him back later. Zhang Jiaming walked downstairs calmly. She was full of confidence and believed that this was just Qin Yuan's decision to teach her a lesson. When Qin Yuan came home at noon and cooked a meal for her, the worst that could happen was that she would praise him a few words, and then nothing would happen. At the same time, Qin Yuan, who had a hangover the night before, opened his sleepy eyes. Seeing the unfamiliar ceiling chandelier above, Qin Yuan sat up and rubbed his eyebrows in confusion. Amazing, is this a case of blackout? What happened last night? Next second, he saw a shocking scene out of the corner of his eye. How come there seemed to be someone else in the room? Qin Yuan was uncertain, and slowly turned his head to look towards the sofa. A beautiful and familiar face appeared in his sight again. The other person was wrapped in a bath towel, his hair was still wet, and he was sitting on the sofa with his hands crossed on his chest, looking at him expressionlessly. Finally woke up? Even without makeup, it did not affect Wenyu's peerless beauty at all. However, the oppressive feeling brought by her cold eyes full of scrutiny and questioning made Qin Yuan feel a little scared. Qin Yuan and Wenyu looked at each other, and his eyes couldn't help but look at the slightly curly hair on her white and smooth shoulders. Wenyu noticed his gaze and asked lightly with a slight smile on her lips. "Does it look good?" "Nice. Then will you marry me?" "No." Qin Yuan shook his head without hesitation. "Are you kidding? I just managed to jump out of one fire pit and now I have to jump into a bigger fire pit? No, that is absolutely impossible." But combined with what Wenyu had just said, and the chilly feeling he felt when he woke up naked from the bed, Qin Yuan had gradually guessed what had happened last night. After a night of drunkenness, a man and a woman woke up alone in the hotel without any clothes on. This was a drunken night of passion for Dian Zhongdian. She never expected that the romantic encounter in the TV series would happen to her. But Qin Yuan was not at all delighted by this affair. Instead, he felt it was a bit strange, because he only remembered that he and Wenyu drank cocktails together, and he really couldn't remember what happened afterwards. How confusing. The brief memory gave Qin Yuan a headache. He only hoped that this shameful thing would not be heard by his second uncle who was far away in country M, otherwise the other party would definitely book a plane ticket and come back to kill him offline. "I want you to be responsible for me. Come with me to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get the certificate now." Qin Yuan? Get certificate? It's over, she is serious about this. After thinking for a moment, Qin Yuan stretched out his hand and said, "How about this, you give me my phone and I'll compensate you with some money. You decide how much it is." "What do you take me for?" When you seem to have guessed what he would say. Her face suddenly turned extremely cold, and she said in a cold voice, "I don't want your compensation. I just want you to be responsible and come with me to get the certificate." Hearing this, Qin Yuan's heart tightened, and he said helplessly, when you, right? We just met last night, and we don't know each other. If we get the marriage certificate now, it will only hurt yourself." Wenyu's expression remained resolute despite what Qin Yuan said. "If you don't get the marriage certificate with me, that would be really hurting others and yourself. Don't worry, now that you've got the marriage certificate with me, I won't treat you unfairly. At least I won't let your head turn into a green prairie, and I won't let your life be like a sea of suffering anymore." Qin Yuan was stunned. "What's the meaning? Saying I was cheated on?" It turned out that when you had already known about his ex-girlfriend Zhang Jiaming's affair with her male best friend, and she cursed him pretty badly. But Qin Yuan really didn't know about this. Could he have revealed all his secrets last night? At this moment, Qin Yuan, who was extremely confused, felt very embarrassed. "Is it necessary to get this certificate?" Qin Yuan asked tentatively in a low voice. "Just because you accidentally touched each other's wine glass last night, drank a few glasses of wine together, and then your mind went blank? You want to get the marriage certificate as soon as you wake up. This is obviously a fraud. It is not necessary to receive it. If soft tactics don't work, then we have to resort to hard tactics." When you seemed to guess that Qin Yuan would think of making a last-ditch struggle, then she raised her eyes and stared at him, speaking in a cold tone. "Now I'm giving you two choices. Either go with me to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get the marriage certificate, or go with me to the police station to get the certificate. But if you choose the latter, you have to think carefully about the consequences. QJ starts with a minimum of several years, you should know that, right? Besides, the lightest punishment is to ruin your reputation and make your life dark and miserable. That is the real endless suffering." Qin Yuan was dumbfounded. The word femme fatale suddenly took shape in front of him. "You're threatening me? Shameless. This is just a scam you set up. You don't want compensation, but you insist on getting the certificate. What do you want?" At this time, when you stood up with her cell phone, took Qin Yuan's things hidden under the sofa, walked over and threw them onto his bed, then showed him the screen of her cell phone, on which the number 110 had been entered. "Do you think the media reporters and the police will believe you or me? The process is not important, the result is the truth. Nothing else, I just want you as a person. Think it through, then put on your clothes and follow me. You won't suffer any loss as my man." Chapter 4. The wicked are the first to complain. More than half an hour later, in front of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Qin Yuan looked at the red marriage certificate in his hand and couldn't help feeling dazed, as if he was dreaming. How could he get married suddenly without knowing it? The marriage certificate contains his and one U.S. information, and what is interesting is their wedding photo. One had a dull smile on his face and looked a little reluctant, while the other had a faint smile with a cold expression and looked a little triumphant. "Meet me at Tianhong Building at 10 a.m. tomorrow. When you get there, tell me your name and someone will take you upstairs." When you glanced at him and said calmly, "Remember to be on time. I don't like people who have no sense of time. Otherwise, you know the consequences." Qin Yuan was stunned. This woman is so domineering. Tianhong Building? Why go there? Qin Yuan asked tentatively. "Wouldn't you know if you came up to me?" When you said lightly, responding to him with a mysterious smile. "Oh, then." Qin Yuan just opened his mouth, but at this moment, a black Rolls-Royce Cullinan slowly stopped at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, and then a man in formal attire, about 40 years old, walked out. He opened the back door and stood by, inadvertently looking at Qin Yuan, who was standing not far away with a sharp gaze. After just 2 glances, he gradually frowned, with a look of doubt and a bit of disappointment and contempt in his eyes. "I can't take you back today because I'm afraid you'll be homeless. You can go back to the hotel in front and stay one more night." After saying that, when you didn't give Qin Yuan a chance to speak and walked straight towards the Rolls-Royce. As the steward of the Wen family, Wen Ming respectfully escorted Wen Yu to the car, and then asked politely, "Miss, do you want to go home first or go back to the company?" "Go home first, and besides." When you glanced at Qin Yuan, who was still standing there, and at the marriage certificate in her hand, and then continued speaking. "Uncle Ming, please tell my parents to stop arranging blind dates for me. Aren't they doing this just to urge me to get married and come back from Country M as soon as possible? Now that I'm back, I've found them a good son-in-law. I know what's going on with the group. I'm not leaving this time after returning from Country M, just for this matter." When Ming pondered and nodded in response, then started the car. But what Wen Yu said just now gave him a headache, and he couldn't help but steal a glance at Qin Yuan behind him through the rearview mirror, trying to find something in the other person that would satisfy him. But Wen Ming always felt that the word good in a good son-in-law could not be seen in Qin Yuan. He is tall and straight, and looks handsome, but his temperament and the way he dressed make him look like a poor guy. People like him must be in trouble all by themselves, let alone helping Wen Yu. It would be good enough if he doesn't become a drag. After a moment's silence, Wen Ming sighed helplessly, said, "Miss, I understand," and concentrated on driving. Qin Yuan just watched the Rolls-Royce disappear from his sight. He curled his lips slightly and couldn't help muttering to himself. "Just saying a few words and leaving? You are so arrogant and domineering. If someone doesn't know us, they would think we just got divorced." Afterwards, Qin Yuan hailed a taxi and returned to his previous hotel. Because his luggage bag was still there, he only had his cell phone, ID card, and household registration book with him, and was taken to the Civil Affairs Bureau by Wen Yu. Since his mother left, he has been keeping the household registration booklet himself. What Qin Yuan did not expect was that this household registration booklet, which he kept by himself, would provide convenience for today's farce. In the taxi, Qin Yuan took out his cell phone. There were 2 missed calls and 2 messages on the screen. All of these were from Zhang. Qin Yuan's phone was set to silent mode before, so he didn't hear any sound at all. "Zhang, Qin Yuan, where the hell have you been? Have you grown too powerful to even answer my call? Zhang, you must go home and cook for me before noon." Looking at the message sent by Zhang, Qin Yuan was calm. He just glanced at it and then left, choosing to ignore it. At 11:30 a.m., Qin Yuan returned to the hotel and had lunch, then he went up to his hotel room. Thinking of this room, it was the crime scene where he and Wen Yu had a night of passion last night. However, Qin Yuan was not at all happy about this affair. Instead, he felt that this room was like a cage. So he packed his bag and planned to go out and find another room. Just as he started packing his luggage, his cell phone suddenly rang. It was another call from Zhang. Qin Yuan took a look at the phone and hung up without any hesitation. At this time, Zhang was lying on the bed in the room, brows furrowed as she listened to the voice message unable to connect coming from her mobile phone. She suddenly became angry and slapped the quilt. "Qin Yuan, you dared to hang up on me. You deliberately ignored my call before, right?" Zhang sat up from the bed and continued to call Qin Yuan without giving up. She called again every time the other party hung up, and she did so 3 times in a row. Finally, Qin Yuan finally answered her call. Before he could say anything, he heard Zhang's angry voice with a bad attitude. "Qin Yuan, you want to rebel, don't you? How dare you hang up on me? Didn't you know to reply to the message I sent you and the phone call I made earlier? Tell me, why didn't you go home to sleep last night? Where did you go fooling around? What a bad guy who complains first. Who was the one who fooled around first?" After Qin Yuan announced that they had severed their relationship, he and Zhang were no longer in a relationship since yesterday afternoon. "I'm hungry. I want to eat the meal you made for me when I come back at noon. Come back quickly. Do you hear me?" Listening to Zhang's words, Qin Yuan turned a deaf ear and packed the dirty clothes into the luggage bag. Seeing that the other party did not reply, Zhang was stunned. "Qin Yuan, are you listening to me?" She took a deep breath and softened her tone before continuing. Okay, I heard from my mom that you were planning to propose to me yesterday, right? There's no rush, we can just do it slowly later. But what did you say yesterday about severing ties with me? Qin Yuan, we're all adults, can you stop being so childish? Come back at noon and cook me a meal and apologize to me. Then I will let the fact that you didn't go home to sleep last night go by and I won't hold it against you. It is better not to say such good words, it is simply going against the will of heaven. Qin Yuan was so angry that he almost laughed. Who was childish? Whose fault was this? Who should apologize? He zipped up his luggage bag and spoke calmly. Chapter 5 When Use 3 Rules. You are right, we are all adults and we should be responsible for our own actions. Since yesterday afternoon, we have completely broken up. Whatever we do is none of our business, and I will not go back. If you have any problems, just go find Wang Songyang. It's just right that you can be together openly now. Stop calling and messaging me, bye. After finishing his words, Qin Yuan didn't give Zhang a chance to speak. He just hung up the phone and left the room with his luggage bag. At this time, Zhang's face turned red with anger after Qin Yuan hung up the phone again and said those rebellious words. She gritted her teeth, held the phone and thought about calling Qin Yuan again. If nothing else, she felt that she couldn't swallow the anger in her heart if she didn't curse back. But just at this moment, suddenly, someone opened Zhang's room door. She subconsciously stood up and turned around to glare at him. Auntie Wang, what are you doing? Don't you know to knock before entering my room? My dad? Her expression suddenly became surprised, and at the same time, seeing her father's gloomy face, she couldn't help but feel a little scared, so she asked in confusion, Dad, why did you suddenly come back at noon? It's all because of you. Let me ask you, Qin Yuan proposed to you yesterday afternoon. Why did you break the promise for such a big event? Don't think I don't know. You went to find Wang Sonyang. You knew that you were going to marry Qin Yuan, but you still went to find that guy named Wang. How can you live like this? Now Qin Yuan is about to break off relations with you, why don't you go and find him back? Facing her father's scolding, Zhang sat back on the bed. Not only did she not feel that she was wrong, but an expression of grievance appeared on her face. Dad, why are you so angry? I didn't know he was going to propose to me yesterday. He was so secretive. And yesterday, Song Yang was going to participate in a singing competition. I had already made an appointment with him, so I had to go. Besides, I'm just about to graduate, and I'm going to accept his proposal so soon. Dad, you guys are just eager for me to marry Qin Yuan right away, right? Look at him for yourself, what kind of ability does he have now? Can he bring me a good life? Even his job after graduation was arranged by our family. He can't even afford the bride price. After hearing his daughter's words, Zhang Maoyue's gloomy expression gradually eased a little. Because he also felt in his heart that although his daughter's words were a bit harsh, they were indeed the truth. What really made Zhang Maoyue angry was that Zhang Jiaming broke her promise to Qin Yuan for his proposal ceremony, causing the other party to break off relations with Zhang Jiaming in public, which was tantamount to publicly slapping the face of their Zhang family. Zhang Maoyue waved his hand, his face serious and low. No matter what, you have been with Qin Yuan for more than 3 years, and there must be an explanation for the matter. Don't be greedy while having your cake and eating it too. You and Qin Yuan should discuss how to resolve this matter. The company will hold a new product launch conference next week. Don't do anything weird or make a fool of yourself. Do you understand? Yes, Dad. I understand. Zhang Jiaming nodded calmly, but in fact she didn't take these words to heart at all. These were just her delaying tactics. As for Qin Yuan's proposal to her, Zhang Jiaming didn't take it seriously. In her eyes, Qin Yuan was not worthy of marrying her and becoming her son-in-law. At this moment, she was just waiting for Wang Sonyang to advance to the singer selection competition. Once he officially debuted as a singer, he would help their company endorse Jadiba clothing products. That would be a win-win situation. By then, all the opposition voices will disappear, and she will be able to be with Wang Sonyang openly. The next day, around 9:30 in the morning. After having breakfast at the hotel, Qin Yuan took his things and went to Tianheng Building before checking out. Tianheng Building, as one of the landmark buildings of Haicheng, is located in the CBD area of Haicheng. Qin Yuan has been to such a high-end place only once or twice in the few years he has been in Haicheng. The traffic was a bit congested during the morning rush hour, but fortunately Qin Yuan finally arrived at Tianheng Building at 9:50. Thinking of Wenyu's domineering and indifferent look in his mind, Qin Yuan got out of the car and immediately trotted to the front desk of the lobby. Hello, my name is Qin Yuan, and I'm here to see Wenyu. Qin Yuan said concisely. The man at the front desk, who was wearing a black business suit, frowned slightly and looked Qin Yuan up and down. After all, no one had ever come to Tianheng Building to call Wenyu by her name. He held the intercom and whispered, Mr. Wen, Mr. Qin is here. After receiving a response, he took Qin Yuan to the elevator upstairs. Qin Yuan was really surprised by the other party's words Mr. Wen just now. He guessed in his heart that Wenyu should be a senior executive of a company in Tianheng Building. Bite. The elevator arrived at the 35th floor. The man walked in front and took Qin Yuan to the door of the president's office at the back. After knocking on the door, he spoke politely. Boss 1, Mr. Qin is here. Come in. A cold voice came from inside. Qin Yuan walked into the office alone. As soon as he came in, he saw Wenyu sitting in an office chair, wearing a professional suit, looking like an icy female president. On the wall behind Wenyu, there were 4 conspicuous black characters. Wen's group. If Qin Yuan still didn't know Wenyu's true identity at this time, then he would have wasted several years in Haicheng. I told you to be on time today, but you were 1 minute late? You are the president of Wen's group? Qin Yuan skipped her question and asked weakly. Wenyu nodded calmly, with a teasing smile on her lips. Are you surprised? You haven't answered my question yet. Certainly. Qin Yuan just felt dizzy. The woman who got the marriage certificate with him yesterday was actually the president of Wen's group. This identity of the other party was more shocking to him than the fact that he had had sex with her and got the marriage certificate with her at that time. Qin Yuan swallowed and said, "I'm not late. I arrived at Tianhong building at 9:50, but I had to take the elevator up, and then I had to wait for the elevator. Who would have thought that you would be in the president's office on the 35th floor?" When you leaned back slightly in the chair, crossed her hands over her chest, glanced at Qin Yuan with cold eyes, and said lightly, "Come over. What do you want to do?" Qin Yuan asked vigilantly. "Sit down." "Oh." Qin Yuan walked to the chair in front of the desk and sat down. Then, when you raised her head slightly and looked at a black folder on the table. "Why are you panicking? I'm not going to eat you. Sign this document in a moment, but before that, I need to make 3 rules with you and explain them clearly to you." Chapter 6. Qin Yuan, "I have been honest, please let me go." Hearing this, Qin Yuan was stunned. He even wants to make 3 rules for me, but I'm obviously the one who's suffering. He thought so in his heart, but he said, "Okay, then you tell me your 3 rules first, and then I'll talk about my rules later." Qin Yuan said bravely. "When you? My rules are the rules." When you raised her eyes and glanced at him, a cold look appeared on her face, and she asked with a bit of pride, "Are you sure you want to make 3 rules with me too?" "Uncertain." Qin Yuan swallowed and subconsciously put away the thought just now. There's nothing he can do. Who told him that someone else has the leverage over him? Not to mention whether when you would sue him in a fit of rage, as the president of Wen's group, there are countless ways for her to kill him, and he could end up in disgrace at any time. If you are not sure, then there is no need to be sure. A smug arc appeared on Wenyu's lips, as if she had Qin Yuan under her control, and then she continued speaking. "First, from now on, you will move in with me, but you are not allowed to have any improper thoughts about me without my permission. Second, don't forget that you are a married man now. Stop having affairs with other women, and don't even think about having any ties with your ex-girlfriend. Do you understand?" Qin Yuan was stunned. What kind of extravagant thoughts could there be? Haven't we all had that inappropriate experience? As for the matter of ex-girlfriend Zhang Jiameng, don't worry, I've already announced that I've severed ties with her and have moved away. I definitely won't have any contact with her anymore. Qin Yuan leaned back in his chair, nodded, and asked, "These 2 chapters are fine, what about the 3rd chapter?" Wenyu was silent for a moment, then said softly, "I haven't thought of the 3rd chapter yet, so put it aside for now. I'll tell you when I think of it." Qin Yuan? That's amazing. It would be fine if they just dropped a bomb, but I didn't expect that this bomb could also delay the time. Okay, you can sign that document first. Wenyu said, pointing to the seat in front of his desk. Oh. Qin Yuan responded lightly, then reached out to pick up the folder on the table and opened it. When he looked carefully, he realized that it was an employment contract, but when he saw the position on it, he was stunned. Assistant to the president. Qin Yuan's brows were twisted into the shape of a character, and an expression of black question mark almost appeared on his face. "Sister, I'm a man, are you sure I'm suitable for the position of general assistant? Is there any problem?" Wenyu said with a nonchalant expression, "Back then, my mother worked as my father's secretary for many years. Of course there is a problem. That's your parents, not us. Don't you think this is weird? Even if you ask me to be your driver, it's more suitable than being your assistant. It's okay as long as I don't find it weird." Wenyu glanced at him and said lightly with a slight curl of her lips, "You are wrong. The driver's job content is already included in your position." Qin Yuan? It would have been fine if I hadn't asked, but now that I asked, I suddenly had one more thing to do. Qin Yuan was speechless for a moment. He gritted his teeth and continued to read the contents of the labor contract. When you offered him a salary of 10,000 yuan per month during the 3-month probation period. After he was hired as a regular employee, there would be no fixed salary. However, she added a line of PS at the end of the salary. Whether before or after becoming a regular employee, if the performance is satisfactory, there will be additional tips as performance bonuses. Seeing this, Qin Yuan's mood was like a roller coaster. He didn't expect Wenyu to arrange a new job for him. This was a good thing, after all, he had to make a living. But what he didn't expect was that it would be the position of her assistant, and there was even a probation period. If she can't get a permanent job, Will she just find a kid as her assistant? After reading the labor contract and being silent for a few seconds, Qin Yuan picked up the pen and signed his name smoothly. However, from the conversation between him and Wenyu just now, he quickly thought of another thing. Oh, now that we've got the marriage certificate, should we meet your family now? Qin Yuan fiddled with his hand gestures and said hesitantly, it's good this way. It will be easier for us to get to know each other quickly in the future. After all, marriage is such a big deal, right? Don't worry. My parents went on a business trip to Country M 2 days ago. They won't be back so soon. It will probably take about a month. Wenyu picked up Qin Yuan's labor contract and signed it with her head slightly lowered. Regarding her parents' business trip to Country M, all of this was her plan. She just happened to come back from there while her parents were abroad to deal with the group's matters. So the plan to meet Qin Yuan was actually arranged by her as soon as she returned to China yesterday. Not only did it find a son-in-law for her parents and solve the trouble of her parents arranging blind dates for her and urging her to get married, but it also thought of solving the group's problems. From now on, she will gradually take over the domestic affairs of Wen's group. What a plan that kills 3 birds with 1 stone. Well, aren't you curious about the situation on my side? We've only known each other for 2 days, are you sure you understand it? Qin Yuan asked doubtfully. Hearing this, Wenyu suddenly showed a mysterious smile on her face, but she did not rush to answer him immediately. She put the labor contract aside, slowly picked up the tablet computer on the table, glanced at the screen for a few seconds, leaned back in her chair and spoke softly. Qin Yuan, male, 24 years old, graduated from the Academy of Fine Arts of Zhangzhou University, is an orphan, his mother was a doctor, now deceased, his father, his identity is unknown. Her eyes were stunned for a moment, and she was a little surprised at the information that Qin Yuan's father's identity was unknown, but then she quickly returned to her normal expression. There is also a text introduction below in Qin Yuan's personal information document. Qin Yuan's second uncle, Qin Zhanghua, currently serving as ambassador extraordinary and plenipotentiary to M. But Wenyu did not read out this paragraph, but skipped it directly. I like literature, playing games, and painting. I once set up a stall on the street to help people paint and make money. During my time at school, I won the gold medal at the 16th Huaghua College Art Competition. I have some talent, which is pretty impressive. But it's a pity that I'm a love-sick person and didn't download the anti-love fraud app. Later, in the year after graduation. Qin Yuan? Si Dao Pu. Si Dao Pu. Qin Yuan shook his head like a rattle, waving his hands and saying, Stop, 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 that's enough, that's enough. I'm already honest, please let me go. He had never expected that Wenyu had actually investigated him and had such detailed information in her hands. If he continued talking, all his black material would probably be exposed. Wenyu looked at Qin Yuan with a half-smile on her face and was very satisfied with his reaction. She picked up the tablet and showed the screen to Qin Yuan. Seeing the other party's unbelievable expression, she smiled calmly and said, This document has 680 pages in total. I just read out a few sentences. Do you want to continue reading? No, thanks. Do you understand enough? That's enough. Qin Yuan said weakly. He couldn't help but gasp. There were more than 600 pages of information. He wondered, did he have so many stories? From this moment on, Qin Yuan had a new impression of Wenyu. The more beautiful a woman is, the more scheming and resourceful she is. It's so scary. At the same time, Wenyu suddenly had an extra label in Qin Yuan's mind. Crazy woman. Chapter 7. Did you really do that night? That's fine. Wenyu showed a smug smile on her face, waved to Qin Yuan, and said calmly, Take your contract and go to the sofa over there to look at our company's information. You should familiarize yourself with the company's business in advance. Someone from the administration department will take you to complete the entry procedures later. After that, you can wait for me to arrange your work. Okay. Qin Yuan stood up and nodded politely to Wenyu. At this moment, Qin Yuan suddenly realized that all the social skills and techniques for picking up girls that he had accumulated over the years became obsolete in an instant. He just felt that he was as inexperienced as a rookie in front of Wenyu. Qin Yuan took a deep breath, looked up and glanced at Wenyu, and at the same time an idea came to his mind. This woman is so scary. She is really crazy. She threatens me with something she finds offensive at every turn. Now I finally know that the ancients were right. Living with the emperor is like living with a tiger. No, I can't stay passive like this forever. I have to think of a way to get some leverage over her. Only then can I gain a certain say. A moment later, someone knocked on the office door. Come in. Wen Yu responded calmly. A woman in a professional suit, probably in her 30s, walked into the office. She first glanced at Qin Yuan casually, then looked at Wen Yu and spoke in a respectful tone. Boss Wen, are you looking for me? Wen Yu nodded calmly, her eyes fell on Qin Yuan, and she introduced him. This is our company's HR manager, Lisa. His name is Qin Yuan, and he is my newly hired general assistant. You can take him to complete the entry procedures and familiarize him with the job content. Okay, Mr. Qin, please follow me. Lisa nodded. Qin Yuan responded, stood up with the contract and followed Lisa out. After the two of them left the office, Wen Yu turned her office chair and looked at the folder placed upright, with the camera facing outside. Okay, Yao Yao, you can talk now. Wen Yu seemed like a different person, with a natural smile on her face. On her mobile phone screen, she was clearly on a video call, and the call time displayed on it was 48 minutes. This also means that before Qin Yuan came to Tianheng Building, Wen Yu was already making a video call. If Qin Yuan knew about this, he would probably be completely traumatized by Wen Yu. I am here. Appearing on the screen was a cute girl in pink and white cartoon pajamas. She wore glasses without lenses and a bunny ears headdress on her head. She came in front of the screen with a cup of black coffee in her hand. Finally, I got to see him up close in person. He's very fair and tender, the legendary little milk dog. He's quite handsome. The person who was speaking was Shui Ziyao, who was far away in Country M. She was Wen Yu's best friend for many years. The two had known each other since middle school and had also studied abroad in Country M together. Both were top students. Unlike Wen Yu, although Shui Ziyao's family is not as wealthy as theirs, her family background is not simple. The 680-page document of Qin Yuan's personal information on Wen Yu's tablet was investigated with the help of Shui Ziyao. In a word, in short, as long as Shui Ziyao wants to investigate something, there is almost nothing she can't find. Of course, there are times when we fail. For example, she couldn't find out the identity information of Qin Yuan's father. Shui Ziyao took a sip of black coffee, sat cross-legged on the chair, and continued talking with a smile. Sister Yu, why did you only read him a little bit of the information I gave you just now? The relationship with his second uncle is the key point. Once you say it, it's like giving him a warning. The fact that you were able to find out about his uncle Qin Zhang's relationship shows that you are very powerful. From now on, he will have to listen to you obediently. Hearing this, Wen Yu leaned back in her office chair and said with a faint smile, I don't think so. If I read it out loud, it would be bad if he guessed it. Don't be fooled by his silly appearance. This guy is actually quite smart. Besides, will he not listen to me now? Don't forget that I still have evidence against him about what happened that night. Speaking of this, Shui Ziyao suddenly became excited and couldn't help but smile. She quickly picked up the phone and moved closer, asking with a curious expression on her face. Sister Yu, hey, I really get excited when you talk about this. Well, that night in the Kaya Hotel, did something really happen between you two? Wen Yu? Her face turned slightly red, and she subconsciously avoided Shui Ziyao's gaze. At the same time, she put her mobile phone on the table and was silent for a moment before she spoke hesitantly. Don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask, you little brat, don't ask about social matters. Let's leave it at that for now. I have to continue working. Qin Yuan will also come into the office soon, so video is not very convenient. Humph, stingy guy, you are only 1 year older than me. Shui Ziyao wrinkled her nose and muttered with dissatisfaction, you evaded the topic at the critical moment. When I return to China, I will torture you to extract a confession. As soon as Shui Ziyao finished speaking, Wen Yu hung up the phone. In a blink of an eye, it was time to get off work, and Wen Yu took Qin Yuan home. Zhangzhou number 1. This is one of the top real estate projects in Zhangzhou. If it weren't for Wen Yu, Qin Yuan probably would never have come to such a luxurious place in his life. Along the way, he was looking around, his heart full of emotion. At this moment, Wen Yu suddenly slowed down and glanced at Qin Yuan. Arrive. Qin Yuan responded and was about to step forward to help open the door when the door opened and the housekeeper Wen Ming came into view. Mr. Qin, lunch is ready. Wen Ming opened the door and stood beside them, speaking to the two of them in a respectful tone. Although he had a very ordinary impression of Qin Yuan, he was the one chosen by the eldest lady after all. The matter was done and they had already obtained the marriage certificate, so he had to do his best to present himself well. They walked through the gate and saw a huge garden in front of them. It was full of greenery and blooming flowers. It was obvious that it was well maintained. Qin Yuan looked around. This is the life of rich people. There is such a large luxury villa in Zhangzhou No. 1, which is as big as a manor. The price of their luxury house has already exceeded a small goal. After entering the house, when you slowed down her pace and turned to look at Qin Yuan. I have just sent you the door lock code. Go to the right from the elevator on the 3rd floor. That's your room. Hearing this, Qin Yuan picked up his phone, glanced at the password, nodded and said, okay. But soon, a question suddenly occurred to him. Chapter 8 Living together in the same room. After getting the marriage certificate, she brought me home. Does that mean we will start living together? When this question came to Qin Yuan's mind, when you stood between him and Wen Ming and spoke calmly. Uncle Ming, let me formally introduce Qin Yuan. He is my man. You saw us get our marriage certificate at the Civil Affairs Bureau yesterday. This is our housekeeper, Uncle Ming. But my parents haven't returned from their business trip to Country M yet. I'll officially talk about this matter after they return. Hearing this, Wen Ming hesitated for a moment. Yesterday in the car, when you had told him that he should not ask her parents to arrange blind dates or urge marriage anymore, as she had already found a good son-in-law for them. Wen Ming, who was smart and capable, deliberately only reported the first half of the sentence to Wen Yu's parents. As for the second half, he arbitrarily changed it to something different. The lady has found a partner, and things are going pretty well. When she comes back, she will bring him to meet you. Wen Yu's parents were just a little surprised and confused, but at this time they were already busy with what they needed to do in Country M, so they didn't take it too seriously. Wen Ming's approach not only gave the two elders a chance to accept the situation, but also allowed Wen Yu and Qin Yuan to develop some feelings for each other in the future, so that it wouldn't be so absurd at least. Also, it can also save him from getting scolded. Hey, hello Uncle Ming. Qin Yuan smiled and took the initiative to stretch out his hand and shook hands with Wen Ming, but the smile on his face seemed a little unnatural. When you glanced at the two of them, then her eyes fell on Wen Ming, and she said, let's have dinner later. Also, there's no need to make the bed for Qin Yuan's room on the 3rd floor. I'll go upstairs first. After finishing her words, Wen Yu took the lead and walked into the elevator. This luxury villa has a total of 5 floors, but it is also equipped with an elevator. It proves that as long as you have money, you can decorate and set up a house however you want. After Wen Yu went upstairs, Wen Ming took Qin Yuan to walk around and familiarize themselves with the mansion, but Qin Yuan quickly declined his kindness, saying that he would just go to the room first. It was Qin Yuan's first time visiting the Wen family's mansion, and he was somewhat restrained, even though the other person was the Wen family's butler. After lunch at noon, Qin Yuan thought he was going back to his room to rest. Just as he was about to go upstairs, Wen Yu called him. No need to go up. We don't live here. I just brought you here to familiarize yourself with the place. Come with me. Qin Yuan? He responded in confusion, then followed Wen Yu out again. 20 minutes later, the two drove to another high-end residential area. Mashwan apartment. I used to live alone in this apartment, and it's close to the company, so it will be much more convenient. When you sat in the passenger seat, took out a card from her bag and handed it to him, saying lightly, this is for you. This is the door card of Mo Xian apartment. Qin Yuan was stunned for a moment, and suddenly thought of something. He had thought about living together with Wen Yu, but he didn't expect that it would really be just the two of them living in the same room. I know. Qin Yuan said absent-mindedly. Afterwards, the two went up to the 26th floor of Building A of Mashwan apartment together. That's your room. You can put your luggage there. Wen Yu pointed in a direction and walked towards another room. After Qin Yuan walked into the room, before he had time to feel it properly, his cell phone suddenly rang. It was a call from his good brother Fang Haobiao. Fang Haobiao and Qin Yuan are fellow villagers, both from Yuncheng. They have known each other since high school and later went to Zhangzhou to attend university together. The difference is that Fang Haobiao studied at the sports college. As soon as Qin Yuan answered the phone, he immediately heard Fang Haobiao's annoying voice. Child, do you miss your daddy when I'm not with you? Get lost. You unfilial son, are you asking for a beating? Qin Yuan cursed without hesitation. Fang Haobiao didn't mind. He gave a sly hee-hee laugh and continued talking. "Oh, by the way, let me tell you something serious. Well, how's your proposal to Jiaman going? It's been over a day and you haven't replied to my message yet. What's going on with you and her?" Hearing this, Qin Yuan's heart skipped a beat. It's not that he doesn't want to say it, it's just that it's really hard to say. Among all the things that happened in the past 2 days, which one was a good thing? Qin Yuan recalled the dramatic events that happened in the past 2 days, and he couldn't help but smile at himself. After a long silence, Qin Yuan spoke in a deep voice. "Brother Biao, to be honest, I have already obtained the marriage certificate." "What the hell? Was it that fast? After you proposed to her successfully, you immediately went to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get the marriage certificate?" "No, I did get the marriage certificate, but not with her." Fuck, cough, cough, cough. After hearing this sentence, which contained a huge amount of information, Fang Haobiao burned his CPU directly. He was so excited that he was choked by the smoke. "No, you, speak to me properly, what do you mean by this?" Fang Haobiao asked excitedly. "I have severed my relationship with the Zhang family. I can't explain it to you right now, so let's talk about it in detail when you return to Jiangzhou." At this very moment, in the next second. Dong dong. Suddenly, footsteps were heard outside the room. Qin Yuan knew as soon as he heard it that the footsteps were obviously Wen Yu's, so he didn't wait for Fang Haobiao to respond and hurriedly continued speaking. "I won't talk to you for now. I have something to do here. I'm hanging up now." After finishing his words, Qin Yuan hung up the phone. It was also at this time that Wen Yu walked to the door of Qin Yuan's room, but she did not go in. The two looked up at each other. Wen Yu glanced at the phone in his hand. Obviously, she also heard the sound of Qin Yuan's phone call just now. Chapter 9, I Will Reform You. Not long after, Qin Yuan drove Wen Yu's white Audi RSQA to Mo Xian apartment. During this morning, Qin Yuan won a rich experience card and saw the top high-end residential area in Jiangzhou, the mansion worth over 100 million yuan, and successfully drove $1 million luxury car. Qin Yuan had never dreamed of a life like this before. And the Mo Xian apartment they have come to now is also not an ordinary apartment. Mo Xian apartment is very close to Tianheng building, only about 2 kilometers away in total. If you walk, it may be faster than driving. You can get there by walking for a while and then crossing an overpass. Everyone knows that Tianheng building is located in the CBD central area of Jiangzhou, which means that Mo Xian apartment is the same. The two went up to the 26th floor of building A. The moment Qin Yuan walked out of the elevator, he was a little dumbfounded. Good job. An apartment with one household per floor is definitely what is called a large flat. When you turned her head and glanced at Qin Yuan inadvertently, and a smug smile suddenly appeared on the corner of her mouth. They walked into the house together. Qin Yuan looked around and smelled dust. The doors and windows of the whole house were locked. He soon discovered the problem. "Didn't you say that you usually live in Mo Xian apartment? But it doesn't look like people live here all the time." "I used to, but I had just returned home the day I met you." When you glanced at Qin Yuan, and as she walked towards the room, she pointed in the direction ahead and said, "I'll go in first. Your room is next to it. You can put your things in there first." Qin Yuan responded lightly, but he didn't think anything of it. Although the two have obtained a marriage certificate and are legally recognized as husband and wife, in terms of personal feelings, neither of them has reached that stage of relationship yet. How can we live in the same room if we don't even know each other's size? Meanwhile, on the other side, Wang Songyang was in the studio that Zhang Jiaming had bought for him. He had just tested the equipment in the recording studio with a ghostly howl and finished singing the song he had pieced together by himself, with a smug expression on his face. "Meng Meng, what do you think of my singing just now? It sounds good." Zhang Jiaming looked at Wang Songyang, who walked out of the recording studio, and responded to him with a smile. But at this moment, she was sitting on the sofa with her mobile phone in her hand, looking somewhat worried. Wang Songyang listened to her concise answer. After all, he was her male best friend, so he could tell at a glance that she was worried. "You seem a little absent-minded. What's wrong? Are you unhappy?" Wang Songyang walked over and sat on the sofa next to Zhang Jiaming. He put his arm around her slender waist and asked affectionately, "Are you too tired? Do you want to go upstairs to rest? I'll cook something for you. How about that?" After all, they had a taste of it that night. If Zhang Jiaming really went up to the attic with him now, it would not be as simple as just eating something. Feeling Wang Songyang's restless hand gradually wandering on her body, Zhang Jiameng's expression suddenly became more unnatural, and she subconsciously stood up from the sofa. Don't bother, I'm fine, I just feel a little tired, and I'm ready to go back now. Zhang Jiameng turned and looked at Wang Songyang, then continued speaking hesitantly. I probably won't come to see you again in the next few days. Qin Yuan hasn't come back yet, and my dad is keeping a close eye on this matter. Plus, my company is going to hold a new product launch next week, and my dad has clearly warned me not to do anything weird again. The last time Qin Yuan proposed to me, it had a very bad impact. After saying that, Zhang Jiameng picked up the shoulder bag on the sofa, turned around and walked towards the door. Brother Yang, you should focus on preparing for the competition during this period. After all, you have just advanced to the semi-finals, so you must be fully prepared. I'm leaving first. Zhang Jiameng walked out of the studio without looking back, leaving only the sound of the door closing and a faint lingering fragrance in the room. Wang Songyang looked in the direction of the door. His expression became increasingly ugly as he stood there. His eyes were filled with jealousy, unwillingness, and a little resentment. All of his emotions were directed at Qin Yuan. To be honest, he was not deeply in love with Zhang Jiameng. What he really coveted was her figure and beauty, and most importantly, Zhang Jiameng was his cash cow. You have to know that the Zhang family's Jadiba clothing brand, with the promotion of Zhang Jiameng, was able to become one of the sponsors of Dream Singer, which shows that it has some strength. At this stage, Wang Songyang simply cannot do without these resources. What's more, it's for free. Qin Yuan, you'd better keep your word and completely cut off ties with her, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. I'll bear with you for now. Once I make it to the finals, I'll show you my true colors. If you win the championship. When he thought of this, Wang Songyang's gloomy expression gradually turned into a sinister smile, and his eyes revealed madness. He would not allow himself to encounter any stumbling blocks on the road to fame that would block his future path to wealth. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The afternoon sun gradually became less strong, and the sunny and windy weather was perfect for going out. In Mo Xian's apartment, when you walked out of the room. At this time, she had changed her original professional attire and replaced it with a black long skirt and a white camisole top. However, she also matched it with a small black shawl, which made her look a little fresh. She had already put on her socks and looked ready to go out again. You don't have to go to the company this afternoon. You will start work officially tomorrow. Today I will mainly help you get familiar with the procedures. When you sat down across from Qin Yuan's table, then changed the subject and asked with a smile, "Can you cook?" "Certainly." Qin Yuan blurted out the answer almost subconsciously, but his mind quickly came to his senses, and he seemed to realize that this answer didn't seem to be very reasonable, so he quickly stopped and finished his answer. "Won't." As Wen Yu's assistant, he must have a lot of work to do, but if she discovered his skills in life, Qin Yuan knew that he would be treated like a slave. The more he knows, the more disadvantageous it is for him. But when you saw all of Qin Yuan's little thoughts, and a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of her mouth without leaving a trace. Really? When you stood up and walked to the cabinet next to the door, glancing at Qin Yuan with her head slightly sideways. "Come over." "What?" Although he was a little confused and had a bad feeling, Qin Yuan still stood up and walked to her side. "Pick the one you like." When you stretched out her hand and opened one of the drawers. She looked at Qin Yuan and asked calmly, "Get ready to go out. I need to give you a good makeover." Chapter 10. Come and catch the cheating. Qin Yuan looked down at the drawer, and what caught his eye were 6 keys to luxury cars of different brands. Porsche, Bentley, Mercedes-Benz, Lamborghini, Ferrari, Audi and more. Family members, who understands the allure of a luxury car to a boy in his 20s? Qin Yuan stared at the car keys for 3 full seconds, his eyes going straight. There was no key to the Rolls-Royce Cullinan here, which clearly indicated that the luxury cars Wen Yu had parked in the garage of Mo Xian's apartment were only a part of it. In Zhangzhou No. 1, under the garage of the Wen family villa, God knows how many luxury cars are parked. Really? Ordinary people cannot even imagine the happiness of the rich, and what Qin Yuan saw before his eyes was actually just a glimpse of a corner of the heavenly palace. When you looked at him like this and a satisfied smile appeared on her face. "You are my man. You can have what I have. From today on, you can drive whichever car you like. You are responsible for driving me to the company every day. You can also drive it whenever you want to go out in your daily life. I've already told you that if you follow me, I won't treat you unfairly. Now, When you looked at Qin Yuan and smiled, then changed the subject and asked, "Have you learned to cook?" "A little bit." Qin Yuan swallowed and said weakly. "That's fine. I'll watch your performance tonight. Take the car keys and go out." After finishing her words, when you bent down slightly beside him, put one hand on his shoulder, and put on her shoes with the other hand. Qin Yuan is 185 centimeters tall. From this angle, he can inadvertently see the faint white curve at the neckline of Wenyu's suspenders when she is changing shoes. Qin Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Guilt, guilt. But the next second, he couldn't help but look at it twice more, and suddenly he felt righteous in his heart. What's wrong with looking at her a little longer? She's my wife. Wenyu suddenly stood up straight, looked at Qin Yuan expressionlessly and asked, "Have you ever thought about living as a blind person?" Qin Yuan? Blind life. How cruel. He quickly withdrew his gaze, reached out and picked up the Bentley car key at random, then turned and walked out. In the parking lot of Mashuan apartment, Qin Yuan drove the latest white Bentley Mulsanne with a 4.0 T V8S, stepped on the accelerator and drove out. The roar of the engine deeply attracted Qin Yuan. This feeling is so great. Not long after, Qin Yuan drove Wenyu and arrived at Tianhong City Shopping Plaza according to her navigation. In fact, to put it bluntly, this place is in the Tianhong building, but the third floor below ground to the 8th floor of the building all belong to the Tianhong Shopping Plaza. Qin Yuan stayed in Jiangzhou for several years and had been to Tianhong City twice. After all, this was Jiangzhou's top high-end shopping city. One of the times I went there was when I happened to be passing by and had to urgently use the bathroom, so I went in to experience the luxurious bathroom and then left. After parking the car and walking towards the shopping mall, Qin Yuan remembered what Wenyu said to him when he left home. "You are my man." Yes, they are legally married. So Qin Yuan mustered up his courage and put his arms around Wenyu's slender waist, pretending nothing had happened and continued walking forward. "Wenyu?" She was slightly stunned and glanced at Qin Yuan's hand out of the corner of her eye. But she did not stop Qin Yuan's behavior, but continued to walk forward with a calm expression like him. After walking for a short distance, Wenyu suddenly slowed down, reached out and pulled Qin Yuan's arm, and walked in the other direction. "Don't rush to buy groceries yet, come this way and I'll take you to makeover." Reform? Qin Yuan was stunned for a moment, but soon, he was taken by Wenyu into a high-end brand clothing store. As soon as the two walked in, the clerk came forward and greeted them politely. "Good afternoon, both of you. Welcome." But then, when the store manager saw that it was Wenyu who entered the store, she walked over quickly in high heels. "Boss 1, you're here." She turned her head and glanced at the two shop assistants beside her, gave them a look, and whispered, "You have no sense. Go and do your work, leave this to me." Wenyu nodded slightly to her, glanced at the suit area, and said lightly, "Get 2 suitable suits for Mr. Qin. Just choose according to your expertise. The materials and fabrics must be the best. In addition," she looked at the other side and said, "Pick 2 more casual outfits for everyday wear. They should be new items, preferably." "Okay, Mr. Qin, please follow me." The store manager responded with a smile, then took Qin Yuan to the suit area. She is different from other shop assistants. As the manager of a brand store, she knows Wenyu's identity. The fact that Wenyu can bring Qin Yuan to Tianhong City to shop alone is enough to show that their identities are very extraordinary. It's different when professionals do professional things. The store manager selected several corresponding sets of clothes for Qin Yuan based on his personal preferences and the style of the new clothing products in just a short time. "How does it feel after trying it? Do you like it?" Wenyu walked to Qin Yuan and asked. "It's good, but..." "Just like it, no buts." Wenyu interrupted Qin Yuan, turned to look at the store manager, and said, "Leave 1 pair of casual clothes, the white one, and pack up the rest." As she spoke, she had already taken out her mobile phone and scanned the code to pay without blinking. There were 4 sets of clothes in total, which cost tens of thousands of dollars in an instant. The 2 suits were the most expensive. From Qin Yuan's perspective, he felt that this was simply a waste of resources. That's more than 5,000 yuan. When he was working at the Jadiba garment factory, this was equivalent to almost 2 months' salary for him. But he only bought 4 pieces of clothing? But from Wenyu's point of view, spending more than 5,000 yuan is completely insignificant. It's no big deal to buy clothes for her man. After all, you have to know that for her, 4 pieces of clothing worth more than 5,000 yuan is not her upper limit, but the upper limit of this clothing store. Ah. Why are you still placing an order? The store manager glared at the cashier with displeasure, because she had never intended to accept Wen Yu's order. As a store manager, she also had the right to do so. If she went back to explain the situation to her superiors, she might even get praise. But who would have thought that not all the shop assistants knew Wen Yu's identity? Just now, when the store manager was packing the items himself, the shop assistants had already made the bill and calculated the charges. Wen Yu didn't think of taking advantage of this, so she scanned the code and paid without hesitation. It doesn't matter. One thing is another. It's unreasonable to do business without charging money. Wen Yu responded calmly, then turned her gaze to Qin Yuan, picked up the clothes that were reserved and handed them to him. Put it on now, no need to change back and forth. I'll wait for you outside. Qin Yuan was stunned for a moment, but when he saw Wen Yu's irresistible look, he nodded in response and took the new clothes from the other's hand. At the same time, outside the store entrance, a boy in formal clothes, with an unlit cigarette in his mouth, was about to go to the smoking area, but happened to pass by the store entrance here and saw Qin Yuan taking the clothes from Wen Yu's hand. The scene before him immediately made him put down his cigarette, and his shocked face revealed anger and resentment. Fuck you, Qin Yuan, you bastard, you actually dared to cheat on me, wait and see how I'm going to deal with you. Zhang Jejun walked over angrily, but stopped after 2 steps. Something occurred to him and he quickly took out his cell phone to record the scene. Then, he sent the video to his sister Zhang Jiameng, and then called Wang Songyang directly. Brother Yang, please come to Tianheng City right away. Qin Yuan's grandson is cheating on his wife. I even recorded a video as evidence. Please come and catch him in the act. Chapter 11, Public Relationship. Even though I bought new clothes, I can't throw away the old ones. Frugality is a traditional virtue. Qin Yuan changed into a new set of white casual sportswear for summer in the fitting room. Good clothes have a different texture when worn. He looked at himself in the mirror and a satisfied smile gradually appeared on his face, little knowing that a crisis was about to come outside. It's true that clothes make the man. Then, Qin Yuan put the old clothes into the bag and walked out of the fitting room. It looks good, and looks more energetic. Wen Yu crossed her arms in front of her chest, looked at Qin Yuan who was walking over, smiled calmly and said, "Let's go to the next place." Qin Yuan responded with a smile, nodded, walked to her side, and took her hand. Wen Yu was slightly stunned. She just moved her hand, which made Qin Yuan hold it tighter, as if to emphasize his attitude of must hold at this moment. The two walked out of the clothing brand store together. Thinking of the store manager's reaction and attitude just now, he asked in a puzzled voice, "By the way, that store manager seems to know you?" Wen Yu glanced at him, raised her lips and asked, "Guess why this shopping mall is called Tianheng City? And why is it located in Tianheng Building?" As far as you can see, as long as there is a property with the word Tianheng on it, it all belongs to my family. Hearing this, Qin Yuan couldn't help but take a breath and felt very surprised. But what he didn't know was that Tianheng was just one of the industries under the Wen Group, not all of them. It's just that he had just become Wen Yu's assistant to the president and did not have a complete understanding of the Wen Group. Qin Yuan was restrained for 2 seconds. At this time, the two of them just walked to a corner nearby, but he didn't have time to speak. The next second. Come on, look carefully. This is a live video. Qin Yuan is cheating on his wife. Look at the way they are holding hands. They are so loving. TSK, bah, you are so shameless, I will expose your disgusting behavior today. He proposed to my sister just 2 days ago, and today he turned around and flirted with another woman in public. Zhang Jejun pointed his phone at the two of them, recording as they walked and talked. His expression was angry, but also seemed full of excitement. He himself had not expected that he would make such an unexpected discovery when he came to visit his Jayataba store in Tianheng City today. No, to him, it was an unexpected gain to be precise. Because Zhang Jejun looked down on Qin Yuan from the bottom of his heart and wanted to kick him out of the Zhang family. He has a very good relationship with Wang Songyang, and he also feels that Wang Songyang and his sister are the perfect match made in heaven. After all, Wang Songyang will become a famous singer in the future. That's why he sent Qin Yuan's evidence of infidelity to both of them as soon as possible and contacted Wang Songyang. At this time, he was already on his way here. Zhang Jejun was deliberately delaying time. As Zhang Jejun continued to yell sharply, many passers-by stopped to watch. But he was not panicked at all. This was exactly the effect he wanted. Instead, his words and actions became even more outrageous. You two, a pair of bastards, will be ruined if you do such immoral things. Originally, Qin Yuan was completely unprepared and was verbally abused by Zhang Zhejun. But at this moment, when he heard such harsh words as bastards, he could no longer bear it. I couldn't stand it when you scolded me, let alone you daring to scold my wife? Qin Yuan immediately let go of Wen Yu's hand. He stepped forward and swung his fist, smashing Zhang Zhejun's phone like a dragon. Bang! With that punch, Zhang Zhejun's phone fell to the ground, and the screen and the phone case were instantly split into two. Qin Yuan's action of starting to work without saying anything immediately made Zhang Zhejun a little dumbfounded. He pointed at Qin Yuan and cursed, You dared to knock my phone away, Bang! Qin Yuan slapped his hand away, but his force was a bit too strong and he also slapped him in the face. You are nothing, let alone your cell phone. If you dare to spout shit again, I will immediately put you in submission. Qin Yuan glared at Zhang Zhejun, and the anger that had been suppressed in the Zhang family for a long time was instantly ignited and exploded. If it weren't for the fact that more and more people were around, he really wanted to teach Zhang Zhejun a lesson on how to behave. But at this moment, Qin Yuan noticed an even more surprising scene out of the corner of his eye. At this moment, Wen Yu did not step forward to stop him. Instead, she just stood there and watched the scene with an expressionless face, as if it had nothing to do with her. She even did not respond to Zhang Zhejun's insults just now. Qin Yuan, Aunt, if you don't stop me, aren't you afraid that I will really beat this grandson and make this matter worse? You. Zhang Zhejun covered his burning cheek and stared at Qin Yuan with shock and anger. However, as soon as he opened his mouth, Qin Yuan came to his senses and immediately interrupted him. On the day your sister broke her engagement and stayed out all night to spend time with her boyfriend, I announced that I had severed ties with her. Whatever I do has nothing to do with your Zhang family. You know who the real cheater is. Also, Zhang Zhejun, listen carefully. The beautiful lady standing behind me and I are legally married. Take out your hand and follow me. You dare to insult me and my wife in public. Say one more word to me, will you? As soon as these words were spoken, this explosive amount of information instantly flooded into the minds of everyone around them. No. Who is the one who cheated? And whose problem is it? But they found a clear answer from the middle sentence Qin Yuan said. Qin Yuan said that he and the beautiful lady behind him were in a legal relationship. In just a few seconds, many people at the scene were shocked, and at the same time, they all turned their eyes to the two of them, ignoring Zhang Zhejun for a moment. Because there were still many people at the scene who knew Wen Yu's identity. The man who was suspected of cheating in front of them was actually the husband of the daughter of the chairman of Wen's group. The key point is that Wen Yu just stood there calmly, she remained indifferent and silent. If they were not husband and wife and Qin Yuan lied, anyone would do something to refute it, right? Silence means tacit acceptance of the relationship. Get out of the way, get out of the way. The security captain rushed to the scene with a number of uniformed men. When he saw that the person standing behind Qin Yuan was Wen Yu, he immediately felt his scalp tingling. This is like a senior leader who rarely comes down to inspect, but ends up finding trouble with people in his own territory. It's simply the opposite of Tiangang. No matter what the reason is, the boss's personal safety and interests should be put first. Don't do it, we are in Tianheng City, where else do you think this is? The security captain seemed to be talking about several people, but in fact, the words between the lines were warning Zhang Zhejun, and at the same time he arranged for two of his men to stop him. He walked up to Wen Yu and said in a low voice with apology, President Wen, I'm sorry, I'm late. I didn't expect that there would be people who dared to offend you in Tianheng City. Wen Yu had a cold expression on her face. She walked up to Qin Yuan, did something that shocked the whole audience, and finally spoke for the first time on the spot. Chapter 12, Hitting the Steel Plate. Right now. When Yu walked to Qin Yuan's side, and in full view of everyone, she took the initiative to put her arm around his. He followed me and my husband indiscriminately and insulted us. The surveillance cameras recorded it all. This kind of behavior with a bad influence is not allowed in any commercial center. I leave it to you here, so you can do whatever you want. The most gentle action spoke the most domineering words. If Wen Yu's attitude just now was just tacit approval of the relationship, then now she is completely openly admitting her relationship with Qin Yuan on the spot. The people at the scene went from standing by to watch and discuss enthusiastically, to becoming silent when Wen Yu spoke, and now they were so shocked that they began to whisper. At the same time, all of their attention had to be focused on Qin Yuan. Wen Yu is the daughter of a wealthy family like Wen Group, so what kind of family background does her husband have? At least he can't be an ordinary person, right? At that moment, all of them looked at Zhang Jejun, who had been stopped with an attitude of watching a show and a bit of pity. Anyone who dares to offend the Wen family may find that his good days are about to come to an end. Yes, President Wen, don't worry, I know what to do. The security team leader nodded quickly. When you glanced coldly at Zhang Jejun, who had an expression of disbelief, she said nothing more and just walked away with Qin Yuan. Wen Yu's actions just now also surprised Qin Yuan. After all, she didn't say a word during such an intense scene. Qin Yuan thought she was going to sit back and watch. Really? There are two types of top-level methods, one starts with 0 frames, and the other has a very long pre-swing. Obviously, her operation this time belonged to the latter. At the same time, Wang Songyang, wearing a black baseball cap and a mask, with a camera hanging in front of him, rushed to Tianheng City in a hurry. He would never miss such a great opportunity to kill Qin Yuan easily, but at the same time he would know how to disguise himself. After all, he was still participating in the singer selection competition, so he didn't want to be affected by it. The security captain asked his men to evacuate the scene and not let people gather there anymore, and he took Zhang Jejun to the office with 2 of his men. Let me go, stop pulling and tugging. Didn't you see that he knocked my phone away? You're just going to let him go like that? Mad, do you know who I am? Hearing this, the captain suddenly sneered, stopped, turned and looked at Zhang Jejun. Who can resist doing something so immoral as you? You dare to be so ungrateful, I'm being lenient. Stop yelling nonsense. Do you know who you just offended? Kid, you'd better keep your mouth shut. The police will be here soon. You should think carefully about how to explain what you just did. Looking at the captain's tone and attitude, as well as the performance of many people around him, although Zhang Jejun had some doubts, he still felt confident. He didn't know Wen Yu because Wen Yu had been abroad for several years before officially returning. Even when she returned to China before, she didn't stay for long and rarely appeared on important occasions. Zhang Jejun only had one point in mind: when it comes to connections, looking around Jiangzhou, our Zhang family is no pushover. But what he didn't know was that he had hit a brick wall this time. At this time, Wang Songyang, who was not far away, witnessed Zhang Jejun being taken to the office by security personnel. He immediately hid aside and observed secretly. What's going on with this kid? Why was he taken away by the security guard? Didn't they ask me to come over and catch Qin Yuan committing adultery? After hesitating for a moment, Wang Songyang kept a distance from them and walked a short distance forward. Suddenly, a police car arrived outside Tianheng City. This scene really surprised Wang Songyang. Could it be, Jun beat Qin Yuan, so the police came? But why didn't I see Qin Yuan? Could it be that Jun beat him up and sent him to the hospital for emergency treatment? After muttering to himself for a while, Wang Songyang first put down the camera in front of him and took it in his hand, then walked out of Tianheng City without hesitation. At this time, Qin Yuan and Wen Yu had already walked towards the underground shopping mall in Tianheng City, which was a comprehensive supermarket. During this period, Wen Yu had also sent a message to her lawyer, explaining what had just happened and asking her to handle the matter later and provide any information needed. Among these documents, one is her and Qin Yuan's marriage certificate, which is also the most important evidence. Wen Yu put down her phone, suddenly slowed down her pace, turned around and looked at Qin Yuan. When you were with your ex-girlfriend, did her brother and the Zhang family treat you in the same way? That's about right. Qin Yuan smiled calmly, shrugged his shoulders and said nonchalantly, it doesn't matter, it's all in the past anyway, I'm too lazy to care about them. As soon as the words fell, Wen Yu heard some harsh and obscene words coming from Zhang Jejun, and she glanced towards the office. It matters. Wen Yu said. Qin Yuan? He was stunned and asked, what? Nothing. Wen Yu shook her head and said calmly, go buy some groceries first. I have something to call. After saying that, Wen Yu went straight to the security office. I am the victim. You guys just let that pair of bastards go like that? In the dignified Tianheng City, is this how your security team does things? Just as Zhang Jejun finished cursing, Wen Yu opened the door and appeared in front of him. She walked up to Zhang Jejun with a cold expression and spoke coldly. What did you say? Seeing that Wen Yu dared to come to him, Zhang Jejun pointed at her and cursed, I said you were dogs. He hadn't finished speaking yet, the next second. Watch your mouth. Wen Yu quickly raised her hand and grabbed Zhang Jejun's fingers, then pulled them upward with force, making a crisp sound of the joints. Click. Ah! Zhang Jejun covered his fingers with a painful expression and let out a wail. You bitch, you actually dared to attack me. Watch your mouth. If you dare to make a noise again, I'll beat you up. She is. The security team leader immediately had Zhang Jejun restrained. He was about to reveal Wen Yu's identity when a security guard came in from outside. Boss, the police are here. The security guard turned to look at Wen Yu. He didn't expect that their boss was also present, and he couldn't help but feel a little restrained. Temperature. Wen Yu raised her hand to him and said calmly, I leave this to you. Take good care of it. She deliberately emphasized the last 4 words, then left the office with a cold expression. Wen Yu almost brushed past the 2 policemen who arrived. She walked to the other side, took out her cell phone and sent 2 voice messages to Wen Ming. Uncle Ming, something happened in Tianheng City just now, please handle it. Also, find out all the details about the Zhang family and send them to me. The more detailed the better, and quickly. After sending the message, Wen Yu walked towards the supermarket to find Qin Yuan. After a while, Wang Songyang, who was outside Tianheng City, didn't take out his cell phone and send a message to Zhang Jejun until he saw him being taken into a car by 2 policemen. Wang Songyang, I can't help it. I was stuck in traffic on the way here, which delayed me a bit. I just arrived at Tianheng City now. 3 minutes later. Wang Songyang? Wang Songyang, no, where are you, buddy? But Zhang Jejun's cell phone was broken by Qin Yuan's punch, and he had been taken away for tea, so how could he contact Wang Songyang? When you came to the comprehensive market and found Qin Yuan. Thinking of what happened just now, her eyes fell on Qin Yuan's hand and she said something that made Qin Yuan stunned. Chapter 13, The First Good Impression. Give me your hand. What? Qin Yuan was stunned for a moment, then he reached out and took Wen Yu's hand. Wen Yu? I mean, you smashed his phone just now, did you hurt your hand? I didn't ask you to hold my hand. Wen Yu looked at him expressionlessly. Oh, it's all right. Qin Yuan raised his other hand and showed it to Wen Yu, look, it's fine. But he did not let go of Wen Yu's hand. Wen Yu's eyes looked a little strange, but she didn't reject Qin Yuan holding her hand. She just nodded calmly and said, I'm glad you're okay. The other side at this time. Although you don't have a mobile phone or cash on you, someone outside has already paid your fine. Listen carefully, they are a legally married couple, and you didn't understand the situation and just followed them around and insulted them in public. Aren't you destroying their relationship and family? Uncle Hat knocked on the table, handed Zhang Jejun a pen, and said, sign your name here, and you can go. Zhang Jejun sat on the chair, looking confused, because until now he thought this was impossible. He held the pen but did not sign, and his head shook like a rattle. Officer, they can't possibly have obtained a certificate. I believe it must be fake. You can just buy a book online and get the information yourself. Uncle Hat? It's quite a punishment. You really dare to think so? Officer, didn't you say they provided evidence? Then I want to see their marriage certificate again, confirm the information on it, and make an accurate verification, otherwise I don't believe this is true. Uncle Hat, are you questioning our ability to do things? Looking at Zhang Jejun's foolish and anxious look, not to mention Uncle Hat, even Wen Yu's lawyer who was not far away couldn't help laughing after hearing it. To be honest, not all second-generation rich people have high IQs. Relying on their family's wealth and their youthful age, there are countless similar second-generation rich people who are on the road of no return. What a talent! Young man, what are you thinking? Do you really dare to fake this? The man in the hat glared at him, poked at the documents on the table and said, you've already seen the evidence. If you really don't believe it, you can go through another process and find a lawyer to sue. But this is not our business. Just sign and leave. In the end, Zhang Jejun signed his name and left reluctantly. After he walked out, he saw Wang Songyang standing at the door. He was wearing a mask and a baseball cap, and his camera was hidden in the car. You finally came out. Wang Songyang breathed a sigh of relief, walked towards Zhang Jejun from his car, and said, what's wrong with you, kid? Did you beat someone into the hospital? Stop talking, I really want to beat him up. Zhang Jejun seemed to feel that this was not a good idea, and he gritted his teeth angrily and corrected himself. No, I must find a chance to beat him up to vent my anger. That bastard Qin Yuan is dating a rich girl, the one I filmed the video with you. He even said they got married. I have to check this out. Zhang Jejun sat in the passenger seat, turned his head and looked at the back seat, and asked in confusion, "You paid the money for me just now, right?" "My phone was smashed by Qin Yuan's grandson, and I was slapped." "Damn. By the way, isn't my sister here?" "Shit, so he beat you up, and even broke your phone. Can you tolerate this?" Wang Songyang also noticed that there was a slightly red slap mark on Zhang Jejun's cheek, and he immediately started to talk nonsense. "I'm telling you, if there wasn't a traffic jam, I would have waited with you to beat him up." He fastened his seatbelt and then added, "Your sister came to see me, but I got here before her. She should be here soon." As soon as the words fell, Zhang Jiaming just happened to drive up to their side and recognized Wang Songyang's black Camry at a glance. After all, she was the one who bought it as a gift for Wang Songyang. Both parties rolled down the car windows and looked at each other, and finally Zhang Jiaming spoke hesitantly. "This is not a good place to chat, Brother Yang, let's go to your studio first." "That's what I thought, let's go." Meanwhile on the other side, Moshuan apartment, building A, 26th floor. Wen Yu was sitting in a corner of the book bar near the balcony in the living room, reading materials carefully on her laptop. What she was reading at this time was the Zhang family information that the lawyer sent to her. It was also at this time that she had a deeper understanding of the Zhang family, and also understood more about what kind of hard life Qin Yuan had lived over the years. Among them, the information about Zhang's clothing brand company Jadiba caught Wen Yu's attention. Jadiba has been in Tianheng City for 3 years, and has also settled in and cooperated with some other commercial centers under Wen's group. Coincidentally, the contract will expire in more than 2 months. After reading the information, Wen Yu's plan gradually became more complete and clear. She closed the files and opened other software. It was also from this time that he began to look at Qin Yuan in the kitchen from time to time. When Qin Yuan looked at her, he thought she was busy working, so he did not disturb her, nor did he ask her to do anything. But when Qin Yuan continued to prepare dinner seriously, Wen Yu actually looked at Qin Yuan so attentively. At this moment, in her mind, it seemed that this was a very interesting thing. The kitchen in Mo Xian apartment is open plan, which still retains the style of common apartments. This gave Wen Yu the opportunity to secretly spy on Qin Yuan. A man looks his most handsome when he is doing something seriously. Qin Yuan is actually quite handsome, with sharp eyebrows, deep eyes, and a tall stature. The only difference is that his arms and face are a little dark. After all, he used to work in a garment factory, but he actually has quite fair skin. Even though he is a little dark, it does not affect his handsomeness at all. When you didn't know how long she had been looking at Qin Yuan. Recalling Qin Yuan's behavior in the mall today, she gradually formed a good impression of him. Because in Wen Yu's previous impression of him, based on the more than 680 pages of information, he and Zhang Jiaming had been together for several years. What kind of character and personality did the two siblings of the Zhang family have? But Qin Yuan could actually endure it for so long. So when you thought at first that Qin Yuan had a cowardly character, and was willing to be Zhang Jiaming's bootlicker for 3 years. But today when you discovered that she was not. When Qin Yuan heard Zhang Jejun calling them bastards, his whole personality changed obviously. He defended her without hesitation and protected her behind him at the first moment. In fact, Wen Yu at that time initially thought about taking action. If Zhang Jejun dared to rush over and attack first, then she, the seemingly cold and gentle young lady of a wealthy family, could also use her 7th-degree judo skills to some extent. However, if that happened, Zhang Jejun's situation would be even worse. Her judo uniform with a red and white convex belt was placed in the room of Mo Xian's apartment. But she deliberately chose to wait and see. Sure enough, although Qin Yuan's first performance was not satisfactory, it at least did not disappoint her. When you looked at Qin Yuan, who was busy in the kitchen, the room was filled with a faint smell of fireworks. A beautiful smile gradually appeared on her face. "Are you done? We can have dinner now." Qin Yuan came out of the kitchen, carrying food and dishes, and said to Wen Yu in the living room, "I'll turn off the fire and bring the soup over. It should be ready." Wen Yu closed the computer, stood up without blushing or beating her heart, and said, "When you're done, I'll come over to help you." But when she walked into the kitchen, Qin Yuan rejected her with a bit of disgust. "No, there's only one soup left. I'll bring it out later." Qin Yuan took a spoon and scooped up a little hot soup, then blew on it a few times, thinking of tasting it to see if it was tasty enough. As a result, he suddenly noticed from the corner of his eyes that Wen Yu was staring at him. What happened?" Qin Yuan turned around with the spoon in his hand and looked at Wen Yu. He found that her eyes were full of eagerness, and she was staring at the spoon in his hand. Seeing this, Qin Yuan asked tentatively, "You want to try it, don't you? Chapter 14. I'll give you a small reward tonight. Think." After hearing Wen Yu's affirmative answer, Qin Yuan nodded, picked up the soup spoon and blew it gently again, then handed the spoon to her mouth. "I'll give it to you to try first." Wen Yu took a sip of the hot soup. The fresh lotus root and pork rib sweet soup instantly stimulated her taste buds. The lotus root was sweet and delicious, and the pork ribs were fat but not greasy. The aroma was fragrant. It was so delicious after drinking a sip of the hot soup. Although it was just a small sip of hot soup, Wen Yu showed a subtle expression of being unsatisfied while drinking it, and licked the edge of her lips slightly with her tongue. The two were standing very close to each other. Qin Yuan couldn't help but feel ripples in his heart when he saw her cute look like a kitten tasting milk for the first time. That's right. He looks so cold and boring all day long, but now he looks a little cute and gentle. How is it? Is it delicious? Good. Is that tasty enough? Enough. Qin Yuan? No, when did this one-word secret be cultivated? Qin Yuan urgently withdrew the brief compliment that he had just said in his mind. Then let's eat. Soon, the two of them brought all the dishes for dinner to the table. Stir-fried bean sprouts, peppered pig's trotters, shredded beef with cashews, pork trotter and lotus root soup, 2 bowls of rice, and a portion of cut fruit for after meal. This was actually just an ordinary home-cooked meal. For someone like Wen Yu who had tried many delicacies from land and sea, these dishes normally would not be of her liking. However, at this moment, when she looked at the dinner made by Qin Yuan on the table, she actually felt a strong appetite. I have to say that Qin Yuan's cooking skills are quite superb. After his parents passed away, he had to rely on himself to live independently. From the time he was in school until now, Qin Yuan often went to his good brother Feng Haobiao's family's food stall to help out. Not only did he learn cooking skills from Feng Haobiao's father, but sometimes when the business was busy and there was not enough manpower, Qin Yuan could even help out directly. In comparison, Feng Haobiao does not have this talent, or rather, he is not interested in the profession of cook and does not want his father to let him become a chef in the future. Until now, Mr. Feng has placed his hopes on Qin Yuan. As long as he is willing, he can let him take over the kitchen of the food stall at any time. Wen Yu, who was sitting opposite Qin Yuan at this time, said nothing. She held a spoon in her hand, lowered her head slightly, and drank the soup in small sips. This is an addiction. Qin Yuan picked up the spoon, put a large spoonful of shredded beef with cashews into Wen Yu's bowl, smiled and said, "Don't drink too much. If you drink too much soup before a meal, you won't be able to eat after a while. Try this. It's especially delicious when eaten with rice." Wen Yu glanced at her bowl indifferently, and her eyes then fell on the pepper pork trotters. She asked a question that was not relevant to the question. Why do I taste the taste of pig's trotters in the soup, but I don't see any in the soup? When Qin Yuan heard this, he was stunned for a moment, and then he suddenly laughed. Really? When it comes to diet, overseas returnees can usually be divided into 2 types. One type is that not long after leaving the country, they couldn't stand the foreign eating habits, were forced to buy groceries, and eventually forced themselves to learn how to cook. Another option is to find a friend who is also in a foreign country and can cook, and then eat with him for free. Otherwise, you don't have to worry about how much money to spend and can just hire a chef who knows Chinese cuisine to cook for you, but that would be quite expensive. Obviously, Wen Yu belongs to the latter category. Because after the soup was cooked, I took out the pig's trotters and made it into another dish. It tastes better this way. You will know after you try it. Although this was a very basic operation, Qin Yuan still explained it to her patiently with a smile. Wen Yu nodded calmly and said oh, then hesitantly put on disposable gloves and picked up one of the pig's trotters. Looking at the layer of pig skin on top, Wen Yu was very resistant at first, but after she took a bite, she suddenly felt that it was quite delicious and not as greasy as she had imagined. Soon, she began to immerse herself in the delicious dinner, and she became more certain in her heart that the decision to let Qin Yuan learn to cook was the right one. After dinner, Qin Yuan was still responsible for washing the dishes. It seemed that Qin Yuan had long been accustomed to such housework. Whether it was in the Zhang family or in Feng Haobiao's food stall, he was responsible for many of these housework. When Qin Yuan finished washing the dishes and came to the living room, he did not see Wen Yu. He heard voices coming from her room and realized that she was probably on the phone, talking about work. Seeing this, Qin Yuan also went back to his room and tidied up his bed. Almost an hour had passed when Qin Yuan walked out of the room and happened to see Wen Yu walking out of the room. And at this moment, she was wearing a beige suspender nightgown, which was a knee-length mid-length skirt with lace edges. When she walked over, she looked like a dancing wave. Wen Yu's smooth shoulders and white hands and feet were displayed so generously, especially the white arc on the bath towel, which was even more generous. This scene made Qin Yuan's eyes go blank. It's late at night, a man and a woman are alone in a room, and you are using this to test me. Who can withstand it? Noticing Qin Yuan's gaze, Wen Yu didn't mind at all that he was looking at her so unscrupulously. She raised her hand and gently lifted the hair that fell on her shoulders, and said with a slightly raised corner of her mouth, "Does it look good? Nice. So what do you want to do? Qin Yuan?" He swallowed and asked tentatively, hesitantly, "Are you sure? You can try." "No." Qin Yuan shook his head repeatedly, avoiding Wen Yu's deep gaze. "Just know that there is no free lunch in the world. Even if there is, it's not now. This is definitely a case of dying if you try it." Seeing Qin Yuan immediately admitting defeat, Wen Yu's smile gradually deepened, and she walked towards where Qin Yuan was. At this moment, Qin Yuan had a strong bad premonition in his heart, and hurriedly got up and prepared to leave the living room. Who would have thought about the next second? Wen Yu walked in front of Qin Yuan, put her hand on his shoulder, and pushed him back to his original position on the sofa. "Qin Yuan? What is going on? Do you want to get an injection again tonight?" Qin Yuan leaned on the sofa with his hands, looked up at Wen Yu, whose smile was like Mona Lisa, and asked after a pause, "What are you doing? The meal you cooked tonight was delicious. I hope you can keep up the good work. I think you're doing well, so..." Wen Yu suddenly bent forward slightly, and her delicate face came in front of Qin Yuan. She smiled slightly and continued speaking softly. "I decided to give you a small reward tonight, do you want it?" Chapter 15, asking for 300,000. Wen Yu, who had changed into a beige suspender nightgown, had already taken a shower. When she was so close to Qin Yuan, the faint fragrance filled her nose. Even if she did nothing, her stunning face and hot body were tempting enough, not to mention that she had her hand on Qin Yuan's shoulder at this time. When Qin Yuan was still with Zhang, he had experienced something similar to this before. How could he have ever experienced this? Maybe, but this side of Zhang would never be shown in front of Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan swallowed his saliva. Faced with this temptation while he was completely awake, his mind couldn't help but go blank. He hesitated for a moment, then nodded subconsciously and blurted out, "What's the reward? I'll give you a chance to have a drink with me." Wen Yu smiled slightly, and suddenly with her other hand, she took out an open bottle of red wine from behind her, with half of the cork protruding outside. In Qin Yuan's eyes, it seemed like she was performing magic, but in fact, it was only because Qin Yuan's original attention was not paid attention to Wen Yu's other hidden hand. While talking just now, Wen Yu picked up the bottle of red wine, tilted her head slightly, bit out the cork of the bottle, and gently spit it onto the sofa. She blinked at Qin Yuan and said calmly, "Come?" An act of lust. When Qin Yuan was about to nod to accept the other party's invitation, his mind suddenly recalled the night when the two of them met in the bar 2 days ago. No. God knows if Wen Yu drank all the wine and passed out the next day, which gave her another handle. This is how he was tricked in the first place. He must not fall into the same trap a second time. No. Qin Yuan shook his head, stood up and said, "I'm going to take a shower first." After saying that, Qin Yuan immediately turned around and walked towards his room, picked up the clothes he had found earlier and went to take a shower. Wen Yu slowly took out a wineglass from the wine cabinet, and just watched Qin Yuan's hurriedly leaving back, a sly smile suddenly appeared at the corner of her mouth. Coward. Wen Yu picked up the glass, took a sip of red wine, and a thoughtful smile appeared on her face. She suddenly felt that teasing Qin Yuan was becoming more and more interesting. What a little thing that needs to be disciplined. When Qin Yuan is not around, there is always another side of Wen Yu that cannot be seen. A rich young lady who studied abroad and met so many people would not always be cold and arrogant. Even now, when she had just met Qin Yuan for a short time, that side of her had already begun to gradually show up. The days ahead will be even more interesting. Not long after, Qin Yuan came out of the living room after taking a shower. He looked around and found that Wen Yu was nowhere to be seen. The curtains on the balcony fluttered in the breeze. On the table next to it was a half-full bottle of expensive red wine and an empty wineglass. Qin Yuan was stunned, but at the same time he felt relieved. These days, I really feel like living with the emperor is like living with a tiger. Why is it so frustrating? Qin Yuan muttered helplessly, then walked to the balcony and sat down. The natural breeze at night, especially after taking a shower, was quite comfortable. He closed the door most of the way, as if he wanted to isolate himself from the living room on purpose. But not long after Qin Yuan sat down, the cell phone in his pocket suddenly rang. He picked up the phone and saw that it was Zhang Jiameng calling. Qin Yuan knew that she called him at this time because what happened in Tianheng City today must have reached her ears, and she was definitely here to find him and call him to account. So, Qin Yuan hung up the phone without even thinking about it. However, every time Qin Yuan hung up, Zhang Jiameng called again, and this happened several times in a row. Since you're so annoying, I'll ask you to stop here and shut up completely. Qin Yuan murmured softly, then directly clicked on Zhang Jiameng's phone number in the call log and blocked it without hesitation. You can't just cancel your cell phone number so that no one can contact you, right? No. An adult's mobile phone number is much more important than a person you've severed ties with. It's tied to so many things. Why would you cancel your mobile phone number just for one person? She, Zhang Jiameng, is not worthy of him, so just block her. Qin Yuan leaned back in his chair, looking up at the bustling night in the sky above the 26th floor of Yamachuan apartment. However, he had just admired the beautiful scenery for a short while when he received a series of messages from Zhang Jiameng. Forgot this happened. He took out his cell phone and glanced at it. Zhang Jiameng, video. Zhang Jiameng, Qin Yuan, let me ask you, are you really in love with that woman? You stayed out all night and threatened to break up with me, so you are cheating on me, right? Zhang Jiameng, I was wondering why you have been avoiding me for so long and never come home. So you want to play with me, right? Okay, Qin Yuan, let me tell you, if you want to break up with me and find that rich woman, it's not impossible, but it's not as simple as you think. Zhang Jiameng, don't forget how my dad treated you when you were in college, and how you treated me for 3 years of my youth. Are you just going to walk away like that? If you really want to sever ties, then you must pay back all the favors you owe our family over the years, otherwise this matter will never end. Zhang Jiameng, for 3 years, I will give you 100,000 per year, which means a total of 300,000. If you have the ability, transfer the money to me immediately. Even through the phone screen, one could imagine the anger in Zhang Jiameng's heart at this moment. But so what? If Zhang Jiameng had known this would happen, she would have missed the point. She could have lived a good life and insisted on getting entangled with her male best friend, challenging Qin Yuan's bottom line again and again. Now that Qin Yuan is seriously trying to sever ties with her, she is not happy about it and is instead blaming Qin Yuan in the face of Tiangang. 300,000? That's a really high price. After reading the message sent by Zhang Jiameng, the last two sentences made Qin Yuan distracted for a moment. Finally, he quickly typed a reply to Zhang Jiameng's message. Qin Yuan, that is Uncle Yu's favor, not yours. Qin Yuan, your 3 years are 3 years, but my 3 years are not youth time? Don't be so shameless, don't force me to scold you, I told you not to contact me again, you don't understand what I say, right? After sending these two messages, Qin Yuan clicked on Zhang Jiameng's avatar, first blocked her, and then deleted her, leaving her no chance to send any more messages. This method can never be added again. The entire operation went smoothly without any hesitation. What bad luck! Goodbye, never see you again. Qin Yuan, feeling a little annoyed, turned his head to look at the half bottle of red wine on the table, and immediately poured himself a large glass, drinking it as casually as if it were beer, and just gulped it down, as if to vent his emotions. Little did they know. From the moment Zhang Jiameng called and texted Qin Yuan, Wen Yu was standing behind him, watching everything silently. Qin Yuan's actions just now once again brought a satisfied smile to Wen Yu's face. But just at this moment, Wen Yu suddenly received a call on the cell phone in her hand, and the ringtone rang abruptly. Chapter 16, Drunk Night Tricks? When the bell rang, Wen Yu and Qin Yuan were both stunned at the same time. Qin Yuan turned around suddenly with exaggerated movements. He was really scared by her. Just as Qin Yuan was about to put down the cup, open the door and stand up to argue with Wen Yu, she just glanced at him indifferently, then picked up the phone and answered it. The person who called was the housekeeper Wen Ming. Miss, I have done everything you told me to do, but now there is a new situation. I will transfer the situation to you and you can give us the next instructions, but you have to do it as soon as possible. Got it. Turn around and let me see. Wen Yu said calmly, then hung up the phone and glanced at Qin Yuan indifferently. You look so guilty. What's wrong? Are you doing something shady? Qin Yuan? Sister, what you said is not pleasant to hear. Qin Yuan opened the door and walked into the living room with an unhappy look on his face. He stared at Wen Yu and retorted, "It was you who suddenly appeared behind me sneakily. Were you spying on my privacy just now?" Hearing this, Wen Yu's lips curled up slightly, as if what Qin Yuan had just said was a joke. "Do you still need to peep into your privacy here with me?" A perfect kill. She glanced at the empty wine glass on the balcony table, and her eyes were filled with more smiles. Really? Men can also say one thing and mean another. Didn't you say you don't drink? I drink when I suddenly feel like drinking. Qin Yuan said stubbornly, then picked up the bottle of red wine and poured the rest into the glass, but he seemed to have forgotten that the glass was actually the one Wen Yu had used to drink from before. But it doesn't matter. After all, they are husband and wife. What's the big deal about sharing a cup? There will be plenty of intimate contacts in the future. Qin Yuan's words had just fallen. Wen Yu received another message from Wen Ming. Without giving Qin Yuan a chance to speak, she turned around and walked towards her room, leaving Qin Yuan cursing behind her. Wen Yu went into the room and sat on the chair, watching the live footage from the other side that Wen Ming had just transmitted to her. After watching for a short while, her brows slightly frowned. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhang Jiaming and her brother Zhang Zhejun had already understood the whole story at Wang Songyang's studio, which was why Zhang Jiaming was so furious and went to Qin Yuan to ask for an explanation. Zhang Jiaming was so angry that she didn't even want to think about the identity of Qin Yuan's new lover. Zhang Jiaming was just like her brother. She was used to being arrogant, and because of the nature of the matter, she only wanted to vent her anger at Qin Yuan, teach him a lesson, and ask him for an explanation. The three of them were in the small attic of the studio, drinking a few bottles of red wine and chatting about what happened in Tianheng City today. Zhang Jiaming was getting more and more excited. Wang Songyang was not particularly concerned about Qin Yuan's affairs. He was just thinking about what kind of fun he could have after drinking tonight. If Zhang Zhejun hadn't been here, he would have wanted to execute Zhang Jiaming on the spot while both of them were drinking. Zhang Jiaming had a slightly red face. She wore a white tank top and a short-sleeved white shirt. Her plump cleavage was faintly visible. After drinking, she looked even more charming. I have to say that Zhang Jiaming is indeed a beauty with a pretty good figure. Wang Songyang tried it once and knew that the taste was very much to his liking, so he always wanted to become Zhang Jiaming's repeat customer. Zhang Jiaming was already drunk at this time, which was why she called and sent messages to Qin Yuan to curse him harshly. It was Zhang Zhejun who was in trouble today, but she was the one who drank the most tonight. In the end, it was Zhang Zhejun who supported her and she staggered out to take the elevator. Wang Songyang followed closely beside them to see the guest off. Asshole Qin Yuan, you actually dared to block and delete all my contact information just now. Don't think I can't find him like this. Since he dared to do this, I will never let Qin Yuan have an easy time. I want to take revenge on him. Zhang Jiaming turned to look at the two men beside her, with a look of grievance and resentment in her eyes, and continued to talk while crying. Don't make this public yet, and don't let our parents know so soon, otherwise we won't have a chance to teach Qin Yuan a lesson. If Dad finds out, he will definitely not let us do it. But I'm a woman, there's nothing I can do about it. He's not, you guys. Zhang Jiaming hesitated and didn't continue speaking, but the hint she gave was already quite obvious. Sister, don't worry. Even if you don't tell me, I know what to do. I've disliked him for a long time. Anyway, this time I'm going to teach him a lesson. Zhang Zhejun had a ferocious look in his eyes and spoke to Zhang Jiaming solemnly. Having said this, Wang Songyang next to him naturally couldn't stay out of the matter. He nodded seriously and immediately began to express his opinion. I'm the same. If Qin Yuan dares to bully my Meng Meng, he's looking for death. Ajuan, I have a buddy who knows a lot of brothers. If you need help, let me know in advance and I'll ask him to contact you, but... Wang Songyang sighed and said with embarrassment, I can't participate directly. You all know that my current identity is quite special. Otherwise, I will definitely cripple Qin Yuan myself. It's okay, Brother Yang, your words are enough. Wait for my news tomorrow and I'll come to you then. Zhang Zhejun said gratefully. Soon, Wang Songyang sent the brother and sister to the car, and the designated driver they had arranged also arrived. However, after watching the brother and sister get in the car and leave, he did not go upstairs. Wang Songyang lowered his head and lit a cigarette, then looked at the direction they left and couldn't help but curl his lips and say something contemptuous. Grass. Such a good opportunity, but it's a pity that Jejun is here, otherwise I would definitely be able to keep her here again tonight. She's been recording audio practice every day, and my brothers are exhausted, but fortunately, I still have a trick up my sleeve. No one else can suffer but my brother. Wang Songyang smiled obscenely, pulled his baseball cap down a little, and walked away with a cigarette in his mouth. After he finished smoking the cigarette, he put on a mask and cleverly walked around the area before walking to the back of the building where he lived. There was a black Land Rover parked on the side of the road. When Wang Songyang saw the car appear in his sight, a lewd smile appeared on his face, which was almost unable to be covered by the mask. He looked around, lowered his hat, and walked quickly into the Land Rover. In the car, there was a woman wearing a tight white top, a light blue ultra-short denim skirt, and flesh-colored stockings, which was full of temptation. She was dressed seductively and had a very hot body. When she saw Wang Songyang getting in the car, a charming smile appeared on her face. She subconsciously stuck out her tongue and licked her lips. There was a conspicuous tongue piercing near the tip of her tongue. This subtle movement made Wang Songyang's eyes widen. The woman winked at him, smiled wickedly and asked, "I just had this done 2 days ago. I did it especially for you. Do you like it?" "Yes, I like it very much." Wang Songyang, who had drunk a lot of alcohol, rushed over frantically with alcohol taking over his mind. "I'm almost dying of pent-up desire, Shangxiang, I'm going to eat you tonight." "Oh, look how impatient you are. Please wait a moment. There are so many people here. We have to drive to the suburbs first. Don't be anxious." Yes, I almost forgot about it. Xiang is smart. I'll listen to you and go quickly. Okay, keep your hands still for now. I'm driving. Wait a minute." As Xiang finished speaking, she started the Land Rover and drove quickly towards the suburbs. It seemed that she, like Wang Songyang, could not wait for the wonderful experience that was about to happen tonight. But what they don't know is, all the scenes from the time the three of them appeared in the building until Wang Songyang got into Xiang's car and left had been recorded by the figure hiding in the dark. They were thinking of the mantis stalking the cicada, but they didn't expect there was an oriole behind. Chapter 17 Wife, I want to take a leave. Mashuan apartment. When you was in the room? After watching the live video sent by Wen Ming, she already had a plan in her mind. After pondering for a moment, she called Wen Ming back and got straight to the point. Don't rush to do anything. Just continue to observe. I'm curious to see what they will do next. Okay, miss, I got it. After hanging up the phone, when you walked out of the room, but when she came to the living room, she glanced around but did not see Qin Yuan. Seeing this, when you went back to her room to rest. However, at this time Qin Yuan was lying on the bed in the room tossing and turning, unable to sleep. He didn't really care about what happened in Tianheng City today. What bothered him was the messages Zhang Jiaming sent him tonight like a madman. After all, having been together for more than 3 years, Qin Yuan knew Zhang Jiaming's character very well. If she didn't give Zhang Jiaming the 300,000 yuan she asked for, she would definitely use any means to retaliate. But where can he get the 300,000 yuan for her? Qin Yuan couldn't even come up with the money even if he sold himself. He just felt a little headache. After he made up his mind to sever ties with Zhang Jiaming, he just wanted to completely resolve these matters concerning the Zhang family and stay away from them as soon as possible. As he thought about it, Qin Yuan finally became tired, and it was 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning before he finally fell asleep. The next morning, Qin Yuan got up first, cooked a simple breakfast and ate it with Wen Yu, then went to Tianheng building together. And no one of them mentioned what happened last night. It was not until the two of them arrived at Tianheng building that Wen Yu spoke calmly. I have an important meeting this morning. It's a remote meeting with my dad and his business delegation in Country M. Please prepare for the meeting in advance. Qin Yuan asked doubtfully, that's not right. There's a 13-hour time difference. Shouldn't your dad and the others be sleeping now? So I'm talking about my dad's business delegation. He may or may not participate. Anyway, you just need to do your job as the general assistant. When you glanced at him indifferently, then walked into the office first with a proud step. Soon, with 5 minutes left before the meeting, when you called Qin Yuan to go to the meeting room. Usually, a group of senior executives would be invited to such an important meeting, but when you only brought Qin Yuan. After taking her seat, when you looked down at a document, waiting for the meeting to begin. Today she was wearing a black business suit, with her hair hanging down to her shoulders. Under her black hip skirt, her pair of well-proportioned white legs were raised, and one of her feet was dangling gently in a high heel. When Qin Yuan saw this scene, his heart couldn't help but be moved. Wen Yu has an angelic face, a perfect figure with golden ratios, and long, playful legs, which makes it hard not to attract attention. Qin Yuan was a little distracted, but he just took a look at it twice. Next second, when you noticed Qin Yuan's gaze out of the corner of her eyes, and then she actually turned her chair to face Qin Yuan, and asked with a slight smile on her lips. Does it look good? So white. Wrong. How did she turn around? Qin Yuan's heart tightened and he spoke with some embarrassment. Well, I mean. When you looked at him coldly and interrupted, go out and make me a cup of coffee. Okay. Qin Yuan left without hesitation and went into the tea room to make coffee for Wen Yu. He had just finished making his coffee when he received a message on his phone. Fan Haobiao told Qin Yuan that he would be back in the afternoon and would wait for him to get off work in the evening to have dinner with him and talk about Qin Yuan's explosive things. However, when Qin Yuan asked him about the time and place, Fan Haobiao seemed to have evaporated from the face of the earth and there was no further news. When Qin Yuan walked towards the conference room with his coffee, he just happened to see Wen Yu walking out. The two sides happened to look at each other. Although Wen Yu didn't say anything at this time, her cold eyes made Qin Yuan feel creepy. Wen Yu glanced at him and said, "Come into my office." Okay. After entering the office, Wen Yu sat down, holding a pen and signing the documents in her hand. She didn't even look at Qin Yuan, and spoke in a cold voice. Starting today, you will officially serve as my assistant. In addition. When she said this, Wen Yu finally looked up at Qin Yuan. You stay and work overtime with me tonight. Ah. When Qin Yuan heard this, he was stunned. Fan Haobiao had just asked him to have dinner with him in the evening, but he suddenly had to work overtime. Any questions? Have. Qin Yuan walked to Wen Yu's side and spoke hesitantly in a low voice. Mr. Wen, a brother I haven't seen for a long time has returned to Zhangzhou. We have an appointment to get together after work. Can I get off work on time tonight? Wen Yu looked up at Qin Yuan in silence, turning a deaf ear to what he said. Her eyes seemed to say, I'll give you a chance to reorganize your words. Seeing this, Qin Yuan took a deep breath and spoke in a negotiating tone. Wife, I want to ask for a leave, is that okay? Chapter 18, Wife Sends Warmth. Wen Yu? Her face was slightly stunned. What did he call me just now? Looking at Qin Yuan's sincere expression, Wen Yu smiled in her heart. For some reason, Wen Yu did not seem to be disgusted by Qin Yuan's calling her wife just now. Instead, it sounds quite enjoyable. Wen Yu pondered for a moment, pretended to be calm, nodded slightly and spoke. Can. Then you can just decide on your own schedule. I can let you get off work earlier, but remember, you are not allowed to go home so late at night, and don't go to places you shouldn't go to. Got it? When Qin Yuan heard this, he couldn't help but feel stunned. What is places you shouldn't go? When you looked at the subtle changes in Qin Yuan's expression and continued speaking calmly. Don't think I don't know the little thoughts of you men. After you've had enough wine and food, you'll think about looking for the next half. New. Qin Yuan curled his lips and nodded, saying, Don't worry, I will meet with my buddies to reminisce about the past, and when we are done, I will go home. It has only been a few days since the two of them got their marriage certificate, but Qin Yuan has already begun to feel what the so-called henpecked husband means. But even if when you didn't say those words, Qin Yuan would not think of finding any fun in the second half. If he had been a little more brave at the beginning and dared to go out and have a try at love for 369 yuan and an hour of ultimate service, he would not have been suffocated by Zhang Jiaming for more than 3 years. In a blink of an eye, it was 5:30 in the afternoon. There is still half an hour before the normal working time. Qin Yuan has been working very hard throughout the day. It is also at this time that he gradually realizes that the position of assistant to the president really requires a lot of work. It is referred to as odd jobs and it also involves many different small skills. When it gets really busy, Qin Yuan can't help but feel a headache. When he stood up from his chair and stretched, he suddenly received a call. When I picked it up, I saw that it was Fan Haobiao calling. Hey, guess where I am? Back to Zhangzhou? Qin Yuan paused and urged, Stop wasting time. Where are you? Don't worry, I'll send you the location and you'll know. Fan Haobiao put away his attitude of keeping the secret, chuckled and said, "You should be off work soon, right? You don't need to bring anything later, just come over directly, remember that." After finishing his words, Fan Haobiao hung up the phone and quickly sent Qin Yuan a location. But when Qin Yuan saw the message he sent, he was stunned. Fan Haobiao, geographic location, Fat Uncle food stall next to the Jiataba garment factory. Fan Haobiao, voice 11, how is it, buddy? I came to your place just to accommodate you. You can come directly after get off work. I have already ordered the dishes. Fan Haobiao, voice 5, I'll wait for you when you get off work. We can have a meal together tonight. Broken. Fan Haobiao still didn't know what exactly had happened to Qin Yuan these days, so his impression of him was that Qin Yuan was still working at the garment factory and his dormitory was also there. This attentiveness actually backfired. There was no other way. He had already booked a seat and ordered the food. There was no way to change seats at this time. Qin Yuan took a deep breath, picked up his phone and replied to his message. Qin Yuan, okay, I will be off work soon. After replying to the message, Qin Yuan turned off the computer, stood up and walked towards Wen Yu. Well, my buddy has arrived, so? Mr. Wen, I'll be off work first? Qin Yuan looked at Wen Yu, raised his finger and made a get-out gesture. I understand. Then go ahead. Wen Yu said lightly. However, just when Qin Yuan turned around and took a few steps, Wen Yu suddenly spoke again. Etc. What's wrong? Qin Yuan was stunned for a moment, then turned around and looked at Wen Yu and asked nervously, Are you going to change your mind at the last minute? You promised me. What are you thinking about? Wen Yu rolled her eyes at Qin Yuan, then took out a pair of car keys from her bag, put them on the table, and said calmly, What I mean is, you can drive to find your buddy. There are several other cars in the garage of the building. You can drive any one of them. I'll ask Uncle Ming to pick me up after get off work. No. Qin Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, and at the same time, he felt a little warmer in his heart. He knew that Wen Yu did this because she wanted him to go out and meet his buddies so that it would be a bit more impressive. After all the cars in Wen Yu's family were luxury cars. I'm meeting my buddy in the evening, so we'll probably drink a little. I don't want to hire a designated driver, so it's more comfortable for me to drive the car myself. I can just take a ride back in the evening. Qin Yuan smiled and waved to Wen Yu, thanking her and saying, Then I'll be leaving first. Wen Yu opened her mouth slightly, as if she wanted to say something but hesitated, but Qin Yuan had already walked out of her office. Seeing this, after a brief silence, Wen Yu picked up her phone, opened the chat box with Qin Yuan, and clicked the screen a few times without hesitation. Wen Yu, transfer 20,000 yuan to you job commission. Wen Yu, keep it. I see you've been doing pretty well these past 2 days, and the food you cooked is pretty delicious. Keep working hard. Qin Yuan looked at the message sent by Wen Yu and the huge sum of money transferred, and couldn't help but feel moved and felt a sense of warmth. The so-called commission reward was actually just an excuse to transfer the money. Qin Yuan himself knew that what Wen Yu was doing at this moment was actually the same as the purpose of asking him to choose the car keys just now. When Qin Yuan went downstairs and was distracted by the message, Wen Yu sent another message. Wen Yu, don't hesitate, just accept it if I give it to you. Qin Yuan, the other party has received your transfer. Qin Yuan, then I'll take it, thank you, grin. At this time, Wen Yu saw that Qin Yuan accepted her transfer. She leaned back in her chair, and a beautiful and satisfied smile gradually appeared on her face. Not long after, Qin Yuan took a car to the vicinity of the Jidiba garment factory. This factory area, where he had lived in a dormitory for more than a year, had undergone such great changes in just a few days. He did not regret his decision now, but sometimes he felt like he was having a very dramatic dream. Fat Uncle's food stall is located a little inside this large factory area. It is impossible to go too deep into the factory by taxi, so after getting off the taxi, Qin Yuan still has to walk some distance by himself. When Qin Yuan was walking inside, it was time to get off work. Some of his former colleagues from Jiataba happened to meet Qin Yuan when they came out. Both of them smiled and nodded and greeted each other. Qin Yuan did not stay on the road for too long. He quickened his pace and walked towards Fat Uncle's food stall. He took out his mobile phone and sent a message to Fan Haobiao, indicating that he was already nearby. At the same time, a question suddenly occurred to him. Chapter 19 is a romantic encounter with great wealth. We are back at the Zhang family's territory again. Wouldn't it be easy to run into people you shouldn't run into, as we see them everywhere? Suddenly. Why? Lao Qin, this way. Fan Haobiao stood up, smiled, waved and shouted to Qin Yuan, who was near the door. He was wearing all-black casual sportswear, had dark skin, and possessed the strong muscles of a sports student. The smile on his face was so sincere that when he saw Qin Yuan, he looked like a fool. Qin Yuan smiled and waved to him, then quickly walked to the chair beside the dining table and sat down. Although the two hadn't seen each other for more than a month, they felt like old friends right away. At this time, there were already 3 dishes on the table, all of which were Qin Yuan's favorites. There was a suitcase of cold beer on the ground, as if they were not going to go home until they were drunk tonight. I've been waiting for you. Let's go first. There are 2 more dishes. They will be ready soon. As he spoke, Fan Haobiao pried open 4 bottles of ice-cold beer. He didn't even pour them into the glasses. He just picked up the bottles and clinked them with Qin Yuan. The relationship between brothers is so pure. After taking a big gulp of ice-cold beer, Qin Yuan instantly felt refreshed. It's just the 2 of us, why did you order so many dishes? Qin Yuan put down the wine bottle, looked at him and smiled. We haven't seen each other for so long, so we have to make arrangements. The 2 drank some wine and gradually got to the topic of tonight's meeting. The first thing Fan Haobiao asked about was Qin Yuan and Zhang. Seeing this, Qin Yuan spent about 20 minutes telling him everything that had happened in the past few days. During the entire time Qin Yuan was speaking, Fan Haobiao did not say a word. It's not that he didn't want to interrupt, but the amount of information was too overwhelming and there were so many questions that needed to be asked that Fan Haobiao didn't know where to start. It was not until Qin Yuan had finished speaking for a while that he picked up his cup and touched it with Fan Haobiao's cup, then asked tentatively. I've already said it all, Brother Biao, are you listening to me? Yes, I'm listening to everything. I listen more attentively than when I was in my senior year of high school. I'm afraid I'll fall behind if I miss even a little bit. Fan Haobiao lowered his head and lit a cigarette, his brows furrowed into the shape of the Chinese character, then he spoke to Qin Yuan after pondering for a moment. Please allow me to sort out my thoughts first, so? When Zhang broke her promise to you to propose and went to find that pretty boy, you had a one-night stand with a girl that night, and then you were tricked into getting a marriage certificate. Then you found out a day later that the other person was the daughter of the chairman of the Wen group and the current president of the group, when you, right? Looking at Fan Haobiao's solemn expression, Qin Yuan nodded and said calmly, if you want to understand it this way, there is nothing wrong with it. Fan Haobiao had a complicated expression on his face and continued speaking in a sour tone. You can drive the luxury car and live in the luxury house as you like. The top-notch Moshuan apartment will be yours for the 2 of you. Then, whether it's day or night, it's the same old saying, when there's work, the secretary does it, when there's nothing, the secretary does it. It's just that your roles are reversed, right? Yes, oh, no. Qin Yuan realized that there was something wrong with what he said. He shook his head suddenly and denied what Fan Haobiao said. Brother Biao, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. The situation you described doesn't exist. Although when you and I live in the same house, we sleep in different rooms, not like what you said. As soon as Qin Yuan finished speaking, Fan Haobiao smiled bitterly and fell silent. He even vaguely suspected that Qin Yuan was in Versailles, but he had no evidence. To be honest, he wasn't too upset about the breakup between Qin Yuan and Zhang. As a good brother, he knew exactly how Qin Yuan and Zhang got along over the years and how both sides had come through. But due to their brotherly love, Fan Haobiao would not take the initiative to clearly persuade Qin Yuan to break up with Zhang as soon as possible. He only knew that when his brothers were tired and exhausted, all he needed to do was to have a drink with them. What really shocked and touched Fan Haobiao was when Yu, who had sex with Qin Yuan after drinking that night, her identity, and their current situation. To sum it up in one sentence, it is: I am afraid that my brother will suffer, and I am also afraid that my brother will drive a Land Rover. Come on. You 2 are a couple living together, and you tell me that your life is so boring and you sleep in separate rooms? If I tell you this, you won't believe it yourself. Fan Haobiao's eyes were clear without a trace of impurities, full of a grieved expression. In fact, it's good that you broke up with Zhang, but what happened afterwards? I thought you were talking about an encounter, but it turned out to be a beautiful encounter with overwhelming wealth. Fan Haobiao smiled bitterly, picked up the big wine jug on the table, and muttered something softly. Okay, it's enough to know that you are a good brother. It's all in the wine, drink it. He simply tilted his head back and drank it. This scene really stunned Qin Yuan. "No, buddy, you are rushing with the pot." Hiccup. Fang Haobiao burped, then waved his hand, stood up dazedly, and pointed in one direction. "I feel a little full, I'm going to pee first. Let's talk about your matter later." After saying that, Fang Haobiao walked towards the bathroom. He drank so much alcohol at once that he suddenly became a little unsteady when walking. Qin Yuan looked at his swaying back and couldn't help feeling a little worried. Is this guy going to make a scene in the bathroom soon? At the same time, near the entrance of the food stall, there was a yellow-haired young man leaning against the wall. Behind him, there were many people hiding in the dark, silently observing Qin Yuan and Fang Haobiao. This kid actually dared to come to our territory. We were just about to look for him. It's really easy for him to get what he wants. Isn't he looking for death? The yellow-haired leader sneered, waved his hand and said in a deep voice, "We'll act according to circumstances. Just follow me." Chapter 20. I have paid off the debt owed to the Zhang family. Qin Yuan glanced at the direction where Fang Haobiao had left just now, and his eyes fell on the dining table again. At this time, there were only 2 unopened bottles of beer left in the carton. Earlier, the 2 of them were eating and chatting at the same time, and they were using large cups. I have to say, this bold way of drinking makes the progress really fast. Forget it, let's just stop drinking here tonight. Otherwise, if Brother Biao gets drunk, I won't be able to carry him back. Fang Haobiao, Xiao Pekai, who are you looking down on? In fact, the 2 of them have been having drinking parties since they were in school. Their drinking capacity is comparable, and no one knows the other's true ability, but it is estimated that they are about the same level. After a brief thought, Qin Yuan picked up the bill, stood up and walked to the cashier. "Uncle Fat, pay the bill. There are still 2 bottles of beer in the box that haven't been opened. If you don't want to drink them, just return them." Qin Yuan looked at the shelf behind Uncle Fatty, pointed at the top, chuckled and said, "Oh, by the way, take another pack of soft Zhenghua and check out together." "Okay." Uncle Fat nodded with a smile, handed the cigarette to Qin Yuan, and said with a smile, Yuan, you just got paid, right?" Well, Uncle Fat has something to say. When you are young, you should save as much as you can. It is not easy to work hard in Zhangzhou. Don't spend too much money. The total is 389 yuan, I will give you a small change, 380 yuan will be enough. Okay, thank you, Uncle Fatty. Qin Yuan smiled and nodded. During this year and more, the relationship between Fat Uncle and Qin Yuan was still pretty good, but Qin Yuan would basically never come to this place again in the future. Because Uncle Fat's food stall is located in this large factory area, among which the Jadiba garment factory is the largest one. Qin Yuan sat back in his original chair. Yuan had already brought another waiter to start clearing their table. Now there were other guests coming, so they had to turn over the tables as soon as possible. Even at 10 o'clock in the evening, Uncle Fat's food stall is still booming. After work, many workers from nearby will come here for dinner or supper. In the summer, it is so comfortable to have some beer here. After a while, Qin Yuan finally saw Fang Haobiao coming out. His face was covered with watermarks. After washing his face, his eyes seemed to have become much clearer. At this time, "Hey, Yuan, what's going on?" Fang Haobiao looked at what Yuan and the others were doing, and hurried over and said, "Why are you clearing our table?" "I just went to the toilet. Brother Yuan has already paid the bill. He said that you, a little drunk, have drunk too much and don't want to drink anymore." Yuan playfully stuck out her tongue at Fang Haobiao and said in a low voice with a smile. It was nothing at first, but when Fang Haobiao heard Yuan say that, he immediately became unhappy. "Hey! What are you talking about? Who are you calling a little idiot?" Before he could finish his words, Qin Yuan saw that Fang Haobiao was about to lose his temper, so he hurried forward, hooked his arm around his shoulder, walked towards the door, and began to persuade him. "That's enough. There are so many people watching us. Let's not drink and make our voices sound like megaphones. Let's not drink. That's enough. The key is that I didn't drink too much. I'll give you something. Just shut up and follow me out." As he spoke, Qin Yuan took out the pack of soft Zhenghua cigarettes from his pocket and stuffed it into Fang Haobiao's hand. "Really? When you have something that pleases you, what you say will be different." When the pack of cigarettes was stuffed into Fang Haobiao's hand, his whole expression changed. However, this guy did not tear open the pack of cigarettes given by Qin Yuan. Instead, on the way out, he deliberately bought another pack of cheaper cigarettes at a convenience store. What kind of confusing behavior is this? Qin Yuan asked in confusion. You are a non-smoker, so of course you don't understand. Fan Haobiao took out a cigarette he had just bought, lit it, put his arm around Qin Yuan's shoulder and walked forward. But after only a few steps, he suddenly shivered. No, I have to find an alley to pee. I suddenly feel urgent. Qin Yuan was stunned for a moment and asked, didn't you just finish pooping not long ago? Are you going again? I'm more like going to the toilet. Hey, that's the bad thing about drinking beer. There are only the first and the nth time you go to the toilet. Hurry up and go together. There are plenty of alleys around you. The two of them quickly found a deserted alley in the large factory area and walked towards the depths together. As long as you don't look up, you will see thatched houses everywhere. Qin Yuan finished the task faster than Fan Haobiao. He turned his head to look at Fan Haobiao, who was further away, and said with a smile, you really have kidney deficiency. It took you so long. I'll wait for you at the entrance of the alley outside. Go away, you are the one with kidney deficiency. I drank a lot. Qin Yuan ignored his words, turned around and walked straight to the entrance of the alley. However, just as Qin Yuan walked to the entrance of the alley, several dark shadows suddenly jumped out from the two intersections on the side. Before Qin Yuan even had time to react, he was put in a black plastic bag by the opponent, who then punched and kicked him. The raindrops were like heavy rain, leaving the drunken Qin Yuan no chance to resist at all, and he instantly curled up on the ground. Fuck, who the hell are you? Brother Biao. Qin Yuan had just opened his mouth when he was immediately suppressed and unable to speak. It's dark, there are so many people, and it's hard to guard against hidden arrows. Damn it, I told you to be so arrogant. You don't need to ask who we are. I'm going to hit you, Qin Yuan. Don't blame me for being rude. It's because you offended the Zhang family. If you offend someone, you deserve to be beaten. You are a scum who plays with people's feelings. You know what you have done. I will teach you a lesson this time. You must behave yourself from now on. Otherwise, you will not have such an easy life next time. Alright, let's retreat quickly. If we continue fighting, this guy won't be able to hold on. The yellow-haired leader raised his hand, signaling his men to stop fighting, then took out his cell phone and took pictures of Qin Yuan's miserable condition at this moment. After all, he had to rely on these videos and photos to go back and get the money. After taking the video and photos, Huang Mao sent them all to someone, and then prepared to leave with his men. 8 people beating up Qin Yuan alone, even if it only took a dozen or 20 seconds, was enough to make his whole body feel uncomfortable. Just now, the other party almost let slip the identity of his representative. Although he stopped himself in time, Qin Yuan still managed to think quickly and guess who sent the other party. So, Qin Yuan used up his last bit of strength to tear off the black plastic bag on his head. He stared at the back of the yellow-haired leader, and then spoke in a hoarse voice. Wait. Huang Mao was stunned for a moment, and he and a few of his brothers immediately turned to look at Qin Yuan, mistakenly thinking that he was still thinking about fighting to the death and getting back his place to fight against them 8 at a time. What? You still think the beating isn't enough? You are quite resilient. You even have the strength to turn over and speak. Qin Yuan was lying on the ground, with his side facing Huang Mao and the others. He forced a disdainful smile on his face and spat out a mouthful of saliva with a bloody smell. With so many people attacking me alone, you still have the nerve to attack me by surprise? I know who sent you. Please tell them. I, Qin Yuan, have paid off what I owe to your Zhang family. If you dare to mention money to me again, or dare to cause trouble to me again, you will never have an easy life. Chapter 21. Qin Yuan is injured and admitted to the hospital. Are you looking for death? If you dare to say another word of nonsense, do you believe I will kill you right now? Get back here. The yellow-haired leader angrily scolded the younger brother who had just set off, staring at him with a gloomy face. Are you the boss or am I the boss? If someone gets hurt, can you bear the responsibility? The reason why the yellow-haired leader was so angry was because the younger brother who had spoken just now let slip when he beat Qin Yuan, revealing the approximate identity information of the mastermind behind the scenes. Their action plan was actually in danger, but he did not teach the younger brother a lesson on the spot, and he did not expect that he would dare to do so. After saying that, the yellow-haired leader saw that Qin Yuan already knew that they were related to the Zhang family, so he walked forward alone and came to Qin Yuan's side. He took out 500 yuan in cash from his pocket and threw it at Qin Yuan. "Brother, don't blame me for being ruthless. Someone paid 50,000 yuan to teach you a lesson. It's as simple as that. Don't even think about revenge. You can't beat us. Just take the money and go to the hospital for treatment. As for what you said." Huang Mao didn't finish his words, and his sudden pause gradually became more meaningful. He had just finished speaking, but at this moment. "Yuan, where are you? Didn't you say you would wait for me at the alley entrance?" It was Fan Haobiao's voice. He held up his cell phone, turned on the flashlight, and walked around while calling Qin Yuan. "Yuan, if you don't come out, I'm going to run away." At this time, he didn't know that Qin Yuan had been dragged into another alley by Huang Mao and his gang, and was severely beaten. Qin Yuan was too weak to shout in response to Fan Haobiao, and even if he did, Huang Mao would stop him. When Huang Mao heard that Qin Yuan's companions had come, he didn't want to make things more troublesome, so he turned around and walked quickly towards his men. "Hurry up and retreat, someone is coming. Brother Wen, why don't you take care of that guy as well? He's here, Huang Mao Wengu immediately glared at him and scolded him in a low voice as he walked away. "Are you good at fighting? Quit while you're ahead. Don't really think of yourself as a small-time scoundrel. In the end, you still have to rely on your brains and connections to make a living." Huang Maowen took a deep breath and urged, "Hold on your masks tightly, go in groups of 2, and we will gather at the old place." Being able to be the leader of these people, this man called Brother Wen organized this action. He is quite smart. They were also well prepared for this operation. Everyone wore hats and masks, and even black leather gloves to prevent fingerprints. In this remote and dark alley, there is an abandoned small textile factory next to it, and there just so happens that there are no surveillance cameras on this short stretch of road. In their view, this was a flawless operation. It was not until they left that Qin Yuan heard Fang Haobiao's voice getting closer. He picked up a stone on the ground with difficulty and threw it towards the broken iron gate beside the wall. Clang! Fan Haobiao, who heard the noise, came over as expected, but when he saw Qin Yuan lying on the ground in a mess, he immediately sobered up a little. "Fuck you, what did you do?" Fan Haobiao walked to Qin Yuan's side and helped him up. When he saw the scars on his body, he immediately realized that his brother had been beaten. "Where are they? I'm going to kill them right now." Fan Haobiao's eyes were burning with anger. He turned around and looked around, trying to find the person who had just beaten his good brother. Qin Yuan pulled him, the pain in his body made his lips tremble a few times, then he whispered, "Don't look for them, they have gone far away, there is no need." Hiss. "It hurts so much. The fight has already ended. If we chase them and fight them now, we will only suffer a greater loss. We don't have enough people to win in the first place." Seeing this, Fan Haobiao said hey helplessly and angrily, and immediately helped Qin Yuan to go to the hospital. On the way and while treating his wounds in the hospital, Qin Yuan also explained to Fang Haobiao what happened to him while he was waiting for him to go to the toilet. However, when the doctor examined Qin Yuan, the two of them stopped chatting. The doctor treated the wounds and bruises on Qin Yuan's body. As a person in this profession, he could tell at a glance what had happened to Qin Yuan. Okay, luckily there are no vital injuries, they are mostly skin injuries. If you are worried, I suggest you take an X-ray to check, especially the head. Do you want me to write you a prescription? Hearing this, Qin Yuan shook his head and said with gratitude, "No, I'm fine, just prescribe some external medicine." The doctor looked at Qin Yuan thoughtfully, then nodded, picked up the prescription she had just written, and handed it to Fang Haobiao beside her. Then she turned her gaze to Qin Yuan and gave a kind reminder. "Young man, I'm afraid your situation is not as simple as you said, a fall. I suggest that you call the police." Hearing this, Fang Haobiao knew Qin Yuan's character very well and knew what he was thinking at the moment, so he began to display his Oscar-level acting skills. "Thank you for the doctor's reminder, but there is really no need to call the police to deal with this. Well, I'll tell you the truth. Actually, the injuries on his body were caused by me accidentally. We were good friends, but this guy got drunk and wanted to fight me like he was reminiscing about our childhood. I was a little too aggressive and made him fall down by accident. He rolled down the stairs like a roller. That's why this happened. But we really didn't have any conflicts, so I sent him to the hospital as soon as possible." "Doctor? Qin Yuan?" Although I know you are speaking for me, why do you have ulterior motives in your words and are you taking advantage of me? The doctor frowned slightly, looked at Fang Haobiao, and asked, you said that you two had a quarrel, then why were you not hurt at all, but you saved him like this? Well, I'm strong. He can't hurt me at all. Fang Haobiao laughed and patted his strong chest muscles, answering with a smile. Qin Yuan. I'm really impressed by you, old man. Seeing this, the doctor turned and looked at Qin Yuan with an inquiring look, waiting for his response. The cooperation has come to this point, and he will definitely have to bite the bullet and swallow it. Yes, that's exactly the case. I forgot that he used to be from the sports academy. Well, we drank a little and acted stupidly, but there really was no conflict. Doctor, I'm really fine. Just prescribe some medicine and apply it on yourself at home. There's no need to prescribe a prescription or take an X-ray. The doctor looked at the two of them, and although he still felt that it was a little inappropriate, there were other people waiting in line for consultation, so he did not ask any more questions and signaled them to leave. When they walked out of the hospital with the medicine, Fang Haobiao could no longer act and immediately interrogated Qin Yuan. There is indeed no contradiction, but I think you are really sick. No, are you really going to just let this go? Fang Haobiao pointed at the multiple wounds on Qin Yuan's body covered with gauze and hemostatic patches, as well as the bruises on his arms and mouth, and began to question him even more confusedly. There are many ways to repay favors, but you let them arrange for someone to beat you up and just let it go. Don't you think this is aggrieved and ridiculous? Chapter 22 Favors of the Past. This was indeed not the way Qin Yuan wanted to repay a favor. At first, he just wanted to break off relations with Zhang Jiaming and never have any contact with them again, but if his former future father-in-law came to find him, he would not go to the extent of completely breaking up with him. He just said that they would no longer have the chance to be a family. It was Zhang Jiaming's brother and sister and Wang Sonyang who had the idea and behavior of revenge because of what happened in Tianheng City. Zhang Jiaming's request for a huge sum of 300,000 yuan in compensation from Qin Yuan made him regard the beating today as a favor. 300,000 is not a huge sum for the Zhang family. This is just Zhang Jiaming's way of deliberately making things difficult and humiliating Qin Yuan in order to get revenge and vent her anger. At the same time, Zhang Jiaming learned that Qin Yuan was dating a rich woman and did not believe that the relationship between the two was genuine. She looked down on Qin Yuan from the bottom of her heart. How could the other party really like him, a poor man with no parents? So she concluded that if Qin Yuan wanted to give the 300,000, he would have to ask that rich woman for help. When faced with money and interests, all emotions are likely to deteriorate. By then, if the other party also abandoned Qin Yuan, became a joke and had nothing, this would be the result Zhang Jiaming really wanted to see. As for the matter of returning favors, when Qin Yuan first got together with Zhang Jiaming, the Zhang family's business was not that big, it was just beginning to pick up a little. After Qin Yuan's mother passed away, although some subsidies were given to him, Qin Yuan was a student at the School of Fine Arts of Jiangzhou University, and the tuition for this major was high, so the subsidies could not cover that much. During the first 2 years of college, Qin Yuan almost always worked part-time to earn money, and with the help of his good brother Fang Haobiao, he was able to hold on. Later, Qin Yuan and Zhang Jiaming got together. He also went to Zhang's house to meet Zhang Maoe. Unexpectedly, the two sides had a very pleasant chat. Moreover, as an art student, Qin Yuan was very professional in aesthetics and design even though he had not graduated yet. He gave Zhang Maoe his suggestions on fashion design many times. Therefore, Zhang Maoe was very optimistic about Qin Yuan and sometimes gave him some living expenses. Even the tuition for Qin Yuan's junior year was funded by Zhang Maoe. Zhang Maoe would often invite him to Zhang's house for dinner, and let Qin Yuan gradually get involved in Jayadaba's business. On several occasions, the design concepts proposed by Qin Yuan actually resulted in several deals. Later on, Jayadaba did indeed develop better and better, and Zhang Maoe, who was busy with business social activities, gradually had less time to contact Qin Yuan, and there was another very important reason. That is, except for Zhang Maoe, the other people in their Zhang family have always been prejudiced against Qin Yuan. They often whisper in his ears and fan the flames, saying all kinds of bad things about Qin Yuan, and blame Zhang Maoe for being so good to Qin Yuan, almost treating him like his own son. Due to various reasons, Zhang Maoe gradually began to turn a blind eye, so that after Qin Yuan graduated, he was arranged to work on the assembly line of the Jayadaba garment factory, rather than a truly valuable and promising position. Qin Yuan did owe Zhang Maoe a favor, but there were many times when Qin Yuan did not do nothing. In the first 2 years of Jayadaba's development, Qin Yuan made a lot of suggestions. Qin Yuan briefly recalled what had happened in the past few years, and suddenly his eyes had a deeper understanding, and he became more determined in his thoughts. He turned to look at Fang Haobiao and smiled indifferently. It's just a superficial wound. Since they chose to do this, it has resolved my doubts. They were the ones who started it first. From now on, there will be no connection between the Zhang family and me, Qin Yuan. I have completely repaid the favor tonight. Hearing this, Fang Haobiao could only smile bitterly helplessly. In Fang Haobiao's heart, he actually didn't care whether Qin Yuan would repay the favor or not, because he felt it didn't matter. It wasn't like he had done nothing for the Zhang family, so what if he didn't repay it? What he really cared about was the fact that Qin Yuan was ambushed and beaten by them, and he only wanted to vent his anger for his good brother. However, Fang Haobiao also understood Qin Yuan and knew that once he made a decision, no matter what others said, it would be useless. Ah, you, it's really hard for me to describe you. I don't even know what to say about you. Fang Haobiao shook his head, put his hand on Qin Yuan's shoulder, and immediately changed the subject. Then let's go back. Do you want me to take you back, or do you want your rich wife to pick you up? No need, I can just take a taxi back later. Qin Yuan said with a smile. Okay, by the way. Fang Haobiao lowered his head and lit a cigarette, as if he had remembered something important, and said, My dad's birthday is next Friday, so remember to be there. I won't have time to deal with you these few days because I have other things to do. Okay, I remember that. I will definitely be there. Qin Yuan responded with a smile, and then the two of them parted ways. Meanwhile, on the other side, Huang Maoqiwen took the battle record recorded on his mobile phone and went to Zhang Jejun to collect the money. Qi and others were arranged by Wang Songyang, but the person responsible for the connection and payment was Zhang Jejun. This was a very good plan. Zhang Jejun looked at the video and photos on his phone of Qin Yuan being beaten to the ground. There was an arrogant and complacent look in his eyes, but his face did not look so satisfied. He glanced at Qi Yuan, used his mobile phone to transfer 50,000 yuan to him, and at the same time looked at him with a gloomy face. There are 8 of you, and you only attacked him as a single person, and you attacked him after he was drunk, and the result is just this? Mr. Zhang, we are just teaching him a lesson. There is no need to really cause any serious problems, right? Otherwise, it will be a tough situation for us all. Qi Yuan looked at the transfer received on his phone, smiled and said, By the way, after we beat that kid up, he guessed that it was you who arranged it, and asked me to help pass on a message to you. What? Zhang Jejun asked with a frown. He said that he has repaid the favor he owed to the Zhang family. If you dare to cause trouble for him again in the future, he will definitely pursue you to the end. Humph, relying on him? He really overestimates his own abilities. Zhang Jejun showed a disdainful sneer on his face and said, Here in Zhangzhou, I can kill him just like I can kill an ant. Does it mean he has paid it off? This is just the beginning. Seeing this, Qi Yuan just smiled, didn't say anything more, and turned and left. Immediately afterwards, Qi Wenkai had just taken the money from Zhang Jejun and left when he suddenly received a call. It's Wang Songyang calling. Hey, brother Yang. As soon as he opened his mouth, he was interrupted by Wang Songyang in a nervous tone. Qi Yuan, let me ask you, did you guys do anything to Qin Yuan? Chapter 23 Zhang Maoyue's meeting. It's already done. I've done everything according to your request. I just took the money from young Master Zhang. What's wrong with brother Yang? When Wang Songyang heard this, he felt something was wrong and his eyes revealed a hint of nervousness. He couldn't help but frowned. Broken. The next sentence he wanted to say was that if Qi Yuan and the others had not taken action yet, he would tell them to withdraw quickly and not attack Qin Yuan. Don't talk nonsense. Wang Songyang took a deep breath and said in a serious voice, Remember this matter has nothing to do with me, and we have never been in touch. In short, if anyone comes to you, don't tell them that you know me, let alone talk about what happened tonight with Qin Yuan. Remember what I just said. I'll give you another 50,000 yuan as hush money later. That's it for now. I'm hanging up now. Qi Yuan looked at the hung-up phone and couldn't help but show a puzzled expression. That's weird. You got the job done so efficiently, but you're still not happy? He curled his lips and muttered something, then took a taxi and left. After ending the call, Wang Songyang slowly leaned back on the sofa. On the laptop screen in front of him was Wenyu's personal information. Wenyu had been staying abroad before, and few people knew her identity. Even the position of president of Wen's group was taken up directly without announcing it to the outside world. Out of curiosity, Wang Songyang investigated Qin Yuan's new rich lover, wanting to find out who she was. It would have been fine if he hadn't checked, but after finding out, Wang Songyang couldn't help but feel a headache. They didn't know Wen Yu, but even a fool knew the status of Wen Group in Jiangzhou and even in the whole of China. Such a background is so terrifying. If Wang Songyang knew Wen Yu's identity before, he would definitely not be willing to get involved in this mess. After all, he has already entered the semi-finals of the singer selection contest and is considered a semi-public figure. Any negative news about him would have a fatal impact on his star career. After thinking for a while, Wang Songyang picked up his mobile phone and called the Zhang siblings separately, asking them to come to his studio immediately to discuss the matter. Around 12 o'clock in the morning, Qin Yuan took a taxi back to Moshuan apartment. When he entered the residential complex and walked towards the elevator, the cell phone in his pocket suddenly rang. The empty echo really scared him. I took out my cell phone and saw that it was Wen Yu calling. Hey, what's up? Are you back? Are you drunk? Do you need me to pick you up? Wen Yu interrupted Qin Yuan's words in a cold voice. Listening to the quietness on the other end of the phone, without any noise at all, she should have been in the bedroom, lying down to rest when she called Qin Yuan. The other party's sudden 3 questions and concern made Qin Yuan feel a little flattered. No, I'm not drunk. I'm on my way back now. You should rest first. Qin Yuan chuckled. You sound clear enough. Come back and keep your voice down. I'm going to sleep. After saying that, Wen Yu hung up the phone. Qin Yuan put down his phone and went upstairs. He opened the door and went into the house very carefully, for fear of waking up the tiger. In addition, Qin Yuan didn't want Wen Yu to see him in this bruised and battered state. Fortunately, there is a small bathroom in Qin Yuan's room, so it won't be so noisy when he takes a shower in his own room. He looked at himself in the mirror and couldn't help feeling a little depressed. The bruises and small wounds on the body are fine, but the small wound at the corner of the mouth is too obvious. I can't wear a mask all day to go to work tomorrow? That would only make it more obvious. Forget it, it's done now, go to sleep, and we'll talk about it tomorrow when we wake up. After muttering something in his heart, Qin Yuan also lay down to rest. The next morning, Qin Yuan got up according to the alarm time, and the first thing he did was to look for suitable clothes in the closet. It's you! After waking up from a good sleep, his mind was much clearer. Although it was only early autumn, he could only put on a long white shirt and then go out of the room to prepare breakfast for him and Wen Yu. Not long after, the two of them sat at the dining table together to eat breakfast. Wen Yu looked up and saw that Qin Yuan was wearing a long-sleeved shirt today, and when Wen Yu saw the small wound on the corner of her mouth, she couldn't help but frown slightly. What's wrong with the corner of your mouth? I was using my teeth to open a beer last night and accidentally knocked it over. It's okay. Qin Yuan thought quickly and replied with a smile. Wen Yu, you are an adult, but you can still get yourself hurt by drinking beer. Her eyes fell on Qin Yuan's shirt and she asked calmly, are you catching a cold? Qin Yuan was still thinking about finding an excuse to get away with it, but now, someone has already found one for you. Yes, I drank too much ice beer last night and used the air conditioner too much. It was a bit cold when I came back at night, so I caught a cold. But it doesn't affect my work. Qin Yuan said with a laugh. Hearing this, Wen Yu just looked at him thoughtfully, then nodded slightly, and did not ask any more questions. After breakfast, Qin Yuan drove to the company with Wen Yu. Wen Yu went into the office, sat in a chair and started checking work emails, while Qin Yuan went to do what his assistant should do. The first thing to do, of course, is to make coffee for Wen Yu. When he walked into the tea room and just started to brew coffee, his cell phone suddenly vibrated. He took out his phone and looked at it, his face turned a little surprised. Unexpectedly, it was Zhang Maowei, whom he hadn't contacted for some time, who called him. After hesitating for a moment, Qin Yuan finally answered the phone. Hey, Uncle Yu. Yuan, I've been busy with the company's new product launch these days. I didn't expect such a big thing to happen at home. Zhang Maowei sighed and said earnestly, alas, I didn't expect Meng Meng to be so willful and make you so angry that you wanted to break off relations with her. But you young people may be a little impulsive when doing things. How about this, you come back home for dinner tonight, and we can sit down and have a good chat as a family. Listening to Zhang Maowei's words, Qin Yuan felt a little touched. After all, the other party was his elder, and he was not the one who was truly at fault, so Qin Yuan hesitated in silence for a while and then spoke softly. Uncle Yu, I may not have time in the evening. I'm very busy with my new job, but regarding the matter between Zhang and me. Qin Yuan paused and whispered, now that things have come to this, everything has been settled. There is nothing to talk about anymore. Zhang Maoe was silent for a while, then he got straight to the point and asked, so, is it true that you got married with another woman? It's true. Qin Yuan said without hesitation. Because he didn't want to drag this matter out anymore, even if he wanted to meet Zhang Maoe for the sake of their past friendship, he would never set foot in the Zhang family's home again. I understand. However, I still hope you can come to the family dinner tonight. Just as Zhang Maoe finished speaking, someone came to see him and called out Mr. Zhang. He then ended the call, saying he was busy with something else. When Qin Yuan put down his phone, he looked at the call records and a detail caught his attention. Zhang Maoe called him at 1:22 a.m. last night, but Qin Yuan had just laid down to rest at that time. Moreover, after he stopped the alarm and got up this morning, he had no time to check his phone, so he didn't notice it. This one detail suddenly made Qin Yuan understand everything. There was a hint of helplessness in his eyes and a bitter smile twitched at the corner of his mouth. So it was a hongmen banquet. Chapter 24. Dare to touch my man? The reason why Qin Yuan said this was a hongmen banquet was because he saw through Zhang Maoe's intention. At that time last night, he hadn't contacted Qin Yuan for some days, but he happened to call Qin Yuan in the middle of the night. But could things really be such a coincidence? This was obviously because Zhang Maoe had already known that Qin Yuan was beaten up by the Zhang siblings last night. However, in the phone call just now, he did not mention a word about what he knew last night. If he really cared, he wouldn't have waited a few days after Qin Yuan and Zhang Jiaming broke off their relationship before he found out about these things. If he really cared, he wouldn't call Qin Yuan in the middle of the night to ask about his well-being. After all, what Zhang Maoe really cares about is the fact that Jayataba is about to hold a new product launch conference. At the same time, he may also be able to find out the background of Qin Yuan's wife Wen Yu, who is married to him. In short, Zhang Maoe only cares about the company's new product launch conference, and must not allow any negative news to come out and affect the interests of their company. He was thinking of arranging a family dinner to buy time and calm Qin Yuan's emotions, because he was afraid that Qin Yuan would retaliate and cause trouble at this critical juncture. After all, the press conference would be held in 3 days. After the press conference was over and everything had settled down, Zhang Maoe really didn't care that much about Qin Yuan's relationship with their Zhang family. There is a very important piece of information here. That is, among this batch of new products of Jadiba, Qin Yuan had contributed to the design concepts and even the first drafts of some of the new products. However, the benefits and treatment he deserved for these contributions, even the nominations, had nothing to do with Qin Yuan. I work on the assembly line and also have to take care of the professional output of a designer, but my salary is only that of those working on the assembly line in a garment factory. After figuring out all these things, Qin Yuan's last good impression of the Zhang family and Zhang Maoe disappeared completely. If you are afraid that I will do something, you shouldn't treat me as an honest person. Zhang family, I won't be soft-hearted anymore. Qin Yuan made up his mind secretly, and while anger was flashing in his eyes, his gaze was so firm. He took the brewed coffee and left the tea room. At this time, Wen Yu was in the office, answering the phone while watching a video on the computer screen with an expressionless face. Under Wen Yu's stunning face, her eyes became even colder after seeing the video. I understand, Uncle Ming, let them continue to observe, and besides. Wen Yu paused for a moment and said coldly, sort out all their information for me, and I will send them a big gift the day after tomorrow. Wen Ming on the phone was a little confused. He had obviously guessed what Wen Yu was going to do, so after a moment of silence, he spoke tentatively. Miss, are you sure you want to make such a big fuss? He just came to our Wen family. Is it worth it for us to? Uncle Ming, I gave the Zhang family a chance yesterday in Tianheng City. I didn't expect them to be so ignorant. What's more, Qin Yuan and I are husband and wife. If you dare to touch my man, then let the Zhang family pay a heavy price. From now on, you should keep your tail between your legs and behave like a good person. Wen Yu interrupted Wen Ming and continued with a cold and determined tone, anyway, just do as I say. And don't miss any of those 8 people. Hearing this, Wen Ming sighed inwardly, but did not dare to persuade him any further. Okay, miss, I understand. I'll arrange it right away. As soon as the phone call ended, Qin Yuan knocked on the door. After getting Wen Yu's permission, he walked in with coffee. Wen Yu just watched Qin Yuan walk towards her, and their eyes happened to meet. It was not until Qin Yuan placed the cup of coffee on the table in front of her that he rolled up his shirt sleeves and revealed a scar on his right wrist, which Wen Yu saw. When Qin Yuan noticed that the other person was looking at his hands, he quickly put his hands behind his back and pulled his sleeves down a little. When you looked at Qin Yuan's sneaky look and spoke to him indifferently. Don't you have anything to tell me? Oh, I'll sort out the itinerary and send it to you in a moment. When you. Seeing that Qin Yuan was about to turn around and leave, she frowned slightly and spoke seriously. Wait a moment. When Qin Yuan turned his head in confusion, when you continued speaking. You can send me the itinerary later. You have something more important to do right now. Go down to the 7th floor and find Tang Qing, the person in charge of the planning department of Tianheng City. Ask her to retrieve all the information about the Jayadaba store, including their contract. Tell her that this is what I want and go now. When Qin Yuan heard this, his mind immediately captured the key words in these words. Jadiba. His heart skipped a beat and he couldn't help but make a bold guess. How could it be such a coincidence that you asked me to get Jadiba's information? Could it be that? When you already knows what happened last night? It was normal for Qin Yuan to make such a guess, because he knew that Wen Yu was a meticulous and sensitive person. Even his own background had been turned upside down, so it would not be difficult for her to investigate something. Qin Yuan was silent for a while, then asked a useless question tentatively. Yes, do you want to discuss any business with Jadiba? When something happened in Tianheng City yesterday, I happened to see this store and was a little interested. You will know if you bring the information here. Wen Yu said lightly. Seeing this, Qin Yuan responded and went downstairs to find Tang Qing in the planning department of Tianheng City. At the same time, he was wondering what Wen Yu was trying to do. What Qin Yuan didn't know was that Wen Yu was currently planning a shocking revenge plan for the suffering he had endured at the hands of the Zhang family. Soon, when Qin Yuan found Tang Qing's office, he did not see her. Instead, one of her assistants knew why he was there and took him directly to the data room next door. On the table, there was a large cardboard box filled with information bags of various sizes. Qin Yuan, right? I know it was President Wen who asked you to come here. These are all the information about Jayadaba. They are all here. Qin Yuan was stunned when he saw the pile of large cardboard boxes. So many, all of them? Yes. No, so much information is needed to open a store. Don't you have electronic files saved online? Qin Yuan asked in confusion. Of course there are electronic files, but Premier Wen specifically requested that all of them be printed out in paper form, so let's do that. I have other things to do, so I'll leave first. Qin Yuan. There is an electronic file, even a USB drive would be fine, but he insisted on printing it all out. Isn't this just taking off your pants to fart? In desperation, Qin Yuan used all his strength to hold the large cardboard box on his back and took the elevator to Wen Yu's office. I was beaten last night and now I have to do hard labor early this morning. The information you want is all here, isn't it? Qin Yuan swallowed breathlessly, looked at Wen Yu and asked in confusion, Auntie, why don't you want the electronic version? Wouldn't that be more convenient? There's no need for a cart, they just carried him up like this, it's not bad, it seems the injury isn't serious. Qin Yuan? As soon as Qin Yuan heard this, his face froze. But then, while Qin Yuan was stunned, Wen Yu said something that shocked him even more. Chapter 25, Going to the Hongmen Banquet. There are new product designs for Jadiba in the data box. Find the ones you participated in designing and give them to me. Jadiba's new product design drawings? Qin Yuan looked at Wen Yu with a shocked expression on his face, hesitated for a moment and asked, These are business secrets, what do you want them for? There is nothing in this world that is an absolute trade secret. Besides, I just asked you to take out the design drawings that you participated in. I didn't leak them or use them for commercial purposes, right? Wen Yu slowly picked up a piece of document that had just been printed out and responded calmly to Qin Yuan's words. In her heart, she really wanted to see how long Qin Yuan would continue to act with her. If you want to pretend, then I will continue to pretend with you. Qin Yuan took a deep breath, took 2 steps forward, looked at Wen Yu, and asked tentatively, You, do you know everything? Since you know that I know, why didn't you tell me? Wen Yu lowered her head slightly to read the document. While speaking, she raised her eyes slightly to glance at Qin Yuan and said lightly, If you don't tell me, I will have to do it. Take out the drawings first. I have my own use for them. If Qin Yuan still didn't understand after hearing this, he would be a fool. But for a moment he couldn't figure out what Wen Yu was going to do to the Zhang family next, and what she was going to use these drawings for. Seeing this, Qin Yuan simply didn't reply. He turned around and began to search for Jayadaba's new product design drawings in the large cardboard box. When he gave them to her later, maybe he would know the answer. All of this information is Jadiba's commercial secrets, especially the new product design drawings. Only Tianheng City knows about it, and they also have backup archives on hand. Because the new product launch of Jadiba will also be held in Tianheng City, the two parties have coordinated the information in advance, including the on-site layout and subsequent marketing promotion in the mall, all of which have been coordinated in advance. Soon, Qin Yuan found 6 drawings in which he had participated in the design from all the new product design drafts, took them in his hand and walked straight to Wenyu. Found it. Now can you tell me what you plan to do with these things? Answer my previous question first. Wenyu put down her pen, leaned back in her office chair, crossed her arms and looked straight at Qin Yuan, saying seriously, don't forget that we are husband and wife. Why did you hide and lie to me about such a big thing? The sense of déjà vu of the domineering female president suddenly appeared in front of Qin Yuan. After a brief silence, Qin Yuan finally spoke softly what was in his heart. It's not that I intend to hide these things, but I think these are my personal matters, and I just need to be responsible for handling them. They all did that to you, and you call that dealing with it? When you looked at him sharply for a while, then her expression softened a little and she continued speaking. Qin Yuan, they only pick on the weak. This is not the first time they have provoked you and made trouble for you. If you continue to not respond, do you really think they will stop? You are wrong. They will only get worse. I know your difficulties, so I will help you deal with these things. You just need to tell me, what do you want to get from the Zhang family? Hearing this, Qin Yuan thought for a while in silence, shook his head and said softly, there is nothing I want to get. I just want to part ways in peace. Since they have taken action against me, the Zhang family has repaid their kindness to me in the past. Wenyu's eyes narrowed slightly. She felt that Qin Yuan was still thinking things too simply, or he simply didn't see the full side of the Zhang family. But on second thought, Wenyu saw in Qin Yuan not only his kindness, but also his loyalty and righteousness. If you want to retaliate, but Qin Yuan is in his current situation. How can he fight against the Zhang family alone? If someone with family background and financial strength really wants to attack and tease an ordinary person, there are countless ways to do it, which is completely a crushing existence. It was precisely because of this that Wenyu became more certain in her heart that she would carry out her plan to the end and bring those who bullied Qin Yuan to heel. After a brief silence, Wenyu looked at Qin Yuan and asked, has anyone from the Zhang family come to look for you since last night? Qin Yuan was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that she had guessed this. I have. Uncle, you asked me to go back to the Zhang family for a family dinner tonight, but I don't plan to go. I will never enter the Zhang family again. Qin Yuan's voice had just fallen. At this moment, his cell phone suddenly received 3 messages in a row, which immediately caught his attention. With doubts in his heart, Qin Yuan took out his cell phone and took a look. Zhang Maowe, Ayuan, since you don't want to come back home, let's do this. When you get off work at noon, go out for dinner. I have already booked a private room. Zhang Maowe, geographic location, Haili Hotel. Zhang Maowe, room 308, remember to come. As you say, it happened. It was really Xiaoer's mother who opened the door for Xiaoer, and Xiao came home. What's wrong? When you looked up at him and asked. He contacted me again and asked me to have lunch with him. The address was changed to not be at their house. Qin Yuan showed the message on the phone screen to Wenyu and asked suspiciously, you haven't looked for him, have you? Wenyu? You're overthinking it. I don't want to bother with such a sanctimonious little character. Indeed. If it weren't for Qin Yuan, with Wenyu's identity, she would never have come into contact with a small character like the Zhang family. When you looked at the news on the screen, a meaningful smile appeared on her face, and she said, then go ahead and see what they say. Qin Yuan finally nodded hesitantly. The family dinner had been postponed, so he might as well go and meet him. At the same time, I also wanted to see what Zhang Maowe's attitude was towards what happened in the past few days. But I didn't expect that Zhang Maowe would suddenly change the time and place. This also shows that he is really anxious. Not long after, it was time to get off work at noon. Qin Yuan got up from his small cubicle and turned off his computer. He opened the drawer and took a look at the 6 design drawings inside. After hesitating for a while, he finally decided not to take them with him. Qin Yuan wanted to say hello to Wenyu, but found that she was on the phone in the office. So he sent a message to Wen Yu, saying that he was ready to leave, and turned and walked into the elevator. Wen Yu replied to Qin Yuan's message with just a short Oklahoma. When Qin Yuan just took the elevator down, she walked into Qin Yuan's small cubicle. Wen Yu first glanced at Qin Yuan's clean and tidy desk, then opened the drawer and took a look, and suddenly a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. What a silly boy. Chapter 26: The True Face of the Zhang Family. At 12:30 noon, Qin Yuan arrived at the Hailey Hotel and went straight to private room 308. However, the moment Qin Yuan knocked on the door and pushed open the door of the private room, he was stunned. In the private room, sitting in the main seat was Zhang Maowei in formal attire. Sitting on his left and right were Zhang's siblings, but their mother was not there. But Qin Yuan didn't expect that Zhang Maowei had changed his time and place, and as a result, he was not the only one attending the dinner. As soon as Zhang Zhejun saw Qin Yuan coming in, he immediately showed an expression of disgust and spoke first. Why, are you afraid of seeing us? Zhang Zhejun pointed at the door and raised his voice. If I'm afraid of you, get out. I don't want to see you anymore. Afraid? Why should I be afraid? I just didn't expect to see some dirty things as soon as I entered the door. Qin Yuan said with a smile instead of anger. What the hell are you talking about? Zhang Zhejun slammed the table and stood up, pointing at Qin Yuan and shouting, You've forgotten the pain now that the wound has healed, right? Qin Yuan, don't try to get yourself killed. Don't think I'm really afraid of you. Nonsense, shut up. Zhang Maowei also slapped the table, frowned and glared at Zhang Zhejun. He listened to the conversation between the two and his face looked very ugly. I called you all here today to solve the problem and resolve the past grievances, not to argue. So keep your words to yourself. What the old fox Zhang Maowei said was a double entendre. He was not only talking about his good-for-nothing son, but also teaching Qin Yuan a lesson for what he said. It might be possible to solve the problem, but as for reconciling past grievances, both sides know that this is impossible. Then, he smiled and waved to Qin Yuan, saying, Yuan, since you are here, make yourself at home. The dishes have been ordered, come and sit down. Zhang Jiaming was holding her cell phone, tapping the screen continuously. When Qin Yuan came into the private room, she just glanced at him coldly and ignored him afterwards. After hesitating for a moment, Qin Yuan sat down at the round table at the entrance, just opposite the three of them. It was also at this time that the waiter came in with the food cart and brought the dishes to the table one after another. But looking at the table full of sumptuous dishes, Qin Yuan had no appetite. He didn't come here today to have a meal. After the waiter left, Zhang Maowei picked up the chopsticks, pointed at the table, and started talking with a smile. Come on, pick up your chopsticks. Let's eat and chat as a family as usual. Who is he related to? Besides, he is a married man now. Zhang Jiaming suddenly opened her mouth, picked up the chopsticks and started eating. This is just a matter of you do the first day, I do the 15th, isn't it easy to understand? It would be fine if you didn't say anything, but if you do, don't blame me. Qin Yuan leaned back in his chair, looked at Zhang Jiaming coldly and continued, I got the marriage certificate openly after breaking up with you. It's better than some people who are greedy and cheat on their partners, and are destined to lose both their money and their lives. Hearing this, Zhang Jiaming suddenly looked up and glared at Qin Yuan. When she was about to explode, Zhang Maowei, with a gloomy face, raised his hand to stop her and motioned for her to shut up first. Zhang Maowei was silent for a moment, forced a smile, looked at Qin Yuan, and asked tentatively. Yuan, don't be so impatient and get angry. Talk to Uncle Yu and tell him what you think now. Uncle Yu, I have made my thoughts very clear before I came here, and I don't want to talk about the past anymore. Qin Yuan did not hesitate at all and answered directly and concisely. His calm words revealed his determination. I know, don't you just want to sever ties? Zhang Jiaming looked at Qin Yuan and sneered, I've made it very clear to you. It doesn't matter if you want to sever ties with us, but you have to give the 300,000 to our family first. Otherwise, I'll just let you live and eat for free for 3 years. Even your tuition is paid by my dad. Qin Yuan, you have a good plan. Qin Yuan was not too surprised to hear this, as he had long seen through the ugly faces of the two siblings. So, he pulled up his sleeves halfway, intentionally or unintentionally, and spoke calmly. I don't care whether that person has conveyed the message to you or not, but I have already paid off what I owe you last night. If you continue to pester me and resort to despicable means, I will fight you to the end at any time. You. All right. Zhang Maowei shouted loudly, interrupting Zhang Jiaming's words. He put down his chopsticks and took a deep breath, as if he was suppressing the anger in his heart. Then he looked up at Qin Yuan, with a bit more sharpness in his eyes. Yuan, since you have made up your mind, then, we will not talk about the past anymore. Let's just write off the past with this meal today. But Zhang Maoyue paused for a moment and changed the subject. Yuan, our Jayataba new product launch will be in 2 days. You have participated in it, so you know about this. I just hope that you won't cause any more trouble in the coming period. Otherwise, if these things affect the press conference and the interests of the company, don't blame me for being ruthless. Hearing this, Qin Yuan's heart sank gradually. Really? Zhang Maoyue's true face was completely revealed. This was what Qin Yuan thought in his heart but did not want to be the result, and it was also what Wen Yu said, that he was a hypocritical person. On the surface, Zhang Maoyue's words were about the entanglement and grudges between the three of them, but in fact, they were only spoken to Qin Yuan. This was more like a warning Qin Yuan not to think about revenge and bring trouble upon himself. It was obvious that the brother and sister had gone too far, causing trouble many times and even beating Qin Yuan. Zhang Maoyue knew about it, but never mentioned it or expressed his opinion. He clearly said that Qin Yuan participated in the new product launch, but he did not mention a word about Qin Yuan's contribution and the rewards he deserved. That's right, they are a family. If we are not a family, we won't enter the same door. As for the affection, Qin Yuan suddenly laughed in his heart. He looked up and met Zhang Maoyue's gaze, then spoke with a resolute and calm tone. I have made it very clear. I just hope that we can keep out of each other's way in the future. If you insist on asking me for 300,000 yuan, then we can go to court with the evidence we can each provide. Qin Yuan. Zhang Maoyue's face was gloomy, and his eyes did not hide the anger at all. He stared at him and said in a deep voice, "Don't be so harsh. You dare to cause trouble at this critical moment. Don't you even give me face?" As soon as he finished speaking, before Qin Yuan could speak, another voice suddenly came. What face can you have, old man? This sentence was not spoken by anyone in the private room, but came from outside the door. Who the hell is talking at the door? Zhang Jiejun was like a mad dog that had an overreaction. He slammed the table and stood up, glaring at the door. But the next second, with a loud bang, the double doors of room 308 were pushed open, which immediately attracted their attention, and they all turned to look at the door. It's her, here she comes. Chapter 27. Wen Yu's thunderous method. The person who suddenly broke into the private room was Wen Yu. Although she came alone, she looked intimidating without even getting angry, and her innate domineering temperament gave people an invisible sense of oppression. Wen Yu was wearing a black business suit with a fashionable black shoulder bag hanging on her shoulder. She walked towards Qin Yuan with a cold expression. Until she stood beside Qin Yuan and gave him a look, the coldness in her eyes suddenly diminished a little, replaced by a little tenderness. Is it you? Zhang Jiejun frowned and stared at Wen Yu, but his confidence when he said this suddenly decreased a bit, and his heart became a little nervous. He and Zhang Jiaming had already learned about Wen Yu's background information from the information Wang Sonyang had investigated. The other party's background and strength were not something that the Zhang family could afford to offend. But none of them expected that Wen Yu would suddenly come here today, and they didn't expect that she came to support Qin Yuan. It is also because of this that they dared to be so arrogant towards Qin Yuan in the past 2 days. At this moment, both the brother and sister became quiet instantly, and they retreated and left the mess to their old father to deal with. Until this time, seeing Wen Yu coming with a threatening look and demanding an explanation, Zhang Maoyue could no longer sit still and stood up for the first time. I guess this is one. Zhang Maoyue just forced a polite smile and spoke, but the next second, Wen Yu interrupted him coldly. No need to try to get close to me. I came here today for only 2 things. The first is to take Qin Yuan away. Second, Wen Yu took out 2 documents from her bag, then placed the first document on the revolving dining table and quickly moved in front of Zhang Maoyue. The force was so great that several dishes on the table began to shake. Take a good look at these 6 new product design drawings and estimate how much Qin Yuan should be paid. 30,000? Or 300,000? As she spoke, Wen Yu turned her head slightly and looked at Qin Yuan. Her eyes seemed to be saying something to Qin Yuan. Silly boy, I asked you to find the blueprints, why don't you take them with you? After these words were spoken, the 3 members of the Zhang family were stunned, and the brother and sister came over to look at the 6 design drawings. Zhang Maoyue picked up the document with trembling hands and looked at it carefully one by one. They were indeed the drawings that Qin Yuan had participated in designing. He was filled with shock and began to panic. The thing he was most worried about finally happened. The more he feared something, the more likely it would come. But it's too late to start feeling scared now. How come this is happening to you? Zhang Maoyue's eyes were filled with horror, but he soon figured out why when you had these documents in his hands, which he believed were the company's top business secrets. Yes. Their Jadiba has settled in Zhangzhou's top shopping mall, bringing the most impressive performance and publicity effects. Tianheng City is one of the industries under the Wen Group, and Wen Yu is the president of the group. This is just like in ancient times, a tycoon in a local area cooperated with a small local official, and the prince came down personally to take over the matter. And the sentence 30,000 or 300,000 was a mockery of the 300,000 compensation they asked Qin Yuan for. Give someone a taste of their own medicine. The number has actually been reported to you. It is up to you to choose the former or the latter. Zhang Jiaming was stunned for a while, turned to look at Wen Yu in shock, and spoke in a stuttering voice. 6 blueprints, 300,000? How is this different from blackmail? Do you think you can represent the Jadiba company? Do you have a say here? When you looked at Zhang Jiaming with a cold expression, a sneer on her lips. But since you've spoken, I'll give you a gift in advance so you can go home and cry earlier. That second-rate singer you've always been with, almost every time, after you leave him, he'll date a different woman to try out the excitement. Do you know that you've been cheated on countless times before you've even been together? Hearing this, Zhang Jiaming's head buzzed and she looked at Wen Yu with wide eyes. You, what did you say? Don't worry, you'll know in 2 days anyway. Wen Yu said lightly. Then, Wen Yu saw that Zhang Maoyue was playing dead and silent, so she threw the second document directly on the table and passed it to him again. Since you haven't decided on an offer, I'll give you a multiple-choice question. After these 2 months, Tianheng City will terminate its cooperation with Jayadaba and will no longer provide business transactions. Moreover, any company affiliated with or affiliated with the Zhang family will be permanently added to the Wen Group's customer blacklist. Zhang Maoyue felt like he was struck by lightning when he heard this. Finished. Putting them on the blacklist permanently is tantamount to banning the Zhang family's business. How big is Wen's group? Not to mention Zhangzhou, even if the Zhang family moved to another city to develop, they would not be able to escape the disaster. At this moment, not only the people of the Zhang family, but even Qin Yuan couldn't help but gasp. So domineering. What kind of thundering method is this? But Qin Yuan knew that all Wen Yu did was to vent his anger, which made him feel warm in his heart. However, he did not expect that the power of this anger would be so strong. As soon as Wen Yu walked into the private room, in less than 2 minutes, she instantly turned the situation around and crushed the Zhang family members so hard that they dared not even breathe. Zhang Maoyue clenched his fists and swallowed his saliva. He was really angry but dared not say anything. After a moment of silence, he forced an ugly smile and pleaded with Wen Yu, President Wen, these are business matters after all. It's not a good idea to do this, right? You feel bad, don't you? Wen Yu interrupted him again and said coldly, okay, then I can give you another choice. If you want, Tianhengchen can terminate the contract with Jayadaba right now. We don't mind paying 1 million yuan in liquidated damages. But you may not be able to get this penalty. After all, the scandals about you, Jadiba, are more serious than the last. It would have been better if we hadn't discussed it, but now it's even worse. Zhang Maoyue was completely stunned and could hardly speak. Bitterness, shock, panic, regret, desire for redress, a variety of complex emotions filled his heart. At this point, Zhang Jiejun knew that he had really caused a disaster. He never thought until his death that he had made the wrong bet and that Wen Yu would pay such a huge price for Qin Yuan. In fact, he had thought that after today's dinner, he really didn't plan to care about Qin Yuan anymore. Wang Songyang had also persuaded the 2 siblings last night. But who would have thought that it was only the next day and it was too late to turn back? Zhang Jiejun took a deep breath and said to Wen Yu with gritted teeth. Mr. Wen, I know you are here for me. I asked someone to beat Qin Yuan last night. I was wrong. I admit my mistake. As long as you are magnanimous and don't interfere with our family's business, I will do anything you ask me to do, whether it means beating or scolding me. A classic plea for mercy. No, you don't think you're wrong, you're just scared, but... When you looked at him with a slight sneer, and then, in front of several people, she did something that shocked everyone so much that their scalps tingled. Chapter 28, 5 minutes and 500,000. When you took out her cell phone, showed them the screen, then glanced at Zhang Jejun and said lightly, "Thank you for providing me with evidence of your evil deeds." There was a video on her mobile phone screen, which had been recording since she entered the door. "Don't even think about escaping. Those 8 people have already gone in to have tea. The law is long and narrow, and you can't escape." After finishing her words, when you turned around and gave Qin Yuan a look, signaling him to get up and leave. When Qin Yuan understood and stood up, when you suddenly took the initiative to hold his arm, smiled imperceptibly and said, "Let's go home." "Good." Qin Yuan's heart skipped a beat and he nodded in response. She was so domineering just now, but suddenly turned around and spoke to Qin Yuan so gently, which was the finishing touch. You have to know that this happened in front of the Zhang family. She was so intimate with Qin Yuan, which was like a slap in their faces, especially for Zhang Jiameng. The two of them turned and walked towards the door of the private room. The faces of the 3 Zhang family members looked uglier than if they had eaten a fly. They just stared at their departing backs, their eyes full of unwillingness and suppressed anger. When they were about to reach the door, Zhang Maoyue knew in his heart that once when you and the others stepped out of this door, they would really have no chance to save everything. So, Zhang Maoyue finally let go of his attitude completely, rushed behind them, and spoke in a pleading voice. "President Wan, Yuan, please show some mercy and give us another chance, okay? Please don't ban us, Jayataba. This new product launch of the company is really important. It is an opportunity for our Jayataba to make a major breakthrough. We have put so much effort into it. We can't move on. We really can't move on." Hearing this, when you did not rush to deal with Zhang Maoyue, but raised her head and looked at Qin Yuan's face, indicating that he should make the decision. This time, when you also gave Qin Yuan enough face. It was as if Qin Yuan had ordered her to do these actions just now, and the person who really made the decision was him, Qin Yuan. That subtle movement made the 3 members of the Zhang family look at Qin Yuan. There was no anger in their eyes, only fear and pleading. It's such a reversal. Qin Yuan thought for 2 seconds, recalling the words and actions of the 3 of them before when you arrived, as well as what when you had just said to them. You are just afraid, not really feeling that you are wrong. If we give them another chance, such people will never be grateful and will only become more aggressive and seek opportunities for revenge. Qin Yuan shook his head gently at Wen Yu and rejected Zhang Maoyue's plea. And his response made Wen Yu smile slightly in her heart. "I finally got it. Good people are often bullied. To some people, being kind and soft-hearted is useless." Yuan. You. As soon as Zhang Maoyue opened his mouth, Wen Yu turned her head slightly and glanced at them with a cold look, and then they suddenly became quiet. Wen Yu glanced at the 2 siblings separately and spoke coldly. "Qin Yuan had already given you a chance for what happened in Tianheng City yesterday, but you didn't fight for it." When you finally looked at Zhang Maoyue and said meaningfully, "If a son is not taught well, it is the fault of the father." After saying that, Wen Yu did not linger here any longer. She took Qin Yuan's arm and walked out of the private room without hesitation. It took only 5 minutes from the time she entered the door to the time she took Qin Yuan away. Looking at the direction the 2 of them walked out, Zhang Jejun shouted loudly, "Qin Yuan, you! Just shut up!" Bang! Zhang Maoyue roared, completely releasing all the anger in his heart, and slapped Zhang Jejun in the face. A bright red slap mark instantly appeared, and even blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. When he gets angry, he even beats his own people. But if he had known this now, why did he do it in the first place? Turning a blind eye is tantamount to connivance, which means that Qin Yuan is only treated as a chess piece to be used instead of being treated sincerely. This cause and effect has long been determined. Have I ever told you not to cause trouble at this critical moment? You just ignored my words. I tell you, if the company can't survive this and goes bankrupt, none of you will have a good life in the future. We haven't even built up our family business yet, and you've been idle all day doing nothing. We have so little family business, but you 2 good-for-nothings are squandering it all." Zhang Maoyue pointed at the 2 siblings and cursed at them angrily. Zhang Jejun covered his burning face, slumped in his chair and said nothing, with only panic in his eyes. He remembered what Wen Yu had said to him. Qi Wen and the other 8 people had already gone in to have tea. As the mastermind of this matter, he was the one who transferred the money, so he would soon be the next person. Zhang Jejun even started to wonder whether he should go in and operate the sewing machine next. The atmosphere in the private room was gloomy and silent. After a moment, Zhang Jiameng turned to look at her father and spoke with sobs. "Dad, I'm sorry. I didn't expect things to turn out like this. Jia Jun was just trying to vent my anger. That woman in Qin Yuan had only been married for 2 days, but she actually did this for him. Well, what should we do now? Zhang Maowei suddenly turned his head and stared at her. He almost raised his hands because of the itch, but he probably held back because he thought that his daughter might not be able to withstand such a slap. There are so many things in this world that you can't imagine. As he was speaking, Zhang Maowei picked up his phone and called the company's financial director, who soon answered the call. Hello, Mr. Zhang. Immediately transfer 300,000 yuan to Qin Yuan's account. No, transfer 500,000 yuan. Do it now. 500,000? Mr. Zhang, did I hear you correctly? Why would you give Qin Yuan so much money? The financial director was dumbfounded and tried to persuade him, and as you know, Mr. Zhang, the company has already spent a lot of money on the new product launch, and there are still many payments that have not been settled. The company does not have that much money on its books. You heard me right, and I didn't say anything wrong. I just want to transfer 500,000 yuan to Qin Yuan. Don't ask so many questions. You must transfer the money within today, otherwise the new product launch will be cancelled. After saying that, Zhang Maowei hung up the phone and turned to look at both of them. Stop eating, pay the bill and go back to the company. I'm telling you too, if the money isn't enough, you two have to sell everything. You have to find a way to raise the money. Zhang Maowei walked out of the private room quickly, feeling extremely frustrated and angry. The brother and sister had dull eyes and dead expressions, because this was the first time in all these years that they had seen their father get so angry. It almost made their souls tremble. After leaving the hotel, Zhang Maowei looked out the car window with a gloomy face and muttered coldly in his heart. You two little brats dare to yell at me here. Don't really think that our Zhang family is easy to bully. Humph, if you provoke me, you won't have an easy life. Under his furrowed brows, his eyes gradually revealed a ruthless look. Chapter 29. The show begins. After leaving the hotel, Qin Yuan was driving on the road. He turned to look at Wen Yu and spoke tentatively. Well, are we going home now? It's already 1 o'clock. Of course I have to go back to the company. Wen Yu glanced at Qin Yuan, raised her lips and asked, I helped you solve such a big problem, how do you plan to thank me? I don't need to thank you for your kindness. Wen Yu felt a little angry and a little speechless, but was finally amused by Qin Yuan's words. You are really good at making good plans. Wen Yu said with a blank look at him. Although Qin Yuan was joking, the smile on his face when he spoke just now was a sincere gratitude from the bottom of his heart. And he wouldn't really not show any sign in the future, it's just that now is not the right time. Soon, Qin Yuan suddenly thought of a question and asked Wen Yu in confusion. Have you really sent those 8 people last night? What else? Wen Yu glanced at him and said calmly, they thought they could get away with it by wearing masks, hats, gloves, and going their separate ways. If that worked, China would have been in chaos a long time ago. 2. Qin Yuan paused, remembering what she had said to Zhang Jiameng, and asked again, and about Wang Songyang, is everything you said true? Certainly. So what's your next plan? Don't ask. Wen Yu interrupted Qin Yuan and responded with a beautiful smile. She said mysteriously, just wait and see a good show in these 2 days. Qin Yuan responded and drove back to the company. Meanwhile on the other side, the Zhang family's Jadiba is in crisis, and they have begun to fall into chaos. The assembly line, which should have been busy, has stopped working due to the lack of new orders. In the past, the salesmen, who were relatively idle, would be contacted by customers while they were working in the company, but now all the salesmen are out to negotiate business cooperation. In the garment factory workshop, some employees began to gossip in private. Something is not right these past 2 days. Those who should be busy are idle, while those who shouldn't be busy are all out. Team leader, I heard that the boss offended a big shot in Zhangzhou. Is that true? I've heard about that, too. Why would we suddenly have no orders? Some of our existing customers have stopped contacting us. This is a very serious situation. The few new employees who came today left immediately after seeing the situation. Not to mention the newcomers, our old employees also need to find a way out. They all had different thoughts, and they were all anxious and speculative in private, as if they were seeing enemies everywhere. Zhang Maowei was so busy with the issue of book funds that he was exhausted and had been contacting people everywhere to borrow money. They did spend a lot of money on preparations for the new product launch, including subsequent publicity and promotion, venue fees, and many other high expenses. The factory and company will soon be paying wages, and there is only 1 week to make amends. Once the capital chain collapses, they will be completely screwed. Even though a company is large in scale and its boss seems to be rich, what many people see is just an illusion. It just makes them see that the boss should act like a boss. In fact, only they themselves know the cash flow and financial situation of the company. When you said that the choice given to them was to pay Qin Yuan 30,000 or 300,000, but Zhang Maoyuan knew in his heart that if he continued to pretend to be ignorant at this time, he would be in a difficult situation. They must fill up this big hole of 500,000 yuan given to Qin Yuan as soon as possible, and also raise working capital that can be kept on standby in the near future. At this time, Zhang Jiejun contacted some wealthy friends to borrow money, but none of them answered the call. As brothers, we are in each other's hearts. Even if something happens, we can't get through to you over the phone. Zhang Jiejun cursed loudly and went out to smoke a cigarette. However, when he looked up, he saw a police car at the door and 2 uncles in hats walking towards him, showing their IDs. After confirming through eye contact, they knew that this was the person they wanted to take away. One of them then produced a document stating that Zhang Jiejun was suspected of being involved in a fight, and then took him away. The other side. While Wang Songyang was touching up his makeup during the rehearsal, he suddenly sneezed, causing the makeup artist to accidentally rub liquid foundation onto his eyebrows. "Are you sick?" "I was about to sneeze. Couldn't you move it away a little?" "I'm sorry, I didn't mean it." The makeup artist apologized nervously. Grass. Wang Songyang angrily cursed the makeup artist, stood up with his phone and walked to the smoking area, while sending a message to Zhang Jiameng. The makeup artist stared at his back with disgust. She muttered in anger in her heart, "You're just a newcomer who made it to the finals, and you're acting so arrogant. I'll see when you die." At the same time, Zhang Jiameng had just finished a phone call to borrow money in the office. She was better off than her good-for-nothing brother and had at least raised 150,000 yuan. She took a look at the call records and the latest text messages on her phone, all of which were from Wang Songyang. But Zhang Jiameng still did not respond. She knew that tonight was an important day for Wang Songyang to participate in the finals of the singing competition, so she started rehearsing in the afternoon. Zhang Jiameng already had a lot of trouble to deal with, and she kept remembering what Wen Yu had said to her before. Those words made Zhang Jiameng begin to doubt Wang Songyang, so she ignored him. In the evening, 1745. Qin Yuan's computer screen suddenly lit up. There was an announcement in the work group of the president's office, and everyone was tagged, indicating that they should gather in the conference room for a meeting at 5:55. Below the message, the words received were replied in unison. Qin Yuan's face darkened. "Cows can moo, horses can neigh, but cows and horses can only shout received. I won't send received. Deducting 1 is my last act of stubbornness." Just when Qin Yuan was about to press the send button, the next second, suddenly there was a knock on the door of the small cubicle. He turned around and saw Wen Yu standing at the door with a shoulder bag in her hand. Under Qin Yuan's gaze, she walked in. "Turn off your phone and go home. Just follow me. You don't have to attend the meeting later," Wen Yu said calmly. "Happiness comes too suddenly." He responded, saved the file, turned off the computer, and then followed Wen Yu out. In the car, Qin Yuan turned to look at Wen Yu and asked curiously, "By the way, you haven't told me yet, where are we going now?" "After get off work, of course I go home." Wen Yu also turned her head and responded to Qin Yuan with a mysterious smile. "Aren't you curious about what's going to happen next? There's still an hour and a half before the show starts. Chapter 30. I will not allow anyone in this world to bully you." Mashuan apartment. After the two returned home, Wen Yu went into her room first and closed the door. Qin Yuan didn't know where she was going, he only knew that it was time for him to prepare dinner. The food in the refrigerator had also been bought long ago. He looked around at the various luxurious dishes in the refrigerator, thought for a moment, and decided to make a sumptuous dinner tonight. He had to express his gratitude, and this was the only practical thing he could do. Soon, Qin Yuan rolled up his sleeves and started cooking. Steamed prawns with garlic, spicy lamb casserole, stir-fried choysum, cumin spare ribs, and chilled okra. The combination of meat and vegetables can relieve greasiness. Finally, have a pot of ginseng soup for 2 people. As for rice, it's up to you to eat it or not. If you want to eat it, you can order a small bowl. Ever since the last time Qin Yuan cooked for Wenyu for the first time, he discovered that Wenyu seemed to particularly like drinking soup. I just don't know whether she likes drinking soup naturally or she likes the soup Qin Yuan cooks. It only took Qin Yuan about an hour to prepare this dinner. As a person who was proficient in cooking, he knew every step of the cooking process very well and could naturally control the time efficiency well. When Qin Yuan brought the prepared dishes to the table one by one, he was just thinking of calling Wenyu to come for dinner, when suddenly his mobile phone on the table received 2 messages in succession, followed by a call from an unfamiliar number in Zhangzhou. But when Qin Yuan saw that it was an unfamiliar number and took a look at the message he had just received, he roughly knew who was calling. So he hung up without thinking and immediately picked up his phone to check the message. The first piece of information was that his bank card received a transfer of 500,000 yuan from the Jadiba clothing company. The second message was sent from Zhang Maowei's mobile phone number and contained only a short and humble sentence. Yuan, I just asked the finance department to transfer the money to you. I hope you can be more gracious. I apologize for what happened before. We are the ones who let you down. It's quite efficient. The money was transferred within today and it actually arrived in my account, with an extra 200,000. Qin Yuan looked at the message on his mobile phone with a very calm expression, just as he was hesitating whether to reply to Zhang Maoyue's message. Next second. Click. When you opened the door and walked out of the room, she was already wearing a set of ice silk dark green autumn pajamas. The pants and top were both mid-length. She looked very casual and she was wearing a shower cap on her head. Wenyu had already removed her makeup at this time and walked towards Qin Yuan with her bare face. She felt relaxed after returning home, but her delicate face seemed to be indifferent whether she wore makeup or not. It seems like by the time Wenyu went into the room to remove her makeup and take a shower and wash her hair, Qin Yuan had already prepared dinner. Wenyu walked to the dining table and sat down. When she saw the sumptuous dishes on the table, a slight smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Then she crossed her legs, looked at Qin Yuan, and spoke softly. What are you looking at? I received the transfer. They just transferred it. How much? 500,000. Qin Yuan turned the transfer information on the mobile phone screen to Wenyu for viewing. The latter just glanced at it indifferently and a smile appeared on her face. Interesting. After living for decades, he still needed me to teach him before he finally learned how to be a human being. As she spoke, Wenyu picked up the spoon and took a sip of the hot soup. The fragrance of the 5-fingered peach made her eyes brighten. It's delicious. Hearing this, Qin Yuan smiled and nodded, then sat down opposite her and said, if it tastes good, drink more. I noticed that you really like soup. Wenyu took a spoon and sipped the soup, saying frankly, after staying abroad for a few years, I have always missed Chinese cuisine. Before I went abroad, my mother would make some soup for me, but later I could hardly drink it. Qin Yuan nodded, pondered for a moment, and began to speak his mind. To be honest, I didn't expect you to come to see me today, and I didn't expect you to do these things for me. Anyway, thank you. Thank me for what? Wenyu raised the corners of her mouth slightly, and asked Qin Yuan a question that she knew the answer to, but without waiting for Qin Yuan to reply, she continued with a faint smile. You are my man, and I will not allow anyone in this world to bully you. If there is, it can only be me. Hearing this, Qin Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Hiss. So scary. The first sentence is quite warm, and the second sentence becomes, the corpse is quite warm. But if it weren't for you, I would definitely not be able to get this money, so When you? Stop. She raised her hand, having guessed what Qin Yuan would say, and said calmly, forget it, keep it for yourself. I don't need that little money. By the way, go to the sofa and bring me my laptop. Qin Yuan paused, finally responded, stood up and came over with her computer. Indeed. Wenyu really didn't need his money, but Qin Yuan didn't know how to repay her at the moment, so he wanted to give her back everything he had now. If you really want to repay me, then do your duty first. For example, every time you cook, make me a soup. If I don't specifically ask, then the soup will be different every time. That's a piece of cake. You can drink a different soup all year long. Hearing this, Wenyu raised her eyes and glanced at him, giving a faint smile, as if teasing Qin Yuan. This unintentional subtle action also made Qin Yuan's heart move. Because she is really a beauty, if they continue to spend time together like this, it will be difficult for Qin Yuan to control himself. Sooner or later, the two of them will have another accidental conflict. Don't just stand there like an idiot. Come sit next to me. What's wrong? Of course I'll take you to see the show, and I'll be your on-site commentator. Qin Yuan responded, stood up and walked around to sit on the chair next to her. Wen Yu's pair of crossed white long legs came into view, and Qin Yuan quickly looked away and looked at her computer screen. Soon, the live broadcast was played on the computer screen. That was the acceptance speech session arranged after the Dream Singer announced the finalists and the list of qualifiers was released. The live broadcast site was full of cheers. Coincidentally, it was Wang Songyang who came on stage to give his speech amid applause and cheers. Many of his fans around him were holding up signs with the name Yang Yang in blue letters and cheering loudly. Qin Yuan's first reaction was not that he was surprised that Wang Songyang was able to advance to the finals, but he started to wonder in his heart. The name Yang Yang, as a rap singer, why does it sound so feminine? It was also at this time that Qin Yuan saw Wen Yu pick up the mobile phone, take a picture of the live broadcast on the computer screen, and send a message. This action gradually made Qin Yuan think of something. So he asked, tentatively. As for Wang Songyang's thing, are you planning to expose some explosive information to attack him during his joyous moment of advancing to the finals? No, you're only half right. The explosive news is true, but when you sent the message, there was only one sentence on her phone screen. Follow the plan, you know how to do it. Then she put down her phone, turned to look at Qin Yuan, and continued what she had just said. It's not the right time yet. We need to let the bullets fly for a while. What do you mean? Qin Yuan asked puzzledly. Seeing that Qin Yuan was very curious, Wen Yu pressed the keyboard twice and opened a folder for Qin Yuan to see. In it was all the evidence and information for Qin Yuan's revenge plan, and a corresponding name was written on each document. Zhang Jiameng, Zhang Zhejun, Wang Songyang, and Zhang Maowei. Wen Yu directly clicked on the file of Wang Songyang, and there were 3 folders in it. Media articles, videos, and photos. Qin Yuan was stunned by this operation. When Wen Yu showed him the information, she no longer kept him in suspense and told him the complete plan. Chapter 31, What a femme fatale. You've seen it all, right? There are a lot of explosive materials about Wang Songyang, and each one is more cruel than the last. He just advanced to the finals. He is completely immersed in that joy. He must feel that his future is bright. People are all elated, so? Wen Yu sneered slightly, glanced at Qin Yuan and continued speaking. When he is in such an arrogant and excited state, he will definitely celebrate tonight. Various media will come to post articles to take advantage of the popularity, and many brands will seek business cooperation with him. Everything is a favorable trend. And Wang Songyang will definitely have fun again during this highlight moment tonight. Having fun? Qin Yuan asked doubtfully. Wen Yu nodded and gave Qin Yuan a look, indicating that he should randomly check the videos in the folder and he would know what was going on. Qin Yuan placed his fingers on the touchpad and stared at the screen, thinking about picking a longer video to learn more. When Wang Songyang goes to have fun, that's when we really start hunting. By then, we just need to report their location to the paparazzi. Wen Yu had just said this when. The computer screen played a shocking video with indescribable details and a sound that made people blush. The video that Qin Yuan accidentally selected to play happened to be the exciting scene that happened in the Land Rover when Wang Songyang was dating his fan Shangxiang that day. The picture is high definition and the sound is beautiful. This sudden movement made Wen Yu stop talking, and they both looked at the video on the computer. Qin Yuan? Wen Yu. There are more than 20 videos, but you chose this one. You are really good at choosing. The two of them turned to look at each other at the same time, and the atmosphere became a little awkward. Qin Yuan also noticed that there was a flash of shyness on Wen Yu's face, but she quickly returned to normal. I really chose it randomly. I picked a longer video, hoping to learn more. Qin Yuan said with a somewhat unnatural expression. Is she pretty? Do you think she has a good figure too? Not good, good. Qin Yuan seemed to have said something, but also seemed to have said nothing. It was just an unintentional act, but I didn't expect it to turn out so embarrassing and exciting. What's the difference between this and the two of them watching an action education movie together? Then, Wen Yu raised her hand and placed it on the keyboard. Qin Yuan thought that she was going to turn off the video, after all, it was already so embarrassing. But the next second, Wen Yu did not turn off the video. Instead, she clicked on the progress bar of the original video, scrolled to the end, paused, adjusted the picture, and finally froze it. Listen carefully to this part. This is a foreshadowing of his own evil deeds. It will be more interesting later. What foreshadowing? Listen. Land Rover is more spacious and comfortable to drive. How can this little broken car vibrate? It's so rubbish. I'll change the car as soon as I pass the finals and get the notice and have the money. Wang Songyang said this after he and Shang Xiang finished their affair and came back downstairs and got into the Camry that Zhang Jiaming had given him. He parked his car temporarily that night and received a call late in the night asking him to move his car. When he went back to move it, he uttered these dissatisfied words while sitting in the car. After watching this scene and hearing Wang Songyang's words clearly, Qin Yuan still hadn't fully reacted. How could this become a foreshadowing? I know that Camry. It was given to him by Zhang Jiaming on his birthday. But are there any other highlights in this video? When you looked at Qin Yuan's puzzled expression, a sly smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, and she continued what she had not finished saying before. After we confirm the location where Wang Songyang is having fun tonight and report it to the paparazzi, they will definitely not let go of this big news. Once they've captured the explosive footage they want, it's Uncle Hat's turn to clean up the mess, just in time to catch them red-handed. Then, we exposed all of Wang Songyang's previous scandals to the paparazzi, which proved that he was not a first-time offender in privately dating fans, but a repeat offender. Guess how big the news in the circle will be when Wang Songyang was taken away that night. As crazy as the media articles congratulating him on his advancement to the finals were, they will be so embarrassed tonight when they delete the articles and issue a new notice. Suddenly, there is a top-notch reversal. Hearing this, Qin Yuan couldn't help but take a breath. These words controlled Qin Yuan, who was trying to digest the information, for 2 full seconds. This seemingly complicated information can be twisted into a perfect revenge plan. Qin Yuan, what a femme fatale. What a cruel trick. But how do you know that Wang Songyang will definitely go out to have fun tonight? What if he doesn't? Wouldn't that mean all the plans will fail? Impossible, that's what he said himself. Whether he advances tonight or not, the result will be the same. When you gave Qin Yuan an extension, then pressed the spacebar to continue playing the video. It was the scene after Wang Songyang moved the car and sat in the car. After he complained, he changed to another mobile phone specially used to make appointments with fans and called a girl named Lin Wei. Wang Songyang made it clear on the phone that he would meet Lin Wei at W Mansion at 12:30 p.m. on the day of the final, and reminded Lin Wei to dress up well and bring her equipment for the meeting. All of this was recorded in the video. Good fellow. Qin Yuan paused after listening to it, looked at Wen Yu and asked hurriedly, "No, where did you get these videos from? And they are so clear." Of course it's the paparazzi, or private investigators. It's just a matter of spending some money. Wen Yu shrugged calmly, looked at Qin Yuan and asked, "How do you think the celebrities in the circle who are exposed for explosive news from time to time fall into this trap?" It's terrifying when you think about it. What an era without privacy. Qin Yuan paused, thinking of the topic just now, and asked again, "Then, what about the foreshadowing you just mentioned, how is it arranged later? Do you remember what I said to Zhang Jiaming in the private room of Hailey Hotel today?" Wen Yu asked. "Remember, you said that she had been cheated on countless times before she and Wang Songyang officially got together." "Right." Wen Yu nodded, placed her hand on the touchpad, switched to the folder named Zhang Jiaming, and played a video in it. The time in the picture is the morning of the second day after Wang Songyang made an appointment with Shang Xiang. Zhang Jiaming was sitting in his Camry. Even though Wang Songyang had already gotten out of the car and went upstairs, she insisted on putting on some makeup in the car first. After she finished putting on her makeup, she suddenly noticed another woman's hair on the passenger seat, so she became suspicious. She happened to have her computer with her and had originally planned to go back to the company later. Then Zhang Jiaming looked at the Camry's driving recorder. After a while, she got out of the car and left as if nothing had happened. Wrong. Qin Yuan pressed the spacebar, took a look at the time and date of the video recording, and asked Wen Yu in confusion. "She has watched the dashcam. Doesn't that mean she already knew what Wang Songyang said in the car the night before, and what happened afterwards?" Chapter 32. Who are you calling a monkey? Are you stupid? Wen Yu glanced at Qin Yuan with a speechless expression. It turned out that he had no tact at all. He just followed his own ideas and lost the basic thinking ability. Wang Songyang must have cleared the contents of the dashcam when he did those immoral things. How could he leave these evidences? If it were you, would you do the same? No, no, no. Qin Yuan shook his head repeatedly and said without hesitation, "There is no substitution." He didn't even dare to think about such a horrific thing, let alone assume it. When you picked up the spoon, took a sip of the soup slowly, and continued her explanation. However, it was precisely because Wang Songyang had something on his mind and deleted the records that Zhang Jiaming became even more suspicious. So when I said those words to her today, her expression changed significantly, as if it further confirmed her suspicions. In fact, whether Wang Songyang deletes the record or not, the result will be the same. Both of them are suspicious and guilty. Sooner or later, something will go wrong. And the video I said was a foreshadowing. The words Wang Songyang said in the car will be sent privately to Zhang Jiaming, which is equivalent to giving her solid evidence again. After Wang Songyang is disgraced tonight, even if he wants to trick Zhang Jiaming into explaining to her, it will be useless. As for Wang Songyang, when you finished a mouthful of soup, pursed her lips and revealed a sneer. After the incident was made public, he first suspected that Zhang Jiaming had betrayed him, because Zhang Jiaming had touched his dashcam, which led him to think that Zhang Jiaming had been secretly tracking and investigating him for a long time. In fact, that was only the first time Zhang Jiaming suspected Wang Songyang, and she hadn't gotten any concrete evidence yet. But that's not important. What's important is that something happened at this critical juncture. From now on, not only will their relationship be broken, but they will also misunderstand each other for the rest of their lives and become enemies. Qin Yuan, what the hell did I marry? After seeing these thoughts and methods, Qin Yuan felt his scalp tingling. Looking at her pair of long white legs swinging leisurely under the table, Qin Yuan felt no desire at all, only waves of fear. Fortunately, I didn't offend her. Once there is doubt in a relationship, trust becomes cheap. When a person has gone through hardships, climbed over mountains and ridges to the top, and just felt the beauty of the peak that he had never seen before, and then suddenly fell into the abyss in an instant, this is the most painful, so we need to let the bullet fly for a while, instead of breaking the news in advance, or breaking the news now. This is a society ruled by law. If someone bullies you or hurts you badly, don't just think about taking action without thinking. What's the harm in beating him up? You'll also suffer. The real revenge is to scare the other person so much that he'll be traumatized by you for the rest of his life and stay away from you from now on. After saying that, when you turned her head slightly, she noticed Qin Yuan's shocked expression out of the corner of her eyes, and there was a hint of fear in her eyes, but she smiled imperceptibly. Because there is a deeper meaning behind Wen Yu's plan to help Qin Yuan take revenge. This is the complete plan. After tonight, everything will be revealed and it will be a foregone conclusion. When you turned to face Qin Yuan, holding her chin with one hand, and asked him, after listening to this, how do you feel? Do you have any thoughts? Have. Qin Yuan nodded sincerely and said frankly, I am shocked and deeply impressed by you. That's right. When you showed a satisfied smile and said, this is the effect we want. Killing a chicken to scare the monkeys. When this matter is exposed, no one will dare to bully you anymore. No, it's not that there is no one. There is still one. Qin Yuan shook his head and said weakly. Wen Yu? Under Wen Yu's death gaze, Qin Yuan repeatedly pondered over what she had just said in his mind, and always seemed to feel that something was not right. I thought of it. Killing the chicken to scare the monkey. Wait a moment. Qin Yuan was stunned for a moment, and asked tentatively in a low voice, when you say kill the chicken to scare the monkey, does it also include me? Wen Yu smiled without saying anything, just looking at him quietly. Her eyes seemed to be asking back, what do you think? That's right. This is the deep meaning behind Wen Yu's plan. If I were to give Qin Yuan a piece of advice, it would be that those who like to mess around in private and betray their feelings will not have a good ending in the end. At least that's the case for Wen Yu. Qin Yuan? Who do you call monkey? Just tell whoever asks. Looking at Qin Yuan's wide-eyed expression, Wen Yu's smile grew, but after thinking about it, she decided that it would be better not to scare her little brother, lest he really couldn't bear it. Then she turned around and pointed at the dining table to change the subject. How do you eat this shrimp? I'll peel it for you to eat. If there are stairs, go down quickly. Qin Yuan quickly transformed himself into a top waiter and started peeling the shrimps. At the same time, he was thinking about what had just happened, and finally he came to a conclusion. He had indeed become one of the monkeys. Qin Yuan would rather offend the King of Hell than Wen Yu. If he offended the King of Hell, the worst that he would get was a quick death, but Wen Yu's methods could make a person's life worse than death. However, with Qin Yuan's personality and character, he would not do such a thing. If he could, he would have kicked Zhang Jiaming out back then. How could the things that happened later happen? As for Wen Yu. One day a long time later, when Qin Yuan learned all the truth, he put himself in Wen Yu's shoes and thought about the matter from her perspective. In fact, he did not blame Wen Yu for doing this. Because she had to be cautious at that time and use decisive measures. And even if we take a step back, Wen Yu did help Qin Yuan solve a huge problem. Otherwise, with the Zhang family's character, Qin Yuan would have been toyed with and tortured for who knows how long. After dinner, Qin Yuan stood up and cleaned the table. When he was about to take the dishes to the kitchen to wash them, Wen Yu suddenly took the initiative to walk to his side. "I'll come too." Without waiting for Qin Yuan to speak, she went straight to work and took the tableware to the kitchen. Soon, the two stood in front of the kitchen sink, where there were exactly two positions. Qin Yuan was responsible for this round of using detergent, while Wen Yu helped wash the dishes with clean water and put them back in place. Qin Yuan didn't expect Wen Yu to suddenly offer to help with the housework. But in fact, isn't this a normal phenomenon that should exist between a couple? After washing the dishes, Qin Yuan went back to his room to take a shower. When he walked out of the living room, Wen Yu was sitting cross-legged on the sofa next to the balcony, quietly facing the computer. She had taken off the shower cap on her head, and her scattered hair fell on her shoulders. Looking at her from the side, there was a beautiful sense of déjà vu. When you noticed Qin Yuan looking at her out of the corner of her eye, she stood up and walked over with the computer in her hand. Under Qin Yuan's gaze, she spoke softly. "I'll take you somewhere, follow me." Chapter 33 Don't Touch My Breasts. When Qin Yuan heard this, he was stunned. "Where are you going this late at night?" Wait, could it be? She also wanted to take me to the area near W Mansion to watch a live show? Next second. Don't just stand there like an idiot. Take it. When you stuffed the laptop in her hand in front of Qin Yuan, and he subconsciously held it with both hands. As it turned out, Qin Yuan was overthinking it. When you walked towards the corridor of the room and went straight to the end. On the wall hung a vertical landscape painting. The setting sun, the mountains and the clouds are a perfect match. There are flocks of birds flying on the top of the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, an old man was riding a boat. But as a top student who graduated from the Academy of Fine Arts, Qin Yuan could tell at a glance that the painting was not serious, especially the flying bird and the old man, which were painted too sloppily and abstractly, like a lump. There is also a small red mark in the lower right corner of the painting. Did you draw this? Qin Yuan walked behind Wen Yu and asked with a smile on his face. I just drew this when I had nothing to do, but this painting is not the point. Wen Yu nodded, and suddenly thought of Qin Yuan's major in university, and said lightly, I almost forgot that you are from the Academy of Fine Arts. If you have time someday, you can help me draw a picture. Okay, let alone just one, any number of them is fine. Qin Yuan readily agreed. Next second. When you opened the painting and knocked on a certain spot on the wall. Then a small secret compartment appeared, containing a small numeric keypad and a fingerprint frame. With a few beep beep sounds, when you entered the password and pressed the fingerprint in the face of Qin Yuan's surprised expression, and a door suddenly opened on the wall at the end of the corridor. You thought it was a wall, but it turned out to be a door, and it didn't look out of place. Who would have thought that there would be such a high-tech arrangement in this house? Awesome! Qin Yuan gave a thumbs up and praised sincerely. He followed Wen Yu inside. As the light button by the door was turned on, the surroundings in front became brighter. At first glance, I realized that this is a place similar to a bar. There is a wine cabinet, a bar, two separate small bathrooms and a small balcony. Opposite the bar is a sofa. There is a projection screen on the wall in front of the sofa. The entire room has surround sound. In addition, on the side of the bar, there is a set of gaming tables and chairs with pink cartoon kitten patterns, and the host under the table is still flashing. The computers are all turned off, which means Wen Yu often stays here. Many times, she had not returned to her room, or she was not necessarily sleeping in the room, but staying in this secret space. Sometimes she did not return to her room until late at night, and Qin Yuan had no idea about this. This secret space is actually quite large. It is equivalent to another large room with complete facilities. After all, this is a one-unit per floor apartment. Looking at the room full of atmosphere, Qin Yuan fell in love with it within less than half a minute of entering. This place is amazing, great. Qin Yuan said excitedly from the bottom of his heart. Now you know why I like living in Moshwan apartment, right? It's my own house, and I can decorate it however I want. That's true. If it is a house where one lives with parents, such as Zhang number 1, even if it is top-notch and has a luxurious villa, but in terms of decoration style, Qin Yuan, and when you have the same idea and definitely prefer Mashwan apartment. When you walked into the bar, and while washing the cups, she raised her hand, pointed around, and introduced with a faint smile. And the soundproofing here is very good. It's specially renovated for soundproofing, so you can do whatever you want. Good soundproofing? You can do whatever you want? This sounds like... He was stunned and looked at Wen Yu. Qin Yuan? Wen Yu? After she realized what was happening, she looked at Qin Yuan with a dark face. What are you thinking about? I didn't think anything. Qin Yuan spread his hands innocently. What I mean is... Wen Yu paused, and said with a speechless expression, here you can watch dramas, play games, or even sing karaoke loudly without worrying about disturbing the people upstairs and downstairs. Yeah, that's what I thought. Looking at Qin Yuan's smug smile, Wen Yu picked up a pack of tissues on the table and pretended to throw it at Qin Yuan. She subconsciously dodged it, but found that the other party did not really throw it at her. Beer, white wine, foreign wine, red wine, cocktails, what do you want to drink? Can you mix drinks? It depends on my mood. For example, I won't do that now. Red wine, or something like yours will do. As he spoke, Qin Yuan sat down on the sofa behind him. The large, spacious sofa was soft and really comfortable to sit on. He opened his arms and placed them on the back of the sofa. He turned his head to look at the side, where there was a large pink cat pillow that was estimated to be 60 centimeters long. He subconsciously wanted to reach out and grab it. Take your paws away and don't touch my tits. What? Qin Yuan was so excited that he even wrote out the English words. He stopped hanging his hands and looked at Wen Yu's face in confusion, then his eyes gradually moved downwards. How can I move you? I'm still more than 2 meters away from you. Scored twice. Wen Yu? I mean, don't touch my breasts or else you Qin Yuan wanna die. Wen Yu stared at Qin Yuan with deathly eyes and said all these words in one breath without even using punctuation marks. Okay, I won't touch it. Qin Yuan took his hand back and whispered, but the name you gave this pillow. Shut up. It can be seen that Wen Yu has been trying very hard to control her emotions. At the same time, under the ambient light, her face actually turned slightly rosy. They were just some unintentional words, but who knew they would be so easily misunderstood and associated with certain aspects? Qin Yuan nodded, raised his hand to his mouth, made a zipper motion to her, then sat upright and silently turned his head to look directly at the large projection screen in front of him. Soon, Wen Yu came to the sofa with 2 wine glasses filled with ice and a bottle of XO and sat next to Qin Yuan. She poured some wine into each other's glasses, then picked up her glass and clinked it with Qin Yuan's glass. She took a small sip and her eyes fell on the computer screen. 15 minutes ago, Wen Ming replied to her message. Wen Yu did not hide anything and opened her chat box with Wen Ming in front of Qin Yuan. Wen Ming, miss, the meeting place for Wang Songyang and Lin Wei tonight has been confirmed. It is at W Mansion. Wen Ming, moreover, it should be because Wang Songyang and Zhang Jiaming did not get in touch today, and he does not need to accompany Zhang Jiaming tonight, so the time may be advanced. It is estimated that the two of them will meet at 12 o'clock. Wen Ming, the media reporters have been contacted and deployed, and everything is ready. Wen Yu took a sip of her wine glass, a smile spread across her face, and she typed a reply to Wen Ming's message with one hand. Wen Yu, okay, continue to observe and execute according to the original plan. Wen Ming, okay. You saw it all, right? In about an hour, we'll be able to watch the second half of the show. It's the weekend tomorrow, so we have plenty of time. Someone will not be able to sleep tonight. Tomorrow morning, all the major media outlets will be busy. As for you, will you become soft-hearted at this time? It was still very quiet, with only Wen Yu talking. She suddenly turned her head and looked at Qin Yuan, who was also looking at her, but still did not speak. He just raised his finger and pointed at his mouth silently. Wen Yu. People do laugh when they are speechless, and Wen Yu was just made to laugh by Qin Yuan. There's really nothing I can do about you. Wen Yu raised her hand with a smile on her face, put her fingers next to Qin Yuan's mouth and made a zippering motion. A fragrance emanated from her fingertips and entered Qin Yuan's nose. Qin Yuan also saw the beautiful, slightly playful smile on her face. Go ahead. Answer my question just now, will you suddenly soften your heart? Chapter 34, The Promise Between Us After Drinking. Won't. Qin Yuan gave the answer without hesitation, picked up the wine glass and took a sip of wine. Under Wen Yu's gaze, he continued speaking calmly. Once you've made a decision, don't look back. You should look forward. And you're right. If you show leniency to those who have hurt you and then burn bridges after crossing the river, you're just degrading yourself. You've been bullied to such an extent, don't say suffering a loss is a blessing, that's just asking for trouble. Hearing Qin Yuan's answer, Wen Yu responded with a satisfied smile and raised her glass to clink with him. After a short silence, Wen Yu suddenly asked him a meaningful question. I really want to know, if I do this, will you be afraid of me too? Want to hear the truth? Of course, do you and I need to say those flattering words to each other? Hearing this, Qin Yuan nodded, took another sip of wine, leaned back on the sofa, and spoke his true feelings after thinking for a while. Not everyone can use your method. To be honest, if you were an ordinary person like me and experienced this thundering method, anyone would be afraid. But at the same time, I also know that you did all this for me, for us. Wen Yu's heart moved. For us. Qin Yuan's words really touched her heart, but he was also right in one point. You are not an ordinary person. If we really talk about background, you, Qin Yuan, are the unfathomable and untouchable existence. Wen Yu nodded to Qin Yuan with satisfaction and poured wine into each other's glasses again. And this time she was obviously not so reserved when pouring the wine. Even if it was foreign liquor, she would just fill the glass directly. Qin Yuan glanced at the two people's cups and showed an indifferent expression on his face. No matter whether it is a happy wine or a confession wine, you are not afraid, so why should I, a man, be afraid? Tomorrow is the weekend anyway. Even if something went wrong after drinking, what's the problem with this legal relationship between husband and wife? Drinking is over. The two clinked their glasses, and while looking at each other, they picked up their glasses and started drinking. Wen Yu didn't put down her glass, so Qin Yuan didn't put down his glass either and continued drinking. Wow, it's like a competition. They drank the full glass of foreign liquor in one gulp. While putting down the wine glass, Wen Yu sat cross-legged, placed the big breast pillow in front of her, and put her hands on it. She smoothed her hair, her face already slightly red. Then you must remember what you just said and understand what I have done. I don't want people with different thoughts living in this house. It's all about being honest and candid. After hearing this, it was Qin Yuan's turn to pour the wine, but he didn't fill the glass to the top. He only poured a little more than half a glass. Okay. Qin Yuan smiled and nodded, looking at her and said, This is mutual. I can agree to it, but you have to promise me one thing. What's the matter? Tell me. I also don't want a cold person to live in this house, making this house as cold as if it were only winter all year round. Qin Yuan paused, softened his tone a little and continued. I don't know what you've been through, which is why you seem so cold and arrogant. But if possible, I'm willing to spend some time to get to know you, your past, present, and future. I don't care what happens outside, but it's different at home. After all, we are already married. Wife, you're right, right? When Qin Yuan said the last sentence, the expression on Wen Yu's face changed slightly, and her heart trembled. Then she avoided Qin Yuan's gaze with a confused look. You said it so seriously and sincerely, but why did you suddenly say something flirtatious? After a moment's silence, Wen Yu raised her hand to smooth her hair, nodded, and spoke softly. Okay, then let this be an agreement between us. You promise me, and I promise you. Wen Yu picked up the cup, looked at Qin Yuan again, and said with a faint smile, starting from tonight, it's a deal. It's a deal. The two men clinked their glasses together, and a drunken agreement was made. At the same time, this also means that from this moment on, their confused and dramatic process of getting their marriage certificate will gradually get on track. And what Qin Yuan said to Wen Yu just now was actually something he had been thinking about in the past few days. Should I find a time to end this dramatic marriage, or just accept life's arrangements as they come? The answer is obviously the latter. It's not because Wen Yu helped Qin Yuan so much, but because this is actually a matter of Qin Yuan's own view on love. No matter whether they are in a relationship or getting married, as long as a story between the two of them begins, he will take it seriously. But at the beginning, Qin Yuan really felt that it was a very abrupt thing for him to marry a strange woman. Even though a relationship may go through countless twists and turns, such as the one between him and his ex-girlfriend Zhang, Qin Yuan always chose to find ways to keep it stable until one day he realized that he was really powerless and then he would choose to give up. And it is the kind of giving up that will never have any connection again, in the true sense of the word. The older generation often said that things used to be repaired if they were broken, but nowadays many people just throw things away if they are broken. In relationships, Qin Yuan adheres to the concept of old man. Because this is a kind of responsibility. Qin Yuan drank a lot of wine, and the aftereffects of the foreign liquor were very strong. He also felt a little dizzy, so he raised his hand to Wenyu, indicating that he wanted to get up and go to the bathroom. However, when Qin Yuan came out of the bathroom, he found Wenyu already lying on the sofa. What's a bit funny is that Wenyu had been holding the big Mimi pillow on her body, but now it's not a pillow, but a quilt that she is holding and pressing on her body. Wenyu curled up her body, forming a beautiful S shape. Maybe it was because the night was getting colder, and she felt a little cold. She crossed her hands in front of her body and clenched her little feet. Qin Yuan couldn't help but smile when he saw Wenyu sleeping so adorably after drinking. She's pretty cute when she's not crazy. He muttered something in his heart, then couldn't help but take out his cell phone and find the right angle to take a picture of Wenyu sleeping. When Qin Yuan walked to the sofa, he did not sit down, nor did he wake up Wenyu. After putting the wine glass and the bottle of XO away, he turned to look at the computer screen. Wen Ming reported the situation on the scene to Wenyu. At this time, they had already arranged for the paparazzi to come to W Mansion, and the good show was about to begin. But Qin Yuan didn't have the heart to pay any more attention to it, because he already knew how the scene would end, and there was no point or desire to pay attention to it anymore. Just at this moment. Help me, get up, I want a drink, soup. Qin Yuan? He silently turned his head and looked at Wenyu, thinking she was awake, but Wenyu just turned over and was lying down, and what she just said was just talking in her sleep. Qin Yuan, you're crazy, how much you love drinking soup. Immediately afterwards, Qin Yuan, who was squatting between the sofa and the table, suddenly received a gift from Wenyu. Qin Yuan widened his eyes and couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. Fuck. Chapter 35 Qin Yuan, I'm hungry. Wenyu turned over and stretched out her legs, with her right leg almost aimed at Qin Yuan. He subconsciously put his hands on the ground to avoid it, but Qin Yuan dodged his face, and Duo Wenyua's right foot came down and hit the edge of Qin Yuan's third leg directly. It's not the classic plot of vomiting all over the body after drinking, but in comparison, this is more explosive than vomiting all over the body. Woo. A second of red heat and excruciating pain. It is important to keep one's innocence in the world at the critical moment. If Wenyu wakes up at this time, it will be even more embarrassing. Qin Yuan gritted his teeth to endure the pain and stopped shouting in time. At this moment, he sobered up a lot. Auntie, we had a grudge in the last life, so I'll send you to defeat me in this life. Qin Yuan felt like crying but had no tears. Just now he thought Wenyu was cute and adorable when she was sleeping, but the next second he was slapped in the face. Now he was about to collapse. This actually happened in just a moment, and then Qin Yuan saw that Wenyu's left foot also became restless and rested on the back of the sofa. What kind of open sleeping position is this? She is a goddess outside, but almost a psychopath at home. Qin Yuan looked at Wenyu's two apart, long, white legs, and his eyes couldn't help but scan them. Fine. The buttocks of the big Mimi pillow helps to cover the key parts. However, Wenyu's kick just now had extinguished the flame in Qin Yuan's heart, so naturally he would not have any ideas. Qin Yuan took a deep breath and took out his mobile phone to take a picture of her enchanting sleeping posture. Then he carefully put Wenyu's feet back on the sofa. I told you to drink so fast, but it turns out you're still a little bit of a loser. Qin Yuan curled his lips and muttered something softly, then he stood up and his eyes fell on Wenyu again. Because Qin Yuan discovered that there seemed to be only the big Mimi pillow on the sofa, without even a small blanket. So Qin Yuan made a decision. Go back to your room and sleep. After speaking softly, Qin Yuan first opened the doors one by one, then gave Wenyu a princess hug and sent her back to her room to sleep. Of course, it was Wenyu's own room, and this was the first time Qin Yuan entered her room in the few days he had lived there. At first glance, Qin Yuan couldn't help but be stunned. Who would have thought that Wenyu looked such a cold person, but her room was decorated like that of a little girl. The main color of the entire room is light pink, and the style is pink cartoon kittens. The pillows, gaming tables and chairs, and even the current room are all pink cartoon kittens. It seems that she really likes kittens. When Qin Yuan carried Wenyu to the bed, she put her arms around the back of Qin Yuan's neck, frowned slightly and started talking nonsense. Soup. I'm thirsty, I want to drink soup. Okay, lie down first, I'll bring you some soup right away. Qin Yuan spoke to Wenyu gently as if he was coaxing a child, and she really put her hand down obediently. Soon, Qin Yuan walked into the room with a cup of soup, which was a thermos filled with warm water at the adjusted temperature. Here, the soup is here, drink it. He hugged Wenyu and sat up, feeding her water attentively, but she kept her eyes closed even while drinking. Only after she finished drinking and lay down did she slightly open her sleepy eyes and look at Qin Yuan with a dazed look. But it only took 2 seconds before Wenyu lay down and fell asleep in an instant. Good night, little Pa Kai. Qin Yuan said with a smile, raised his hand to turn off the light, gently closed the door and walked out of Wenyu's room. After tossing and turning for a while, it was past 1 in the morning and it was finally Qin Yuan's turn to go to bed. The next day, around 8 o'clock in the morning, Wenyu woke up first according to her usual biological clock. She raised her hand to her forehead and frowned slightly, feeling very thirsty after waking up from the alcohol. She glanced at the ceiling, the familiar pink room layout, and quickly recalled what happened last night. Last night, wasn't I in the room over there in the bar? When did you return to your room? When you thought about it and gradually remembered that when they were drinking last night, Qin Yuan got up and said he was going to the bathroom, but she didn't remember what happened after that. Could it be that Qin Yuan sent me back to my room? Thinking of this, Wenyu subconsciously lifted the quilt and looked down. Fine. All her clothes were still on, including the same set of dark green ice silk pajamas she wore last night. For some reason, Wenyu actually felt relieved. She sat up from the bed, lifted the quilt and turned around to see her thermos cup on the bedside table. She had gradually forgotten many things, but after seeing the thermos cup, suddenly more images came to her mind. Wenyu vaguely remembered that she seemed to have drunk too much last night, and it seemed like he also kicked Qin Yuan? Apart from this, she also vaguely remembered that Qin Yuan carried her back to the room, and there were a few scenes when she returned to the room and Qin Yuan fed her water. She remembered a little bit, but she couldn't remember anything else. As he recalled the time when he drank too much, an intriguing smile gradually appeared on Wenyu's face. She's quite caring. She did not forget the agreement she and Qin Yuan made while drinking last night. It seemed that since waking up this morning, Wenyu gradually began to have different feelings towards Qin Yuan. She herself couldn't explain what it felt like. But at least, it's not the kind of feeling that's disgusted or rejected. After getting up and washing, Wenyu yawned and walked out of the living room. She found that the living room was very quiet, the curtains were not opened, and there was no sign of Qin Yuan. Are you still not up? Wenyu turned her head to look at the door of Qin Yuan's room, and walked over slowly. She put her finger on her chin and thought for a moment. As an idea came to her mind, a sly smile appeared on her face. So, Wenyu first knocked on Qin Yuan's door. Seeing that there was no response, and confirming that he had not gotten up yet, she gently opened the door of Qin Yuan's room. At this moment, Qin Yuan was sleeping on his side, facing the door, in a state of sound sleep. After leaving Wenyu's room last night, Qin Yuan went to sleep at first, but he felt thirsty again during the night. While he was getting up to drink water and go to the toilet, he went to Wenyu's room to see how she was, worried that she might have drunk too much and felt uncomfortable, or had vomited all over the bed. It was not until after 3 o'clock in the morning that Qin Yuan finally fell asleep peacefully. Looking at Qin Yuan sleeping soundly at this moment, and recalling the scene of him taking care of her last night, Wenyu's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a beautiful smile. She tiptoed to sit beside Qin Yuan's bed and watched him sleep for a long time. It's time to get up. Wenyu said in a low voice, and at the same time stretched out her fingers and gently poked Qin Yuan's arm twice. #. Qin Yuan frowned and raised his hand to clear his arm. The overwhelming sleepiness made him fall asleep again soon. But when Wenyu saw him like this, the smile on her face became even more intense. She then pulled out a piece of tissue paper from the bedside table, rolled it up slightly, and placed it on Qin Yuan's face, teasing him. Qin Yuan frowned and felt his face and nose itchy. He subconsciously raised his hand and fanned his face. Ah, chi! Hiss. As he sneezed, he also slapped Wenyu on the wrist, causing her to quickly pull her hand back and let out a cry of pain. Until then, Qin Yuan finally opened his sleepy eyes, and looking at Wenyu who was sitting close to him, he immediately became alert. Fuck! You, what are you doing? Qin Yuan leaned back a little, staring at Wenyu with wide eyes, but the latter covered her hands and looked at him with an aggrieved expression. You just hit me. Wenyu curled her lips and whispered in a coquettish tone, Qin Yuan, I'm hungry. Chapter 36, Caught. Looking at Wen Yu's pitiful appearance at this moment, as if tears were about to flow out of her eyes at any time, Qin Yuan's heart melted. How could he even think of blaming her? Qin Yuan himself did not expect that Wen Yu could master so many styles. The domineering president, the cold queen, the scheming goddess, the cute girl, they can be both salty and sweet. Okay, I'll take a break and I'll go make breakfast later. Really? The crying child gets candy, and the woman who acts coquettishly has the best life. Qin Yuan agreed immediately, but he couldn't just get up now, because he was at the age of full of vigor and vitality, and the flag would be raised every morning. If he stood up now, I can't even imagine how embarrassing the scene was. Seeing this, Wen Yu nodded, stood up and said, okay, then I'll go out and wait for you. Qin Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief only when Wen Yu walked out of the room. Luckily, I woke up this morning lying on my side under the quilt. I don't know what will happen next time. What if she suddenly comes to my room again? No, you'd better lock the door when you go to bed at night. As for Wen Yu's room, he didn't care whether it was locked or not. Not long after, Qin Yuan carried 2 bowls of steaming dumplings and walked towards the dining table. At this time, Wen Yu was sitting at the dining table, looking at the computer screen intently with a smile on her lips. Qin Yuan sat down opposite her, moved one of the bowls of dumplings in front of her, and said, "It's time for breakfast. It's still hot, eat it later, look at this first." Wen Yu turned the computer screen towards Qin Yuan and said softly, "From last night till now, articles, videos and photos from major online media have been flying everywhere." Qin Yuan took a small bite of the dumpling, raised his eyes to look at the computer screen, and at the same time put his hand on the touchpad to scroll the page. The result was just as Wen Yu had planned. The facts had already given the answer. Zhang Jiajun was taken away, detained and fined. He originally wanted to hire a lawyer to sue him, but Zhang Maoe stopped him from doing so. Because he was destined to lose the lawsuit in which he was already in the wrong. If he insisted on doing so, the result would only be more embarrassing in the end, so it would be better for him to admit his mistake frankly. In addition, the 8 people headed by Qi Yuan also received corresponding punishments. The most explosive and tragic thing was Wang Songyang. Overnight, he fell rapidly from the peak to the abyss. The official of Dream Singer issued a statement overnight, cancelling Wang Songyang's ranking, firmly boycotting such inferior artists, and deleting all the recordings of him participating in the competition. At this time, in the detention center, Wang Songyang's face looked extremely ugly, and he kept insisting on finding a lawyer. It happened that at this time, someone applied to see Wang Songyang, so he was brought in. However, the person who came was not Wang Songyang's agent, nor his lawyer, but Zhang Wei, the legal officer of the organizer of Dream Singer. "Why is it you?" Wang Songyang looked at him gloomily and growled, "I need to find my agent and lawyer." Zhang Wei looked indifferent and spoke briefly. "When disaster strikes, everyone flees. You don't have to think about looking for them. You've caused them to lose so much money, and you've also lost their face. Wang Songyang, I'm here today to inform you of 3 things. Zhang Wei paused for a moment and continued speaking. "First, in addition to the contents of our official announcement, you must return all the prize money for your ranking in our competition within 3 to 5 working days, otherwise, we will sue you if you delay. Second, we will demand compensation from you for the multiple losses caused by the incident involving your personal PC, which affected the ratings and image of our company and the singer selection event, and may even sue you. Third, your agent asked me to help tell you that Xinhua Media has fired you and is demanding compensation for your previous training and other expenses. In addition, you will be notified to the entire industry. You should know what this means." Zhang Wei sneered and said calmly, "Oh, I forgot one more thing. I heard that Lin Wei's parents have started collecting evidence and are preparing to sue you." Then, he turned to look at the man in the hat behind him and said with a smile, "Comrade Police, if you need our assistance in any investigation, please feel free to contact us at any time. We will fully cooperate." After saying that, Zhang Wei turned around and left gracefully. Wang Songyang, who was sitting in front of the table, felt dead. After hearing what was said, the other party just left like that. He immediately yelled at Zhang Wei. "Zhang Wei, you are a fucking lackey. When I made money for you, how did you beg me? I'm telling you, when I recover, I'll expose all your dirty deeds. Whoever is afraid will be punished. Lawyer, I want to find my lawyer." Wang Songyang yelled angrily, as if trying hard to cover up the panic and unwillingness in his heart. The uncle in the hat next to him slapped the table and warned him seriously. "Quiet, what do you think this place is? Celebrities are also human beings. Once they come here, everything has to go according to procedures. Just be quiet. He suppressed his anger and fell into silence, but at the same time a crazy plan of revenge had already sprouted in his mind. When I get out, none of you will have an easy time, just wait for me. He made up his mind in anger. Wang Songyang was fined 5,000 yuan and detained for 15 days, which are the most basic and unavoidable punishments. As a result, Wang Songyang was almost ruined. Others reach the peak as soon as they debut, but he finishes his career as soon as he debuts. But compared to what Zhang Wei said to him, those were the real heavy consequences, and the price was far more than just the punishment. At the same time, Jadiba's new product launch conference was held today when news was all over the place, and Zhang Zhejun was also taken away, so it was bound to be implicated and affected. In addition to this incident, the underground relationship between Zhang Jiaming and Wang Songyang was also dug out and their scandal was exposed. What's interesting is that nothing about Qin Yuan was revealed. This was of course Wen Yu's protection measure for him. Jadiba's press conference is actually a dead end, destined to have dismal sales and become a laughingstock. Wen Yu only made a slight move, but the Zhang family and Wang Songyang were already in a terrible state. Qin Yuan calmly read the contents and pushed the computer back to Wen Yu's desk. He ate a dumpling and said calmly, "There's nothing to see, let's have breakfast." Wen Yu looked at him with a half smile and asked, "Don't you have anything to say after reading this?" Qin Yuan shook his head. "After listening to your plan last night, I already guessed what the result would be." Hearing this, Wen Yu nodded to him. The other party's mention of last night made her think of another thing, so she changed the subject. Ahem. Wen Yu crossed her hands and rested them on the table. She leaned closer to Qin Yuan and asked, "Well, I fell asleep on the sofa last night, and you walked me back to my room?" "Yeah, you already know this obvious thing, don't you?" Qin Yuan shrugged and said with a wicked smile, "Unless you sleepwalk." "I really can't remember what happened afterwards, so I asked you." When you rolled her eyes at him and said, "I vaguely remember that when I was sleeping on the sofa, I seemed to accidentally kick you?" She looked at Qin Yuan, then bent down to look under the table and asked nervously. "At that time, I stretched my leg naturally, and it seemed that the force was quite strong." "Where did I kick you? Is it serious?" Chapter 37 A strange man enters the house. Qin Yuan. "It's okay if you don't mention it. Once you mention it, I'll feel a kind of sadness and pain in my balls." He just felt a chill in his crotch and crossed his legs, avoiding Wen Yu's gaze guiltily. "He dodged my face and kicked me, on the knee. But it's okay, I have thick skin." Qin Yuan said stubbornly. "Good brother, okay, you are noble and great, you must compensate me with delicious food in the future." "Oh, my skin is as thick as my face." "That's the truth." Wen Yu said with a slight smile on her face. "Don't mention it." Qin Yuan pointed at the dumplings in her bowl with a droopy face and said, "Hurry up and eat breakfast, or the dumplings will get cold." Wen Yu looked at Qin Yuan with an expression as if she wanted to say something but hesitated, but in the end she just lowered her head and ate the dumplings in the bowl silently. At 10 o'clock in the morning, after breakfast, Qin Yuan rested for a while, then walked towards his room. Wen Yu stayed in the living room for a while, then she went back into the bar room. She looked at the 2 glasses on the bar where they had drunk wine last night, and placed her fingers around the edges of the glasses, gently circling them. I don't know what Wen Yu was thinking when she did this little gesture, but a smile gradually appeared on her face. The smile looked a little sweet, a little proud, and a little shy. Then she changed her clothes, took her car keys and went out. Half an hour later, Qin Yuan woke up from a nap and found that Wen Yu said she had gone out to buy groceries. He didn't think much about it, walked to the sofa and sat down, and when he looked up, he saw the painting in the small bar. He remembered that Wen Yu had asked him to paint before she took him into the bar yesterday. A smirk gradually appeared on his face. Another hour passed in the blink of an eye. Although he hadn't painted for some time, Qin Yuan still completed a painting as these technical skills were almost engraved in his bones. Qin Yuan held up the new work, compared it in a certain direction, and said with a chuckle, "Done, just need to paint it." He put the painting on the table, flicked the screen with his finger and checked the time. 12:26. What's going on? Why does it take so long to buy groceries? Qin Yuan frowned, having a bad feeling in his heart. After hesitating for a moment, he picked up his phone, thinking of calling Wen Yu to ask. Next second, the door opened, and Wen Yu's familiar figure appeared in Qin Yuan's sight, but she was not the only one who came back. "Thank you for bringing it in." Just put it here at the door. Okay. Immediately afterwards, 3 strange men appeared behind Wenyu. 2 of the men were holding a large cardboard box each, and the other man behind was holding 2 oversized shopping bags in each hand. After they put the things into the house, one of the men who was responsible for carrying the cardboard boxes looked at Wenyu and suggested with a smile, "Beautiful lady, installing computers and tables requires technical skills. You, a girl, may not be able to do it. How about we help you install it? See where it is placed and we will take it in." At this moment, Qin Yuan's original expression of surprise and confusion changed. After seeing the subtle expressions on the faces of the 2 men holding the cardboard boxes, he immediately stood up and walked over quickly. "No, thank you. I'll do it." Qin Yuan immediately walked up to Wenyu and politely declined their offer. "Wife, go get some water first." As he spoke, Qin Yuan gave her a look. Her face was stunned for a moment, but she still nodded to Qin Yuan, turned and walked into the house. "Brothers, thank you for your hard work. Why don't you have a drink of water before leaving?" Qin Yuan said with a smile. The guy who was in charge of carrying the shopping bags waved his hand and smiled at Qin Yuan. "Thank you, but no, I have my own water cup. I'm leaving, get off work now." When the other 2 heard this, they felt embarrassed to stay any longer. They exchanged a few polite words with Qin Yuan and left. Qin Yuan locked the door and turned to look at Wenyu, who was holding a glass pot and a disposable cup. "Leave? Didn't you say you would give them a glass of water? It seems that you didn't understand the look I gave you just now at all." Qin Yuan looked at Wenyu speechlessly, and his expression gradually became serious. Wenyu's behavior just now made him realize a very serious problem. Chapter 38, Your sleeping posture is indeed enchanting. What do you mean? Wenyu looked at him with even more confusion. Seeing this, Qin Yuan took a deep breath and pointed out the seriousness of the matter. "Didn't you notice that the man who said he was helping to install the computer had a strange look in his eyes just now? Whether they thought you were a single woman and were attracted to you, or whether they were attracted to you because of the luxurious decoration of the house, it would be very dangerous for you. Were you always so unprepared for the basics of life when you lived alone?" Hearing this, Wenyu's heart moved. Only then did she gradually react. When Qin Yuan came over, the first thing he did was to protect her behind him and hinted that she should stay away from the 3 strange men. Wenyu indeed felt that these were things that should not be taken seriously. If the other party really dared to attack her, her long period of martial arts training would make her reactions more agile than ordinary people, and she was confident that she could escape danger. However, after Wenyu realized what Qin Yuan was doing, she felt a warm feeling in her heart. "When I was abroad, I had roommates, and everyone abroad had truth in their hands. I just returned to China, but..." Wenyu paused for a moment, responded to Qin Yuan with a heartwarming smile, and said, "Thank you for thinking about me. I will pay attention to it in the future. And I was also thinking, aren't you still at home in this room?" When you heard the last sentence, she looked a little aggrieved, and her tender eyes stared at him, as if they were a pair of eyes that could speak. This glance made Qin Yuan feel a little unnatural. "Just remember it, by the way." Qin Yuan pointed at the things on the ground and quickly changed the subject. "Why did you buy these?" "I just heard them say, what is this computer chair?" "Yes, the gaming desk, chair and computer, the same model as mine." When you nodded, chuckled, and said, "You just said you can install it, then take it into the bar and install it. Don't you already have a set in there?" "Silly boy, this set is of course bought for you. When you have time in the future, you can play games with me. It's so fun. I'll take you flying." As she spoke, when you put down the glass pot and cup, walked to Qin Yuan, put her hands on his shoulders, and pushed him forward. "Hey, just take these 2 big cartons in. I'll go pack the vegetables and wait for you to cook." He couldn't argue with Wenyu, so he agreed reluctantly. Qin Yuan is a boy with strong hands-on ability, and boys have a natural advantage in these things. In just half an hour, he assembled the computer and gaming desk and chairs. Done. Pink and white look pretty good together. Qin Yuan clapped his hands and looked at the newly assembled equipment with a smile, which was connected to Wenyu's desk. Next second. Qin Yuan. Wenyu in the living room shouted out his name loudly, enunciating each word. Although I haven't seen her yet, I can sense her displeasure just by listening to her voice. "What are you doing?" Qin Yuan walked out with his hands on his hips, frowned and stared straight ahead, saying dissatisfiedly, "Can you please call me by my name properly? You're calling me like a mourner." However, when Qin Yuan saw clearly that Wen Yu was holding the painting he had drawn in front of him and staring at him with deathly eyes, he immediately put down his hands on his waist with guilt. "Oh no, I forgot to put the painting away." Qin Yuan walked quickly towards Wen Yu and said in a negotiating tone, "You, don't mess around. I just finished this painting with great difficulty. Don't ruin it. Let me ask you, who is this painting of? Just look in the mirror and you'll know." Qin Yuan had a guilty look on his face and said weakly, "I'll draw whoever asked." These words somewhat imitated the tone of Wen Yu's previous speech. It was no wonder that Wen Yu had such a reaction at this time, because the painting in her hand was a picture of her sleeping on the sofa in the small bar last night when she was drunk. One foot was resting on the back of the sofa, and the other foot was hanging over the edge of the sofa. Of course, the foot was not originally on the edge of the sofa, but on Qin Yuan's. But how could he possibly draw such an indescribable picture? "You want to draw me, I understand." When you looked at Qin Yuan angrily and asked, "But tell me, why did you deliberately slander me and damage my image? Did you have to draw me sleeping in such an ugly posture? You can't blame me for this. It's true that you sleep in a seductive way." Qin Yuan looked innocent, looking at her on the verge of exploding, and said, "You don't believe it? I have some evidence to show you, but you have to return the painting to me first. Don't damage it. I spent an hour painting it. Wen Yu? Do you still have evidence?" Seeing that she was unmoved, Qin Yuan immediately took out his mobile phone and showed her the photo of Wen Yu sleeping that he had taken last night. Qin Yuan pointed at the phone screen and said, "See? There's a time record on it, and there's no trace of Photoshop at all. Wen Yu? Okay. How dare you take an ugly picture of me and draw it?" But, to be honest, Qin Yuan's imitation is indeed lifelike. If he can achieve the same proportional size, then when Wen Yu stands in front of him, it will be like looking in a mirror. And he said that this was drawn in just 1 hour. The sleeping posture is a bit unique, which even she herself did not expect, but the painting is indeed very skillful. After a long silence, Wen Yu held the painting in both hands with an expressionless face. Her sudden movement really scared Qin Yuan. "Hey, don't." Qin Yuan subconsciously walked forward quickly, thinking of reaching out to stop her. However, Wen Yu simply folded the painting in half, instead of tearing it apart with a sizzle as Qin Yuan thought. "Who said I was going to tear it up? It's just..." She took 2 steps back and put the painting behind her to prevent Qin Yuan from snatching it away. Then she glanced at him and said lightly, "It's a good painting. I'll take it." "Qin Yuan? Why? I drew that. The painting is me, so the painting is mine." Well-reasoned and really domineering. "No, it's domineering. I'm hungry, hurry up and cook." After saying that, without waiting for Qin Yuan to react, Wen Yu took the painting and walked straight into her room. What Qin Yuan didn't see was that Wen Yu looked cold and domineering just now, but after she entered the room and closed the door, a touching smile appeared on her face. Chapter 39, Office Scandal. The 2-day weekend passed in a flash, and it was Monday morning. A new working week has begun. After getting familiar with the job last week, Qin Yuan has already mastered the job of the president's assistant. When they reached the door of the president's office, Wen Yu went in, while Qin Yuan turned and walked towards the tea room, and went to do his first job with ease. However, when Qin Yuan passed by the large office outside, a group of colleagues stared at him at the same time, as if he were surrounded by countless cameras. This weird scene made Qin Yuan feel very uncomfortable. "What's wrong? Is there something on my face?" Qin Yuan muttered to himself, lowered his head and quickly glanced at his body, but did not find anything wrong. When he looked at his colleagues, they all quickly shifted their gazes. Judging from the expressions on their faces, it seemed as if they had said something, but also as if they had said nothing. After thinking for a while, Qin Yuan finally figured out something. During the weekend, Zhangs Jiataba and Wang Songyang, who had already gone in for tea, had been reported in the media, all of which were obviously seen by their colleagues. Although there was no news about Qin Yuan on the internet, who in the company didn't know that this was related to him? Especially what happened in Tianheng City that day, which was the fuse of the whole incident. This is the only reason that could make them look at Qin Yuan with such expressions and eyes. If they were just suspicions before, now they all feel even more that the relationship between Qin Yuan and Wen Yu must be complicated. At least the relationship of assistant to the president is the least noticeable. When Qin Yuan walked to the door outside the tea room, he suddenly heard the sound of 2 people talking inside. What a coincidence! What they discussed was the relationship between Qin Yuan and Wen Yu. Colleague A, I think they are probably a couple. To be worthy of our President Wen, Qin Yuan must be someone extraordinary. But looking at him, he doesn't look rich or noble. Sometimes he even looks a bit silly. Colleague B, yes, that's why I find it so confusing. That's why I heard another version. Colleague B, I heard other colleagues speculate that they are siblings, or possibly brother and sister. Ms. Wen is an only child, so they must be relatives. Colleague A, hiss. Now that you mention it, I think this version is more reliable and the analysis is quite reasonable. Qin Yuan? It's not reliable at all, and it's not reasonable at all. Hearing these words, Qin Yuan, who was standing outside the door, instantly turned pale. Qin Yuan, I can tolerate the sibling relationship, but what the hell is this brother-sister relationship? Am I that old? She is obviously older than me. God knows what more outrageous versions of the rumors they will come up with. Then. Ahem. Qin Yuan cleared his throat, then pretended nothing had happened and walked into the tea room with a calm expression. Hello, good morning. Morning. The two of them responded to Qin Yuan with awkward smiles. They didn't expect that the person who was gossiping about this would suddenly show up. They almost wanted to crawl into the ground and then quickly left the tea room. Meanwhile, on the other side, in Zhang Maoyue's office at Jayataba Garment Company, he and Zhang Jiaming were both inside, and the acting director of the garment factory was reporting to them. It's been 2 days since the launch, but up to now, the total sales of all our new products online and offline have not even reached 1,000 orders. This is just 8% of our expected sales volume. Compared with the new product launches in previous years, this time the sales volume has dropped by 87%, and. The factory manager wanted to say something but stopped himself. His face looked as if he had eaten bitter herbs and he couldn't express his pain in words. Zhang Maoyue's face was gloomy, his brows knitted tightly, and he whispered, "We all know how serious the situation is. I called you here to understand the situation on the front line. Don't be so hesitant." The factory manager nodded, sighed, and continued. In addition to the new products, the sales of all other styles of our jadiba, including the popular seasonal items, have also been affected and declined. And there are those unethical merchants who, knowing that we are in a crisis, are not only unwilling to pay us in advance, but are also deliberately delaying the payment. This is how business is done. In the business world, there is no such thing as morality or injustice, and examples of people kicking someone when they are down are not uncommon. The factory manager frowned with a melancholy look on his face, and his voice gradually became trembling. There are more pressing matters. Today is Monday, and Wednesday is the day we have to pay salaries. Right now the workers in the factory are talking a lot. They are all worried that we won't be able to pay salaries, and the company is about to go bankrupt. They are very resentful and worried about not getting paid. Just today, I heard that several people have asked me to quit their jobs. Hearing this, the father and daughter looked solemn. Zhang Maoyue, as the boss of the company, felt even more distressed and irritated. He raised his hand and rubbed his brow. After a moment of silence, he waved to the factory director and said in a tired tone, "Got it. Go tell everyone and reassure them that even if the company really can't hold on and goes bankrupt, even if we have to sell everything we have, we will never delay paying everyone's salary. As for those who have already resigned, their salaries should be settled without delay or deduction. They have their own difficulties in doing so let's part ways amicably." "Okay, go back first, and tell me if anything happens." The factory manager nodded hesitantly in response, then stood up and left the office. Zhang Jiaming walked to her father's side. She was a little nervous and asked tentatively, "Dad, then, how much money do we have on our company's books now?" Hearing this, Zhang Maoyue didn't say anything, but just shook his head. Zhang Jiaming didn't know whether his shaking of his head meant that he didn't want to talk or that the company had run out of money. So, she took out her cell phone and transferred another 100,000 yuan to the company's account. Together with the 150,000 yuan she had raised before, she had transferred a total of 250,000 yuan to the company. "Dad, I know I'm in trouble, and this is all the money I can raise. I've sold all my bags and jewelry to second-hand luxury goods stores for money. And my car has also been put up for sale, but no one will buy it so quickly in the short term. So, how long can this 100,000 yuan last?" Hearing his daughter's question, Zhang Maoyue felt a little relieved, but at the same time he smiled more bitterly in his heart. Over the years, his wife Zhang Yu had spoiled them both, and they were so spoiled that they couldn't handle any problem. How great it would be if these two siblings could wake up earlier, become more sensible, and gradually take over the family business. Zhang Maoyue felt emotional for a moment, and his face looked even more haggard, as if he had aged a lot in the past few days. Meng, you have been coming to the company to help with things during the holidays for a year. Do you know how much our company's monthly expenses are even if we don't hold a new product launch conference? Zhang Maoyue looked up at her and asked. Zhang Jiaming felt guilty and shook her head while biting her lip. What did she do during this year? Perhaps Wang Songyang, who went in to drink tea, knew this question best. Let me put it this way. The 100,000 yuan you just transferred is barely 1/10 of our monthly expenses. In many cases, it's not even enough, and that's before we have a new product launched this month. Zhang Maoyue stood up, stared at Zhang Jiaming with an extremely serious expression, and said something that shocked her. Chapter 40, Want to seduce? Meng, in this situation, perhaps you are the only one who can save the company. Me? Zhang Jiaming pointed at her face and asked in surprise, Dad, I've sold all my valuables and even put my car up for sale. You said that 100,000 yuan isn't even enough to cover 1/10 of the company's monthly expenses. How can I solve this problem? Well, even if I want to settle accounts with Song Yang and ask him to pay the money and return the Camry to me, I have to wait until he comes out. Don't mention that cowardly look to me again. Zhang Maoyue couldn't help but scold loudly. It's okay if you don't mention him, but if you do, he'll be furious. Zhang Maoyue took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, then opened the drawer of his desk and took out a thick stack of bills and documents. Look, this is the bill I received this week. There are quite a few more in my computer mailbox. I can show them to you if you want. Among the several contracts that were returned, 2 were from old customers that we had been working with for 6 or 7 years. The latest cooperation was stuck at the last step of stamping, and the contract was rejected. Do you think what the factory manager just said is over? The contract being returned is the biggest crisis. We can't make any money. Tell me how to solve the crisis? When you are doing well, there are good people around you. When you are in trouble, no one will help you. Some people even take advantage of you and avoid you as if you were the plague god. This is a bloody lesson, a cruel reality, and a horrible disaster caused by you and your good-for-nothing brother. Zhang Maoyue was so angry that his fingers were shaking, and he let out all the pent-up anger in his heart in one breath. Zhang Jiaming looked down at the densely packed bills and documents on the table. Her shoulders were shaking from crying. She felt only fear, regret, and helplessness in her heart. She hated herself for giving her true heart to Wang Songyang, but was cheated of her money and sex and was cuckolded. She hated herself for being so aggressive towards Qin Yuan, giving up such a good time and choosing to humiliate him. She hated herself for being the eldest daughter, but over the years, she had not been able to help her family at all. Instead, she had offended a terrible woman like Wen Yu and caused such a big disaster. Zhang Jiaming cried so hard that she couldn't speak. She raised her hand to wipe away her tears and asked with a sob, Dad, I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Tell me, what should I do to resolve this crisis? Think carefully about where this crisis in Jadiba came from and what caused it to become what it is today. Zhang Maoyue sighed, patted Zhang Jiaming on the shoulder, and said something meaningful. Meng, the person who tied the bell must be the one to untie it. You should know what to do, but we really can't delay it any longer. After finishing his words, Zhang Maoyue walked out of the office with a haggard look on his face and full of fatigue. Looking at her father's heavy back, Zhang Jiaming sniffed and fell into deep thought. After pondering what her father said, she gradually understood. The source of the trouble was caused by her. She is the only one who has to bear this whole and this responsibility. Even though Zhang Jiaming was very reluctant to do so, she had to take this step now. Tianheng Building, President's Office. When you glanced at the time on her mobile phone screen? There was still 1 minute before the end of get off work, so she saved her work files and turned off the computer. Afterwards, when you carried her small bag and walked to Qin Yuan's small cubicle next to her and knocked on the glass door. It's time to get off work, let's go. Hearing this, Qin Yuan was stunned and subconsciously glanced at the screen. At that glance, it just jumped from 1759 to 1800 hours. Who in the family would understand that the boss, the president, actually left work on time with his assistant? Are you going to leave or not? Walk. If Qin Yuan hesitated for even a second, it would be disrespectful to those who resisted being treated like a beast of burden. The two of them walked into the elevator. As the elevator went down, Wen Yu was about to speak to Qin Yuan when other people started coming in. There were more and more of them, and the elevator would soon be full. Qin Yuan took Wen Yu's hand and moved towards the corner, while he stood in front of Wen Yu. Wen Yu's heart moved slightly. Seeing this, she took out her cell phone and sent a message to Qin Yuan. "Crazy woman, what soup are you having tonight?" When Qin Yuan took out his cell phone and saw the message, he was stunned. "So you took me home from get off work on time just so I could have soup earlier tonight?" "Qin Yuan, I haven't decided yet. What kind of soup do you want to drink?" However, Wen Yu was standing behind Qin Yuan, and he did not hold his phone high to type because there was someone in front of him, and Wen Yu was standing sideways, so she could just see his phone screen. That conspicuous note. Crazy woman. After all, there were many people in the elevator. Wen Yu suppressed her emotions, picked up her mobile phone and took a picture of Qin Yuan typing. "Crazy woman, picture, there is a big red circle on the top note. Crazy woman, I don't know what soup to drink, you should drink mangpa soup tonight, smile." After seeing the news, Qin Yuan's heart suddenly tightened. Hiss. What a great way to drink mangpa soup. He only felt a chill on his back. He turned his head slightly and glanced at Wen Yu out of the corner of his eye. He didn't dare to move at all. This was bad. I was careless for a moment and she saw the note. Qin Yuan did not dare to reply to Qin Yuan's message. During the time when the elevator was descending, he felt like every second was passing by like a year. It wasn't until they went down to the underground parking lot and walked out together that Qin Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. The two of them walked towards the parking space, one in front and one behind, but the next second. "Qin Yuan." Suddenly a familiar female voice called out his name, but the voice did not come from Wen Yu. They both turned their heads to look at the other side at the same time, and the person walking towards them was Zhang. She finally listened to her father's advice and came to Qin Yuan to solve the problem. At this time, Zhang was wearing a white tight low-cut t-shirt, a black ultra-short pleated skirt, and almost transparent black stockings, and her face was also made up. Dress up carefully and go out in style. When Zhang walked in front of the two of them, a strong smell of perfume wafted into their noses, which immediately made Wen Yu frown slightly. Is she trying to seduce? Women understand women, and Wen Yu saw through Zhang's thoughts at a glance. "Mr. Wen, I have something I want to talk to Qin Yuan about alone. Is that okay?" she said politely to Wen Yu. Hearing this, Qin Yuan turned to look at Wen Yu, but before he could say anything, Wen Yu spoke with a cold expression. "Wait for you in the car." After saying that, Wen Yu walked straight to the Bentley and got in. Zhang raised her head and looked at Qin Yuan with a complicated expression. After a moment of silence, she said, "Qin Yuan, can you give me your time tonight? Let's go out and talk somewhere else. It's not convenient. If you have anything to say, just say it here." Qin Yuan said lightly. "Qin Yuan, please don't be so cold to me, okay? You weren't like this to me before." As she spoke, Zhang took 2 steps forward and made an intimate gesture towards Qin Yuan. In the Bentley at this time. Wen Yu? Chapter 41. Well, be gentle. Zhang suddenly put her hands on Qin Yuan's shoulders and looked at him pitifully. That look seemed to have consumed all the affection in her life. "Qin Yuan, I know I am sorry for you. It was my fault. I was blind to get entangled with Wang Songyang. Please don't be angry. Please forgive me, okay?" Hearing this, Qin Yuan turned his head away and looked away, at the same time took a step back to avoid Zhang's hands, and said calmly. "You also said that was in the past. The past cannot be changed, and there is no way to go back. I'm not mad at you. If that's what you want to say to me, I'm leaving." After saying that, Qin Yuan immediately turned around and prepared to leave. At this time, Wen Yu, who was in the Bentley, finally relaxed a little after seeing Qin Yuan's unmoved reaction. But the next second, Zhang immediately followed Qin Yuan's footsteps, opened her arms and hugged him tightly from behind. "Wen Yu?" After seeing this scene, Wen Yu, who was sitting in the passenger seat, immediately unbuckled her seatbelt. A strong cold light flashed in her eyes, and she was already thinking about getting out of the car and taking Qin Yuan away. Wen Yu felt very angry and a little uncomfortable at the same time. She didn't understand why she had such a strong reaction. She only knew that she would be like this when other women came into contact with Qin Yuan. What's more, the woman was Qin Yuan's ex-girlfriend Zhang. But soon, the moment Zhang Jiamen hugged Qin Yuan, he instinctively wanted to break free. Let go. I don't. Qin Yuan would not give her the chance to refuse. He immediately took away Zhang Jiaming's hands, and at the same time took a few steps back from her again, warning her with cold eyes. Zhang Jiamen, please pay attention to the identities between you and me. We no longer have any relationship. Don't come closer. As soon as these words were spoken, Zhang Jiamen burst into tears before she said anything else. Then she stared at Qin Yuan and choked up as she spoke. You said it doesn't matter, so it doesn't matter anymore? Qin Yuan, I know you are a man who values friendship and loyalty. Do you still remember the sweet time when we first got together? Let's give ourselves a chance, go back to the past and live a good life together, okay? Can't the more than 3 years we've been together be compared to the 1 week or so you and her have known each other? You proposed to me, but then you turned around and got married to a woman who has nothing to do with you. How could you be so cruel to me? Originally, Qin Yuan was still recalling the days when he first got together with Zhang Jiameng. At that time, they were inseparable in school. They would share delicious food with each other, eat and drink together, and go to many fun places. Like all couples in love, they were immersed in the sweetness of pure love and couldn't extricate themselves. However, when he heard what Zhang Jiaming said next, the fleeting memories in Qin Yuan's mind were instantly wiped out. He couldn't help but sneer in his heart, and then spoke indifferently. You're right. I've always been a loyal person, but it depends on who you're loyal to. If I'm not a little more ruthless, I don't know when I'll be able to escape from this sea of suffering. I'm warning you, don't do this disgusting thing to me again. After finishing his words, Qin Yuan didn't waste any more words with Zhang Jiameng and turned away without hesitation. Zhang Jiameng stared at Qin Yuan's receding back. She opened her mouth slightly and at the same time looked into the Bentley car not far away. Her glance happened to meet Wen Yu's. Even though there was a hint of warning hostility in Wen Yu's cold eyes, Zhang Jiameng didn't care. Instead, there was a hint of understanding in her eyes. Although you have a good family background, and your figure and appearance are indeed good, you may not be what Qin Yuan likes. I just don't believe that Qin Yuan really wanted to get married with a strange woman like you willingly. After all, she had been with Qin Yuan for more than 3 years. At that time, she knew everything about Qin Yuan. Zhang Jiameng knew everything about Qin Yuan's personality and the people around him. Thinking of this, Zhang Jiameng glared at Wen Yu with a bit of fierceness in her eyes, then turned and walked out of the parking lot. When Qin Yuan walked to the side of the Bentley, he glanced at Wen Yu and a barely perceptible smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. Because when Qin Yuan was talking to Zhang Jiameng earlier, most of his attention was on Wen Yu at the beginning. At that time, he clearly noticed that Wen Yu fastened her seatbelt the first thing she did when she got in the car, but now she didn't. This detail illustrates one thing. This shows that Wen Yu had thought about getting off the car to look for him, but for some reason she resisted the urge to do so. Thinking of this, Qin Yuan pretended nothing had happened, got into the car calmly, started the car without saying a word, and left the parking lot. On the way home, there was only one red light left before they returned to Mo Xian's apartment, but the two of them were still silent, as if they were competing with each other invisibly. So, Qin Yuan cleared his throat to break the silence and spoke tentatively. Aren't you curious about what I talked about with her just now? What else can we talk about? It's nothing more than her asking you to get back together. When you turned her head away and looked out the car window, as if she was deliberately trying not to let Qin Yuan see her. Hearing this, Qin Yuan nodded slowly in silence, while trying hard to suppress the smile on his face. It was not until they returned to the parking lot of the apartment and were about to get out of the car that Wen Yu realized that Qin Yuan had not responded to what she had said before. She suddenly felt a little anxious. You're not going to say anything back? Is that what I said? You have already guessed it so confidently, so why are you asking me? As he spoke, Qin Yuan couldn't help but smile, and the corners of his mouth gradually rose. When you turned to look at Qin Yuan, with the first WeChat emoticon on her face, and ignored Qin Yuan's words. After parking the car, she opened the door and got out without any hesitation, then took the lead and walked quickly towards the elevator. When Qin Yuan got out of the car and walked over, he looked at her hurriedly leaving back and couldn't help but laugh and mutter. She walks with the wind in her eyes. She is really a crazy woman. Next second. Wrong. Fuck, hey, wait for me. Qin Yuan immediately ran towards the elevator, but he was still a step too late. When you had already entered the elevator, responded to him with a death look and closed the door. Is it that serious? It's just a joke. At this time, the elevator door opened. When you raised her finger to the elevator button and just looked at him expressionlessly. I can afford it. Qin Yuan added the rest of his words and hurried into the elevator. When taking the elevator upstairs, Qin Yuan moved closer to Wen Yu, almost touching her clothes. He raised his hand, pointed at Wen Yu's clothes, lowered his head, wrinkled his nose and asked. No, do you smell something on you? Looking at Qin Yuan's serious expression, Wen Yu frowned slightly and asked suspiciously. No, what's the smell? Vinegar. Wen Yu? She looked up at Qin Yuan silently. The other party's smirk instantly ignited her emotions. Dead Qin Yuan. Wen Yu lowered her eyes and looked at Qin Yuan's hand right in front of her. She took a deep breath, lowered her head and bit the base of his hand. Oh shit, it hurts. Qin Yuan put on a mask of pain on his face, without the smile from before, which perfectly illustrates what extreme joy leads to sorrow means. He pressed down Wen Yu's head and tried to free his hands, begging bitterly. Hiss. Be gentle, Next second. Bite. The elevator door opened. Chapter 42. As long as you have fun, you can play any way you want. Outside the elevator door, what came into view was a middle-aged couple. Qin Yuan looked into their eyes first, and it was as if the whole world had stopped. At that moment, Qin Yuan seemed to be petrified. Wen Yu bent over and lowered her head to his stomach in front of her, with him pressing her head. The awkward posture of the two people makes it hard not to let people imagine. Wen Yu bit Qin Yuan's hand, but suddenly stopped and slowly raised her eyes to look at the middle-aged couple. Well, let's just catch the next one. Sorry for disturbing you. The uncle spoke to them with a smile as if he was watching a play. As someone who has been through this, he didn't feel embarrassed at all when seeing this scene. Instead, he felt as if he was recalling the taste of his first love. The uncle reached out and helped them press the elevator button. As the door slowly closed, the two of them started discussing happily. They did it in the elevator. Young people nowadays really know how to have fun. Of course. You're not like me. Adding wolfberries to your thermos every day is not enough. I have to make you some deer antler soup tonight. Qin Yuan, deer antler soup? Sounds good. Wen Yu. As the elevator continued to go up, the two of them tacitly let go of each other and moved 2 steps apart to keep a distance. Qin Yuan lowered his head and glanced at the base of his right hand. There was a bright red tooth mark, a messy lipstick mark, and residual saliva. He turned his head and looked at Wen Yu again. At this time, she was facing Qin Yuan sideways. Although he couldn't see what Wen Yu looked like now, he found the answer from a detail. Wen Yu's ears turned red. She placed one hand on her shoulder bag and clenched her other hand into a pink fist in a somewhat awkward manner. The elevator reached the 26th floor. Wen Yu walked out first, took out the door card and opened the door. Qin Yuan looked at her like this and couldn't help but laugh again. Next second. Is it funny? When Wen Yu was standing at the door changing her shoes, she suddenly turned around and glared at him. The scar has healed and the pain has been forgotten. Qin Yuan stopped laughing. You can't blame me entirely for this, you see. Qin Yuan walked forward and stretched out the hand with the bright red tooth marks to show Wen Yu. Obviously that was her masterpiece just now, but Wen Yu subconsciously took a few steps back with a bit of disgust in her eyes. I should bite you to death. Wen Yu quickly returned to her room and closed the door. She sat on the bay window, thinking of the embarrassing scene in the elevator just now. She closed her eyes and raised her hands to wipe her face. Qin Yuan went to the kitchen, found ingredients from the refrigerator and started preparing dinner. He flipped through the grid of medicinal ingredients for stewing the soup, and the smile on his face became even more intense. Not long after, when Qin Yuan had just finished cooking the last dish and turned off the fire, Wen Yu walked out of the room wearing a set of white autumn pajamas. What a coincidence, I just finished cooking and you came out when you smelled the food. Qin Yuan said with a smile. Wen Yu? If you dare to talk nonsense again, believe it or not, I will kill you immediately? Wen Yu walked towards the kitchen and said to him with a dark face. I believe it. I do. Qin Yuan nodded, raised his hand and said, Stop, you don't have to come to the kitchen to help, just sit there and wait for your meal, I'll do it. As he brought dinner to the table and opened the soup pot to serve Wen Yu a bowl of soup, the rich aroma of medicinal herbs mixed with a sweet fragrance could be smelled. Wen Yu wrinkled her nose and was immediately attracted to it, looking at the soup pot with anticipation. It smells so good. What kind of soup is that? Deer antler soup. You're bringing up something that's not related to the topic. Qin. Just kidding, we don't have anything like this at home, and the point is, we don't need it when we're young. Qin Yuan interrupted her and smiled, placed a bowl of soup on the table in front of her, and then explained with a chuckle. The soup made from snow pear, Ophiopogon japonicus, dendrobium, red dates, candied dates, and wolfberries tastes sweet and refreshing. It is delicious and can nourish Qin and reduce internal heat. It is especially suitable for you. When you was stunned. What do you mean? Are you saying I have a bad temper? When you looked up at Qin Yuan. Just as she was about to speak, Qin Yuan's mobile phone suddenly received 2 messages. The ringtone immediately attracted their attention. Qin Yuan was busy cooking, and his cell phone was placed on the dining table next to Wenyu. Who sent me this message? Give me your phone. Qin Yuan said. Wenyu picked up Qin Yuan's mobile phone and glanced down at the lit screen. She just happened to see the first half of the content of the first text message. Qin Yuan, I know you were there because she was there, so. Wenyu was stunned holding Qin Yuan's phone, and she had already guessed who the strange number belonged to. What's wrong? Qin Yuan asked puzzledly. That's really interesting. Open it. Wenyu handed the phone to Qin Yuan and gave him a meaningful look. So, Qin Yuan simply sat next to Wenyu, and in confusion, he unlocked the screen with his fingerprint in front of her and opened the text message from the unfamiliar number. The content of the first text message. So, let us meet alone tonight, in room 607 of the Kaya Hotel. The second message was a multimedia message with a photo attached, and the content was even more explosive. Tonight, I will make up for our past regrets and let you completely possess my heart and body. No matter how late it is, I will wait for you to come, Qin Yuan, as long as it makes you happy, you can play with me however you want, you know. In the attached photo, the first thing you see is a table inside a hotel, which is filled with a variety of equipment that is full of information. Small whips, reproduction blockers, collars, plastic bracelets, pink foxtails. In front of the table was a full-length mirror. Zhang was only wrapped in a bath towel, revealing her fair shoulders and cleavage. She took the photo with her mobile phone, but her phone just happened to cover her face. What a ridiculous information content. Moreover, this hotel is the one where the story between Qin Yuan and Wenyu happened. What a coincidence. Qin Yuan finished reading the message in shock. He was surprised at first when he saw the photo in the MMS and the things on the table, but then he felt a strong sense of nausea. Qin Yuan was surprised because he had never thought that Zhang had such an open side in private, which he had never discovered before. Qin Yuan felt disgusted because he thought that Zhang could skillfully take out so many equipments, which showed that she was an old player and had experienced it countless times with Wang Songyang. Wenyu, who had also finished reading the message, looked at Qin Yuan's changing expressions, then slowly picked up the spoon and took a sip of the hot soup. It's delicious, but the soup is quite floury. Qin Yuan? What a hidden meaning. Qin Yuan turned his head and met Wenyu's eyes, but the latter's gaze gradually moved downwards to the screen of his mobile phone. Her calm expression seemed as if she was waiting for Qin Yuan to give an answer. Chapter 43, Even a Night of Passion? Why are you looking at me like that? Qin Yuan was staring at Wenyu strangely, and said speechlessly, You don't really think I would go to look for her, do you? After saying that, Qin Yuan took out his mobile phone to prove himself, deleted the 2 text messages in front of Wenyu, and at the same time blacklisted Zhang Jiaming's new number. He put his phone on the table, pondered for a while, then looked at Wenyu and spoke frankly. Let me tell you this, I'm not going back on what I've decided. If you're worried that I'll get entangled with my ex, then you can rest assured that the bloody plots in movies, TV, novels, etc. will not happen to me. Make a decision immediately. There are not so many lingering ties or reconciliations in this world. Once it's over, it's over. Qin Yuan stood up and poured himself a bowl of soup. During this time, Wenyu's eyes never left him. I haven't forgotten the agreement we made when we were drinking in the bar that night, and it wasn't just something I said casually after drinking. He pointed at the hot soup in each other's bowls and said, Drink the soup and eat. After listening to what Qin Yuan said, Wenyu's heart was filled with ripples. It was a touch she had never experienced before. Although it was not much, it was very real, and she quite liked that touch. After a moment's silence, Wenyu nodded slowly, picked up the spoon and continued to drink the soup. It's delicious. Do you still think this soup is floury? No need to spend money, it's quite sweet. After dinner, Qin Yuan stood up to clean up the dishes. Unexpectedly, Wen Yu also stood up, took the initiative to help, and snatched the tableware from Qin Yuan's hand. From now on, you will be responsible for cooking and I will be responsible for washing the dishes. I can't let you do all the housework at home by yourself. That's it. Looking at Wen Yu's back as she picked up the tableware and walked towards the kitchen, Qin Yuan suddenly smiled and couldn't help but ask her out of some curiosity. Actually, I can't quite understand why you don't let Uncle Ming, the housekeeper, and many servants do all this at Zhangzhou number 1 instead of doing it yourself, or you can buy a dishwasher or something. As soon as Wen Yu heard Qin Yuan's words, she knew what he was really curious about. You think I should be a person who doesn't have to do anything, doesn't it? Qin Yuan looked at her and smiled, shrugged, and said nothing, indicating that he was indeed curious and had such common thoughts. She stood in front of the sink, washing the dishes while responding to Qin Yuan with a smile, and then patiently gave an explanation. Using a dishwasher to wash dishes and a small robot to sweep the floor can indeed make people very convenient, but it is also easy for people to lose some of the fun of returning to the essence of life. Sometimes doing housework can also be very healing. There are always things that cannot be replaced by people, and there are always times when it is inconvenient. Hearing this, Qin Yuan asked tentatively, if that's the case, you. When you interrupted him and asked, you mean if I think so, why can't I cook? That's what I mean. Then don't worry, I will learn to cook from you next. Wen Yu said. I don't know whether you want to learn to cook or not, but if you want to learn from me, the first thing you will learn is definitely making soup. Qin Yuan said jokingly. Wen Yu rolled her eyes at Qin Yuan, but did not refute what he said in her heart. The two began to chat more and more, and it seemed that neither of them had forgotten the embarrassing incident that happened in the elevator tonight. In fact, isn't that one of the pleasures in their lives? It's just that they have just started to deal with the new identity of husband and wife and have not yet fully adapted to this kind of cohabiting life. After they both took a shower, Qin Yuan suggested that they try out the new sports equipment since it was still early. Wen Yu readily agreed to this, and then they went to a small bar together to play some fun. Wen Yu, who was in a good mood that evening, even made 2 small cocktails herself. The night gradually deepened. At this time, on the other side, in room 607 of Kaya Hotel, Zhang Jiameng, who had dressed up carefully, was full of confidence that night. She felt that Qin Yuan would definitely come to the hotel to find her after seeing the text message she sent. After being together for more than 3 years, Zhang Jiameng always held to the bottom line and did not allow Qin Yuan to have a relationship with her to that extent. At the same time, she was quite confident about her appearance and figure. She was so fierce and wild all of a sudden, wouldn't it make Qin Yuan even more obsessed? However, as time passed, Zhang Jiameng gradually became impatient. It's already 12:30 and Qin Yuan hasn't come yet. What is he doing? The previous number blocked me. This is a new number. He shouldn't have missed my text message. Zhang Jiameng was dressed lightly and walked back and forth in the room with her cell phone in hand. It's already past 12 o'clock, and one day is gone. There is only one day left before Jadiba pays their salaries. After waiting for more than half an hour, it was already past 1 o'clock. Zhang Jiameng picked up the red wine glass and took a big sip. She could no longer wait. So, Zhang Jiameng used the number that she had used to text Qin Yuan before to call him directly. Beep, beep. The phone rang with a series of busy tones, and then the call was ended. Zhang Jiameng was stunned for a moment, then continued to call, but after calling several times, she got the same busy tone every time, and then the call ended. It was not until this moment that Zhang Jiameng finally realized a problem. Qin Yuan blocked her new number without replying to the previous text message. Qin Yuan, you bastard! Zhang Jiameng, who was furious, yelled and grabbed the phone and threw it onto the bed angrily. With a clang, the phone case flew out. Tears welled up in Zhang Jiameng's eyes and her shoulders began to tremble. But she was not crying because she was sad, but because she was angry. Zhang Jiameng was angry that Qin Yuan was unmoved by the content of her text message, which was tantamount to disrespecting her figure and appearance. Her previous confidence that she had Qin Yuan in her sights was severely slapped in the face. At the same time, she was also a little afraid of going back to face her father, as well as anxious about the company's situation. At this late hour of the night, Zhang Jiameng was completely broken by Qin Yuan. She sat on the chair, picked up the glass, and drank most of the glass of red wine as if to vent her emotions. Her hair was disheveled and her tears had dried, but deep resentment and madness gradually revealed in her eyes. If you really have no other options and piss me off, then you too won't have an easy life. At this moment, Zhang Jiaming had already begun to conceive her counterattack plan. Chapter 44: Zhang Jiaming's Evil Plan. Wednesday evening, around 6:30. When Qin Yuan almost drove back to Mo Xian's apartment, when you suddenly spoke. Pull over here first. Why? Qin Yuan was stunned for a moment, but still listened to her. As he slowly pulled the car to the side, he turned his head and looked at Wen Yu in confusion. She didn't say anything, but just unbuckled her seatbelt in the passenger seat, her eyes falling behind Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan subconsciously turned his head and looked out the car window. It was a telecommunications store. You don't find it annoying, but I do. Go change your card. Wen Yu said lightly, and then got out of the car first. Hearing this, Qin Yuan reacted and smiled helplessly. Ever since he broke Zhang Jiaming's open invitation the night before yesterday, his phone has been receiving harassing calls from time to time in the past 2 days. It was clearly a prank by Zhang Jiaming. Qin Yuan had blocked all her phone numbers, so she asked other people to call Qin Yuan to harass him, and even put his number up in various advertisements. Those who repair sewers, install air conditioners, work at the disabled service center, and provide male model services. It can be seen that she really hates Qin Yuan. There are a lot of weird ads with Qin Yuan's number. He can't block them all, and none of them are genuine. This despicable method may seem insignificant, but once you are targeted, it will be very torturous. Qin Yuan was busy with work and sometimes felt annoyed, so he would just complain a few words, but when you saw it all and asked him to come over and change his number. After buying the mobile phone card, the two went up to Mo Xian apartment together. Qin Yuan looked at the newly bought card in his hand and said helplessly, changing the mobile phone card is a small matter. The main thing is that I have used this original number for many years and it is bound to too many things. Some services still require the trouble of going to the bank to handle them. So are you just going to drag it out like this and let them harass you without doing anything? When you glanced at him and said speechlessly, hundreds of harassing calls every day. People who don't know would think you have business dealings with Nianbei. Qin Yuan? Auntie, this is not something you can say. The two walked into the house one after the other. Qin Yuan immediately went to the kitchen and started preparing dinner. However, after he had been busy for a while, he remembered what Wen Yu had solemnly said to him the day before. Then, shoo. Qin Yuan blew a rather inappropriate whistle at Wen Yu and said with a smile, come here. When you turned to look at him expressionlessly, what? Didn't you say you wanted to return to the essence of life? Then I'll start teaching you how to make soup tonight. Come over. After hearing this, Wen Yu's expression finally changed a little. She stood up from the sofa and walked towards Qin Yuan. The other side at this time. Zhang Jiejia Diba's company and garment factory were in chaos at this moment. Today, Wednesday, is the day they should pay salaries, but in the end they could only pay a portion of the employees, those being the top executives of the company and the factory, in an attempt to stabilize the members in core positions first. However, this made the employees even more dissatisfied. This is clearly discriminatory treatment, and it makes those at the grassroots level feel insulted and unfair. In addition, this also further proves that the rumors from outside are true. With all the media news flying all over the internet, under this kind of public opinion storm, it is estimated that the company is about to go bankrupt. Workers don't care about so many things, they only care about whether they can finally get their hard-earned money. If you can't get it, you must defend your rights. At this moment, a large number of employees, filled with dissatisfaction, rushed to the door of Zhang Maoyue's office and demanded an explanation from him in harsh words. Zhang Maoyue, you coward, come out. Why should we pay the management staff? Without people like us working at the grassroots level to work on the front lines, how can they achieve results? The salary of one person in their management is equivalent to that of 2 or 3 of us. Our income is already low, aren't you bullying us? There is not a single good person in your family. One of the siblings has been detained, and the other has been scolded by the entire internet. You are so young and you are already learning to be a mistress. How can you be a good person? The curses they made were dirtier than the last, especially the ones at the end, which made Zhang Jiaming, who was in the office, furious when she heard them. Zhang Maoyue was not in the company. During the past few days, he and his wife had to deal with various debt collection calls. At the same time, they had to act separately and visit customers in a humbly manner, begging them to pay the bills quickly. Therefore, the only person in charge of the Zhang family is Zhang Jiaming, and she must withstand this storm. After a silent inner struggle, Zhang Jiaming suddenly came up with a vicious plan. So she printed out a document, held it in her hand, got up from her chair and walked towards the office door. When the factory manager saw that she was about to go out, he hurriedly stepped forward to stop her. "Jia Meng, you must not go out. The situation is so tense right now. If you go out, who knows what extreme actions they will take against you. The security guards can't stop them anymore. If that doesn't work, why don't we call the police?" Hearing this, Zhang Jiaming shook her head and rejected the factory director's kind advice. Calling the police is useless. At most, they can only stop them this time, but what they get in return is that they become even more emotionally unstable next time, which is like adding fuel to the fire. It's okay. I've already thought of a solution. They all rely on our family to pay their salaries, so they don't dare to do anything to me. After saying that, Zhang Jiameng bypassed the factory director and opened the office door directly. When she appeared in the sight of the employees, everyone fell silent at that moment. Zhang Jiameng looked around at the people around her. The public office outside was already in a mess, with broken office supplies scattered all over the floor, and some employees were even standing on their workstations. At this moment, everyone in the audience was staring at her. Zhang Jiameng took a deep breath, took 2 steps forward, and spoke while pretending to be calm. "I understand how you feel. I also want to pay you as soon as possible. I'll show you something and you'll understand." She held up the document she had just printed and showed it to the employees around her, but a sinister smile gradually appeared in her heart. "Don't you all want money? I have a way." Chapter 45, Bring Your Wife Along. The next day, Thursday morning. Old local food stall. Fan Haobiao accidentally discovered in the store that there were several strange men wandering around the store, and he remembered the appearance of 2 of them. That was Qin Yuan's former colleague at the Jadiba garment factory. Thinking about the current situation of Qin Yuan and the Zhang family, Fan Haobiao pondered for a moment, then he picked up his phone and called Qin Yuan. It took a long time for the call to be connected, and Fan Haobiao expressed his dissatisfaction subconsciously. "Are you making a baby? It took you so long to answer my call." Qin Yuan happened to be in Wen Yu's office at this time. He had delivered a document to her. He walked to the corner and replied in a low voice. "Fuck you, I'm at work. If you have something to say, just tell me now." When Qin Yuan said this, Fan Haobiao almost went crazy with joy. "Oh, if you can't have a baby while working, then you can have one after get off work, right?" Fan Haobiao smiled and said thoughtfully. "The time has to be changed temporarily. My dad's birthday will be celebrated tonight, 1 day in advance. Yuan, please bring your wife over tonight." Qin Yuan was stunned. Forget it, it's probably inconvenient. I can go there myself after work." As he spoke, Qin Yuan subconsciously glanced at Wen Yu. Coincidentally, when he looked over, Wen Yu actually raised her eyes and looked at him, and the 2 of them looked at each other. Wen Yu frowned slightly, having already guessed who called Qin Yuan and what they were talking about. Wen Yu quickly withdrew her gaze and continued reading the documents as if nothing had happened. "I don't care. Do you want to keep a beautiful woman in your house? Oh, there's one more thing." Fan Haobiao paused for a moment and reminded him seriously, "There are a few of your former colleagues from the garment factory hanging around near the food stall. They've been hanging around for a while. Anyway, you better be careful. Remember to come together in the evening. That's all for now." Qin Yuan responded and hung up the phone. He only thought about Fan Haobiao's reminder for a moment, but didn't take it too seriously. After Wen Yu finished reviewing the documents, she looked up at Qin Yuan, who was distracted, and said calmly, "Okay, take it." Qin Yuan put down his phone and looked at Wen Yu hesitantly. "Well, my buddy called me." Qin Yuan hesitated for 2 seconds and then extended a sincere invitation to Wen Yu. "His father's birthday is tomorrow, so let's have a meal at his family's food stall tonight. I know you have another schedule in the evening, so after you're done, would it be convenient for you to come with me? I can wait for you to join me." Regarding the content of the conversation on the phone, Qin Yuan only told one thing and did not tell Wen Yu about the matter that Fan Haobiao reminded him to be more careful. Hearing this, Wen Yu smiled inwardly. She looked up at Qin Yuan, her lips slightly raised as she uttered something ambiguous. "You don't have to wait for me." Chapter 46, Want to Fight to the Death? At the moment when the 2 looked at each other, Wen Yu handed the signed document in her hand to Qin Yuan. "Here, besides." Wen Yu glanced at the schedule on the computer screen and said, "Ask the person in charge of Wentai Real Estate to cancel tonight's dinner and change the meeting time to now or tomorrow morning." There are two time options. When Qin Yuan heard this, he was stunned. When you didn't mention agreeing to Qin Yuan in any of her words, but this was her intention throughout her words. One Thai real estate is one of the industries under the Wen Group. It is Wen US schedule for later tonight. The main content of the meeting is the work report and the strategic planning for the next quarter. A dinner has also been arranged. The heads of the group's industries do have to report their work progress from time to time. Wen Yu's father is not in the country, so all the group's senior management affairs are handled by her. Such an itinerary is very important, but Wen Yu can also manage her time. She asked Qin Yuan to contact the person in charge to change the interview time so that they could come directly to the meeting to discuss the matter at that time without having to attend tonight's dinner party. This was equivalent to agreeing to go to the appointment with Qin Yuan tonight. Okay, I understand. I'll tell them right away. Qin Yuan chuckled and nodded in response. His originally reserved mood suddenly became joyful. Then he took the documents and went outside. The person in charge of Wen Thai Real Estate finally agreed to this arrangement and changed the meeting to 10:30 a.m. the next day. After Qin Yuan left Wen Yu's office, she leaned back in her chair, took out her cell phone, browsed the online shopping platform of Tianheng City, and ordered 2 gifts without hesitation. Afternoon, 17:48. Qin Yuan suddenly received an express delivery from Tianheng City, and the delivery information was from Wen Yu. He walked into Wen Yu's office with 2 items in express packaging and spoke in confusion. You have a package that's pretty heavy. Why don't you send it to the apartment? It's your package, open it. Wen Yu glanced at him, smiled imperceptibly, and said, Are you going to attend your elder's birthday party empty-handed? It's not that Qin Yuan wanted to go there empty-handed. Everyone understands this basic social etiquette. It's just that he wanted to wait until after get off work to buy things. She had thought of everything Qin Yuan wanted and had done it for him. He opened the package and found health products suitable for middle-aged people, as well as a bottle of white wine and a bottle of red wine. Each bottle of wine was priced at more than 3,000 yuan. I have to say that Wen Yu was very generous. After work, Qin Yuan and Wen Yu set off to Fang Haobiao's old food stall. On the way, Qin Yuan told Wen Yu about the past stories between him and Fang Haobiao's family. My buddy is Fang Haobiao, the one I went out drinking with last time. I've known him for more than 8 years, and his family has always been in the food stall business. Over the years, Brother Biao's parents, Uncle Nan and Aunt Jin, have been very kind to me. After my mom passed away, when I was in school, Uncle Nan and Aunt Jin almost took care of my 3 meals a day. I would either go to their house to eat or give me food money. They treated me like their son. Wen Yu nodded. Although she had the more than 680 pages of information documents of Qin Yuan in her hand, she did not read all the contents carefully. She focused mainly on Qin Yuan's personal affairs. She just glanced at other people around him and had not looked at many of them yet. Especially after she and Qin Yuan started living together, Wen Yu has never opened that document again. In comparison, it is actually more interesting to listen to the person himself talk about himself. What happened next? I remember that you two are from Yuncheng, so how come his food stall was opened in Jiangzhou? Wen Yu asked. Because the 2 elders wanted to take care of us, they simply opened a food stall in Jiangzhou. Qin Yuan smiled at her and said, You know what, after coming to Jiangzhou to develop our business is even better than before. Brother Biao and I used to joke that we were mascots. In fact, the distance between Yuncheng and Jiangzhou is not very far, about 300 kilometers. Fang Nan and Lu Lizhan have really loved Fang Haobiao for many years, so they came to Jiangzhou to do business. Moreover, Jiangzhou is a first-tier megacity, so there are actually greater opportunities. Along the way, Qin Yuan chatted and laughed with Wen Yu, so that she could have a general understanding in advance. There was a bit of traffic jam during the rush hour after get off work. When they came to the old place near the food stall, it was clearly just across the road, but now parking became a problem for them. So, Qin Yuan turned to Wen Yu and made a suggestion. See that food stall across the street? That's it. Why don't you get off here and wait for me? I'll go find a place to park first, so you don't have to follow me for another trip. That's fine. There happens to be a supermarket here. I'll go in and buy some fruit. The 2 of them acted separately, and Wen Yu went into the supermarket after getting off the car. Based on Qin Yuan's previous introduction of Fang Haobiao's family, this proves that Wen Yu was right to buy these gifts today. Good relationships are mutual. The 2 elders treated Qin Yuan as their son, and Qin Yuan did the same. After his father disappeared and his mother passed away, Qin Yuan almost treated them as his own parents. So, when you directly bought a fresh fruit basket, which was decent enough and had a rich variety of fruits. When she was standing outside the supermarket with a fruit basket, waiting for Qin Yuan, she suddenly received a call. It's Wen Ming calling. Miss, are you in the company now? No, I left on time after get off work and went somewhere with Qin Yuan. What's wrong? Hearing this, Wen Ming breathed a sigh of relief and explained, there are more than a dozen people gathered in the parking lot downstairs of the company, holding banners and using loudspeakers to make trouble, shouting that they want Qin Yuan to pay back the money. The security team is handling it, and I'm on my way there now. Wen Yu frowned immediately, analyzing this strange thing in her mind. A dozen people holding banners asked Qin Yuan to pay back the money? What does the banner say? I watched the live video they sent, and it seemed like something like paying back debts is only natural, but I learned that those dozen people were all employees of Jayadaba. They were facing a bankruptcy crisis these days, so I just don't understand why they came to Qin Yuan to ask for money. Sure enough, when you guessed correctly, it was something related to the Zhang family. She recalled that Zhang Jiaming also came to her house that day and asked for a reconciliation with Qin Yuan. After a brief thought, Wen Yu completely understood. This is obviously also a despicable trick used by Zhang Jiaming. I see. The Zhang family previously transferred 500,000 yuan in compensation to Qin Yuan. After thinking about it, this is the only reason. Zhang Jiaming. Wen Yu sneered and said calmly, if soft tactics don't work, she'll use hard tactics. She wants to fight to the bitter end and ask the debt collectors in the company to ask Qin Yuan to get the money back. As soon as the words fell, Wen Yu noticed out of the corner of her eye that Qin Yuan, who had already parked his car, was walking towards her at the end of the road in front of the supermarket. Uncle Ming, I have something else to deal with. I won't call you yet. I'll send you a message later on how to handle it. Okay. In addition, Wen Yu looked at Qin Yuan who was walking towards her. From a distance of more than 10 meters, she responded to him with a faint smile, and then gave an order to Wen Ming. Chapter 47, What a Beautiful Sister. Don't let Qin Yuan know about this. You should handle it more cleanly. When the time comes, he only needs to know the result. I'll send you a message later on how to do it. That's it for now. Wen Yu hung up the phone after she finished speaking, and Qin Yuan just walked in front of her. Come on, I'll get it. Qin Yuan smiled at her, took the large fruit basket she was carrying, and said, you bought too many things. Every time I went to see Uncle Nan, he would specifically tell me not to bring anything with me, and told me not to be so polite. I guess he will nag me again in a while. No, these things are bought by you. Wen Yu responded to Qin Yuan with a meaningful smile. Of course she knew that even if Qin Yuan would buy things from Uncle Nan and the others in the past, he would definitely not buy gifts of this level, so what she meant was that these gifts were specially bought by Qin Yuan. And today's meeting also has special significance, it's a bit like meeting the parents. The money was paid by Wen Yu, but the face belonged to Qin Yuan. When the green light on the sidewalk came on across the street from the supermarket, Qin Yuan carried 3 things in one hand and held Wen Yu's hand with the other. The two of them held hands and walked across the busy sidewalk. As they walked into the door of the food stall, they immediately saw Lu Lizhan cleaning the tables inside. She was dressed simply, with a blue apron hanging in front of her. She was cleaning dishes and wiping the table with an enthusiastic smile. Time had left traces of wrinkles on her face, but beneath the wrinkles were also hidden her hard-working and happy times. There were not many customers in the food stall at this time, only 3 or 2 tables. Qin Yuan held Wen Yu's hand and walked straight inside. Aunt Jane. Lu Lizhan was stunned for a moment and subconsciously looked up ahead. Hey, Yuan is here. When Lu Lizhan saw Qin Yuan, her face was full of smiles. Then she put down the rag in her hand, walked towards the two of them, and her eyes fell on Wen Yu. When she took that look, Lu Lizhan's eyes revealed admiration. With Wen Yu's appearance and figure, no matter who saw her, the first impression would be stunning. Based on Lu Lizhan's experience as an elder, she could see at a glance that Wen Yu had a unique temperament and that she was definitely not from an ordinary family. She was humble and confident, generous and decent. Then, a smile from the heart appeared on Lu Lizhan's face. You are Yuan's girlfriend. Oh no, Yuan's wife, right? How Biao told me about her. Wen Yu responded with a polite smile, nodded and said, yes, hello Aunt Jin, my name is Wen Yu. Wen Yu is a nice name, and she is really pretty. Yuan is so lucky. Qin Yuan put the things at the cashier counter, then walked over and said to Lu Lizhan with a smile, "Anshin, where are Uncle Nan and Brother Biao?" "Your Uncle Nan is busy in the kitchen, and Hao Biao is helping out." She pointed towards the kitchen and explained with a smile. "Okay, I'll go in and help. Today is Uncle Nan's birthday, how can we let Uncle Nan cook?" "Oh, no need. Yuan, just stay with Wen Yu. Room 103 is where we'll have dinner tonight." But before Lu Lizhan could finish her words, Qin Yuan smiled and waved his hand. After looking at Wen Yu, he went straight to the kitchen. Although Lu Lizhan felt a little helpless, she was actually more relieved. Yuan is a very hardworking and sensible kid. When he was still in school, he would come to the store to help whenever he had free time. Xiaoyu, our Yuan is also very good. Hearing this, Wen Yu smiled slightly, nodded and said, "Anshin is right, I have always known that Qin Yuan is a very good person, otherwise, we would not be husband and wife." After a few pleasantries, Lu Lizhan took Wen Yu into private room 103, but she was about to continue working. "Ying, go and pour a glass of water for this beautiful sister." "Hey, here I come." Ying, Feng Haobiao's cousin, was at the age of a graceful young lady, with a pretty face that still looked a bit like the youthfulness of a high school student. Lu Lizhan has a very good relationship with her sister, and the two families are in frequent contact. Although Feng Haobiao is a few years older than Ying, because their parents have kept in touch over the years, they are almost like real siblings. It happened to be summer vacation, so Ying came to Zhangzhou from Yunqing to work at her aunt's food stall during the summer vacation. She could also wander around Zhangzhou in her free time. Ying brought Wen Yu a glass of water. Her first reaction when she saw Wen Yu was the same as everyone else's, which was surprise. "Sister Wen Yu, you are so beautiful." Ying instantly turned into a little fangirl, standing in front of Wen Yu and sighing, "Really, woo woo woo, I originally planned to grow up to be like you." Hearing this, Wen Yu couldn't help but laugh. "Interesting little social cow." She reached out and touched Ying's head, and said with a smile, "Ying, you are also very beautiful, and your skin is also very good. What grade are you in this year?" "I just started my freshman year in high school this year. I came here to work for my aunt during the summer vacation." "Hee, thank you for the compliment, Sister Wen Yu." Ying smiled shyly. When she heard a customer calling outside, she greeted Wen Yu and then hurried out to work. The food stall was quite large and business was pretty good. In addition to the Feng family of 3, there were also Ying and 4 other hired employees. In an occasion like tonight, the 4 outsiders were destined to be the ones who would ultimately have to take on all the responsibilities. In the kitchen, Qin Yuan put on his chef's uniform and stood in front of the stove, skillfully flipping the wok and frying. He turned to look at Feng Nan beside him, smiled proudly and asked, "Master, take a look at how I'm flipping the wok. Is it okay?" "No, I'm doing great." Feng Nan nodded with a satisfied smile, glanced to the side, and said suddenly, "If Hao Biao had half of your ability, I would have retired long ago." "Feng Hao Biao?" "No, Dad, why are you praising and criticizing me at the same time? Can I be shot innocently just because I'm squatting to pick vegetables?" Feng Haobiao said speechlessly. "Did I say something wrong about you?" Feng Nan stared at him with his hands on his hips, frowned and asked in dissatisfaction, "I have been a chef all my life, and I can't let others cook a meal for me? My cooking skills are praised by everyone in the surrounding area, but the only cooking skill my son can do is to cook instant noodles. The person in the world who can truly call himself lousy is really like a father disciplining his son. That is a real father." Feng Haobiao wanted to retort, but after thinking it over, he decided it was better to mind his own business. He looked up at Qin Yuan, who was laughing. His smile was full of gloating, which made Feng Haobiao furious. "What are you laughing at? Yuan, stop pretending, I cough." Before Feng Haobiao finished speaking, Feng Nan noticed a certain direction and immediately cleared his throat loudly, signaling him to shut his mouth. Immediately afterwards, footsteps were heard at the door of the kitchen, and the other party was walking towards the 3 of them. Chapter 48. Is he afraid of his wife? "Hello, Uncle Nan. When you didn't stay in the private room for too long." Eventually, she came into the kitchen and greeted them. "Is there anything I can help you with?" As she spoke, Wen Yu walked to Qin Yuan's side. Her expression was calm and sincere, without the slightest hint of airs. No, we can do it," Feng Nan said to Wen Yu with a smile. But Wen Yu remained unmoved. She just stood beside Qin Yuan, poked his arm with her hand, and motioned for him to say something. Seeing this, Qin Yuan smiled bitterly and said, "Why don't you help me beat the eggs? I want 6. Good." Qin Yuan himself actually did not expect Wen Yu to suddenly walk into the kitchen and her behavior just now. He was originally a little nervous, but at this moment he was completely relieved. Not all goddesses standing at the top of the world are high and mighty and detached from the world. The key is to find the right person to score with. After Wen Yu helped to fiddle with the eggs, Fang Nan gave Fang Haobiao a look, but the latter didn't understand and asked back in confusion. "What's wrong? Bring the food out." Fang Nan walked up to him, glared at him fiercely, and said in a low voice, "How come you don't have any sense at all? No wonder Qin Yuan has a wife, but you are still single, you were such a jerk." He took the lead, picked up 2 prepared dishes, and walked towards the door. Fang Haobiao reacted and glanced at the young couple who were cooperating tacitly in front of the stove. Then he curled his lips and helped to serve the 2 remaining dishes. As he quickly walked past Fang Nan, he muttered with a wicked smile, "Dad, even though you are the eldest today, you can't say anything careless." "What did I say? Did I say something wrong about you just now? Hey, if I'm a tortoise's son, then what are you? You." After Fang Haobiao finished speaking, he walked straight into private room 103. If he had walked a little slower, his old father would have passed him by. They are a very interesting family. Not long after, Qin Yuan prepared dinner. There were 8 dishes in total, 5 of which he came over to make later. At the dining table in the private room, Fang Haobiao couldn't help but praise the 2 expensive bottles of fine wine on the table. "Yuan, you are really good. You bought such good wine. But today is a good day for double happiness, so we really need to spend a lot of money." Qin Yuan rolled his eyes at him and said frankly, "I didn't buy it. My wife bought it." Hearing this, Fang Haobiao opened the wine and looked towards the cabinet. Wen Yu, who was washing the wine glasses with Ying, lowered her voice and asked him in a low voice, "Hey, Yuan, this is such a good wine, can we drink a few more glasses tonight? Are you afraid of your wife?" Wen Yu. They were all in this private room, and the sound of water happened to stop for a moment, so Wen Yu happened to hear Fang Haobiao's words. Seeing this, she turned to look at Ying and said with a smile, "Ying, bring me another cup." When Ying heard this, her eyes rolled and she understood instantly. "Okay." Fang Haobiao had just finished speaking when Fang Nan glared at him and whispered, "What's wrong with being afraid of your wife? Haven't you heard of this saying?" Fang Nan paused, then said thoughtfully, "It's called a lifelong fear of wife, great wealth and honor. Look at me and your mother, we are your best role models. Look at our family's business, isn't it getting better and better? Okay, that's enough." Lu Lizhan looked at them with a helpless smile, waved her hand and said, "You are already drunk before you even drink. Your words sound even greasy than this braised pork. We have distinguished guests here, so be serious." "Oh, okay." The father and son nodded in tacit understanding, not daring to say another word. With just one sentence, Lu Lizhan revealed her position as the emperor of the family, while the 2 of them were the younger brothers. Soon, the meal officially started. They raised their glasses. Wen Yu and Qin Yuan drank red wine, while only Lu Lizhan and Ying drank beverages. Qin Yuan looked at Wen Yu with some surprise. He didn't expect that she would drink with him tonight. A few of them clinked their glasses and took a sip of wine. Wen Yu noticed Qin Yuan's gaze and said softly, "It's okay. I'll ask Uncle Ming to take us back later." Everyone was gathered at the dinner table, and Qin Yuan introduced everyone to Wen Yu again, but when he mentioned Fang Nan, he paused deliberately. "Uncle Nan is an amazing chef." Qin Yuan looked at Wen Yu and said with a mysterious smile, "Didn't you say that I'm a pretty good cook? Compared to Uncle Nan, I'm far worse, because he has another identity, he's my master." Wen Yu slightly curved her eyebrows, nodded and smiled, "Then you have to work harder." In the private room, several people were chatting and laughing, and the atmosphere was happy. The Fang family was genuinely happy about the arrival of Qin Yuan and Wen Yu. They are not a family, but they are better than a family. During the meal, the 2 elders did not ask any private questions about Wen Yu's identity and background. Some things were enough for them to understand clearly in their own minds. Wen Yu's innate temperament had already given the answer. Later, the topic shifted to Fang Haobiao. After all, Qin Yuan had obtained the marriage certificate, but there was still no word on Fang Haobiao's other half. "Xiaoyu, they say birds of a feather flock together. A good girl like you must have many good girls around you. If there is a suitable one, please introduce her to Hao Biao. You also know that birds of a feather flock together. Well, even if there are, Hao Biao may not be able to match those good girls. Look at him, he is so tall and strong, he can't do anything, and he is the first priority in eating. The two elders expressed their true wishes to Wen Yu in a joking manner. Fawn Hao Biao? Can we have a good meal? He was holding the freshly peeled salt and pepper shrimp in his hand, but suddenly it didn't taste good, so he ended up taking it all on his own. Good. When you smiled lightly and nodded, I'll help keep an eye out. If there's a suitable person, I'll bring him over for dinner. Fong Hao Biao. This mantis shrimp is so delicious. Okay. Thank you, brother and sister-in-law. Fong Hao Biao nodded repeatedly and smiled like a fool. Although he is the same age as Qin Yuan, he is 3 months older than Qin Yuan. Therefore, he has always called himself Qin Yuan's brother, and it is reasonable for him to call Wen Yu sister-in-law. At the same time, just near the old food stall, in a private room of the Liming Hotel, Zhang's father and daughter, Director Liang and a few others, just started having a meal together. Zhang Jiameng told her father her plan and current situation and said it with a solemn vow. Don't worry, Dad. The plan that the factory director and I have conspired is foolproof. I will never let you down again this time. Just sit back and wait for good news. Hearing this, Zhang Maoyue's heart skipped a beat. He stared at her with a frown and asked, what did you say? As soon as the words fell, a middle-aged man suddenly broke into their private room and glanced at everyone with a stern look. Mr. Zhang is quite elegant, but it's a pity. Chapter 49. Zhang Jiamen was played badly. When Zhang Maoyue heard this, he suddenly became very nervous. The uninvited guest in front of them was Wen Ming. He brought the solution given to him by Wen Yu and came directly to settle the score with them. Zhang Jiameng also thought to herself that something was wrong and glared at the factory director, blaming him for his poor performance. It turns out that Mr. Wen is here. Zhang Maoyue pretended to be calm, forced a smile and said, "What's a pity? Mr. Wen, I don't quite understand what you mean. Why don't you sit down and eat something? Lao Liang, go get another set of bowls and chopsticks for." No need. Wen Ming interrupted him calmly and said in a cold voice, "Mr. Zhang, don't play dumb with me. You know very well what you did." He sat down on the chair and slowly took out 2 documents from his briefcase. He said, "Don't waste your breath. I'll give you a choice." Wen Ming didn't beat around the bush with them. He came straight to the point and frankly told them 2 paths to choose from. First, multiple items will go through the judicial process together. The employees of Jayataba were indiscriminate and had gone to Tianheng building in the downtown area in the past. There were also some scandals of Jayataba in recent years, including tax loopholes, product quality, etc. At the same time, if the first option is chosen, it will also mean that Wen's group will use the invisible big hand to permanently ban Jadiba from the industry. Second, Wen's group acquired Jadiba at a low price, so they don't have to deal with this mess anymore. The 2 documents on the table were the acquisition contracts that Wen Ming had prepared in advance. Click. After hearing Wen Ming's words, Zhang Maoyue, who had quit smoking for many years, couldn't help but light a cigarette to ease the panic in his heart and try to struggle again. Mr. Wen, the Wen family is very wealthy. Our little Jadiba is just a small business to you. But this is my life's work, so please be merciful, Mr. Wen. Hearing this, Wen Ming's eyes flashed with coldness and he said coldly, "Boss Zhang, you are joking. Your family is so resourceful that you dare to come to our house and instigate employees to cause trouble outside Tianheng building. Who wants to show mercy? Our lady and Mr. Qin have already dealt with you in a very civilized manner and given you a chance. Who would have thought that you would not cry until you saw the coffin?" Wen Ming casually threw the pen in his hand in front of Zhang Maoyue's desk. He leaned back in his chair and continued speaking domineeringly. "We, the Wen family, do not like what your Zhang family has, but we want it if we want it. What's the point of you guarding this mess in Jadiba? Can you hold it together? To tell you the truth, you have no choice but to take these 2 paths. I'm not negotiating with you. I'm telling you to pack up and get out." Hearing this, Zhang Maoyue raised his head slightly and glared at Zhang Jiameng. Even though she was his biological daughter, his eyes were filled with anger, hatred, and deep grief. After a moment's silence, Zhang Maoyue's lips trembled, his mouth full of bitterness, and he took out a receipt from his briefcase with trembling hands. "This is the payment receipt I got back from the customer today. With these 250,000, we can at least get by and hold off for a while. Mr. Wen, we can clean up this mess in Jayataba. I beg you to give me a chance. Wen Ming was too lazy to waste time talking to him and interrupted him in a cold voice. 10 million, to buy all of Jadiba, signed. 10 million? Zhang Maoiwei was dumbfounded. He knew it was a purchase contract, but he had not had time to read the contents of the contract before. Now he was completely dumbfounded after knowing it. Mr. 1, the production line equipment of our Jayadaba clothing factory alone is worth more than millions, and we also have many trademarks and 9 million. Wen Ming interrupted him again and said lightly. When Zhang Maowei heard this, he almost lost his soul. He no longer cared about anything else, not to mention dignity and face. Zhang Maowei hurriedly stood up from his chair, knelt down in front of Wen Ming, and begged with sobs. I kneel down to apologize to you. It's our fault, we did something wrong. Mr. Wen, please let us live. Jayadaba is my life's work. I really can't just throw it away like this. 8 million. Wen Ming said disapprovingly. Zhang Maowei? 7 million. Sign. I fucking signed. Zhang Maowei quickly stood up, picked up the pen and opened the contract. His hands were shaking, and the air conditioner at 19 degrees still made him panic and sweat profusely. But just as the pen in his hand was about to fall on the contract. Dad! Zhang Jiameng burst into tears, unwilling to compromise, so she rushed forward and grabbed her father's hand. At the same time, she felt extremely regretful. If she had not been so smart and had not instigated the employees together with the factory manager to go to Tianheng Building and ask Qin Yuan for money, they would not have ended up like this. Dad, if we sign, then. Before he finished speaking, Wen Ming's voice rang out again. 6 million. He looked at the Zhang father and daughter with a cold expression, without any sympathy in his eyes. Maybe Wen Yu would still consider Qin Yuan's feelings a little, but he would never show mercy to Wen Ming. Wen Ming lowered his head to look at the time on his watch, then continued speaking in a cold voice. From now on, for every 3 seconds of delay, the price will be reduced by 2 million. Zhang Maowei was completely furious. He angrily raised his hand to push Zhang Jiameng away and yelled wildly. Get lost. 1.5 seconds late, the final purchase price is 4.5 million. As soon as Wen Ming finished speaking, Zhang Maowei had just signed the acquisition contract. Looking at the black and white words on the paper, he looked ashen, but at the same time, he actually felt a sense of relief. The outrageous price of 4.5 million was not enough to cover the investment for a complete production line of a garment factory, but it was better than giving away the entire industry for free. Zhang Maowei looked at Wen Ming with blank eyes, then stood up and put the documents into his briefcase. He was so sad and angry that he almost went crazy. Suddenly, he smiled while crying. Zhang Jiameng was thrown away in half, lying on the ground. She looked at everything in front of her with a deathly pale face, but she was unable to make any remedy. At the beginning, she thought about having a life and death revenge on Qin Yuan and Wen Yu. As a result, the fish died and the net was not torn at all. In the face of absolute strength, any fancy tricks are futile. Unfortunately, Zhang Jiameng only understood this truth now. This was because she had been in a high position for many years and never knew what it meant to there are always people better than you, so she ended up like this. In this round of the game, she has been completely played out. Not only was he unable to defeat the other party, but he was always played around by them because of his cleverness. At first, she just wanted to follow her father's arrangement and go to Qin Yuan to reconcile and make peace. After the other party rejected her, she actually wanted to make a comeback. She never thought that she would completely anger the Wen family. Wen Ming walked out of the private room. At this time, in the corridor, a large number of workers who heard the news came from other private rooms and surrounded Wen Ming, but he was not afraid at all. As long as you have a background behind you, you will have enough confidence no matter how big the troubles and difficulties you encounter. Wen Ming stopped and uttered some powerful and domineering words under the gaze of everyone. Chapter 52 Little Cuties. From now on, Jayadaba has officially changed its ownership and no longer belongs to the Zhang family. Your wages will be deposited into your accounts within 2 days. Jadiba will undergo a comprehensive overhaul. You will be given a week's holiday. When the work resumes, those who are willing to stay can stay and listen to the arrangements. Those who are not willing can take the money and leave. Wen Ming turned around silently and glanced coldly at the private room behind him. Zhang Maowei was slumped in a chair with dull eyes and a pale face. After a pause, Wen Ming continued speaking with a stronger tone. During this period, if anyone dares to cause trouble for Qin Yuan, I will find 10,000 ways to get you in. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole place fell into dead silence. When everyone looked at Wen Ming, their expressions revealed shock and horror, and they were all stunned by Wen Ming's aura. But at the same time, they felt that they could finally put their minds at ease. After all, their original intention is to get their own money, and secondly to keep their jobs. Now, Wen Ming's sudden arrival can allow them to have the best of both worlds. After Wen Ming explained what he meant, he walked towards the elevator in front. All the employees stepped aside to make way for him, and no one had any objection. In the car, Wen Ming put down his mobile phone and glanced at the time on the screen. Although there were many employees of Jadiba staring at them outside the car window, Wen Ming didn't care. Drive, go to the old food stall next door and wait. Okay. The black Mercedes-Benz S680 sped away, and a real man never looks back. Zhang Jiaming in the private room fell dead silent inside. After a fierce mental struggle, she looked in the direction not far outside the window, and her eyes gradually became resolute. 9 o'clock in the evening. Old local food stall. Qin Yuan and his friend's dinner has ended, and during this period of time, the number of customers in the food stall has gradually increased. Many people come not only for dinner, but also for supper. Everyone was busy. Qin Yuan did not consider himself an outsider. He took the initiative to help clean up room 103 and took the dishes to the back kitchen, where a dishwasher would come to clean them. When you also came to Qin Yuan to help clean up the table. He smiled and whispered, "I'll help you. You just sit down." "That's fine. I'll be with you. Just eat like usual and just clean up the table." When you shook her head and said. Hearing this, Qin Yuan stopped what he was doing, glanced at the two elders of the Fong family who were busy greeting guests outside the private room, and then patiently gave an explanation. "You have to know that you are a guest and this is your first time to have dinner together. You have already helped in the kitchen before. If you are still required to do these things after dinner, then the two elders will definitely feel even more guilty. I'm different from you. This place is no different from what I do at home. These are things I should be doing." The subtext of Qin Yuan's words meant that if Wen Yu wanted to help, it was not impossible, but she could leave it for next time. After all, there was a long time to come, and today was her first time to visit. It would not be appropriate for her to take part in all these tasks. Seeing this, Wen Yu nodded and agreed to Qin Yuan's arrangement. However, she was not completely idle. She followed Qin Yuan, shuttling back and forth between the private room and the kitchen, and also did some light chores within her ability. Something that comes handy. When they were almost done, a few strange noises suddenly came from the back door of the kitchen. A woof, 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 woof. Go away, stop making a fuss. I don't have time to feed you. With your small body, you still want to flirt with the little white rabbit. What are you thinking? After hearing the noise, Wen Yu was a little confused, and then walked towards the back door. The kitchen has two doors, one for entering and one for exiting. There is a small warehouse separated by the back door. From here you can see the alley outside, which is like a safe passage. When you came out, what caught her eye was Fang Haobiao wearing an apron and holding a small steel basin filled with tonight's leftovers. In front of him, there was a small light yellow pastoral dog, looking fiercely at the little rabbit in the cage, howling like a whining monster. Even though there was a cage to protect it, the little rabbit hid in the middle, curled up into a ball and shivering. They are still little ones, why make things difficult for the rabbit? It was not until Fang Haobiao held the dog bowl in his hand that the puppy stopped targeting the rabbit. It circled around Fang Haobiao, eager to eat. Eat, eat, eat. We're having a snack tonight, and you, little one, should have one too. Fang Haobiao half squatted down, grabbed the puppy by the scruff of the neck, picked it up and put it aside. After he had been muttering to himself for a while, he noticed a shadow on the side, so he looked up and happened to see Wen Yu looking at the two little guys. So he explained it with a chuckle. There is a lot of leftover food in the food stalls, which is a waste if thrown away, and rats often appear, so we used to raise dogs, cats, chickens and ducks. The small warehouse is their home, but the chickens and ducks have almost been slaughtered. The big dog has given birth several times, and many of the puppies were given away. Now there are only 2 puppies left in the store. The other one hides in the small room and won't come out. Unlike it, it is very naughty every day. The tabby cat in our store is free range. Sometimes we don't see it coming back for several days. Now it's not in the store, but it doesn't matter. As long as it catches mice, it's fine. Hearing this, Wen Yu nodded, but her eyes were always on the pastoral dog eating and the little rabbit eating tender vegetable leaves. These two little guys are very cute. When you asked tentatively, then are you going to give away the remaining two puppies? As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Yuan also came over, looked at the two of them and asked with a smile, what's going on? Are you watching the small animals? Fang Haobiao ignored Qin Yuan's words, poked the puppy eating beside him with his finger, and asked Wen Yu with a smile, I see that since you came to the warehouse, you have been staring at them. Do you like them? How about this, if you like it, I'll pick one for you to take home and raise. Qin Yuan was stunned for a moment and subconsciously turned to look at Wen Yu. I didn't realize that she would like this kind of small animal. Under the gazes of the two, Wen Yu hesitated for a moment and expressed her true thoughts. Chapter 51 Kneeling down in public and begging for forgiveness. I want both, is that okay? Wen Yu said calmly, with a hint of sincerity in her eyes. Since you asked me whether I wanted it or not, only children would make choices, adults would definitely want both. After these words were spoken, Qin Yuan and Fang Haobiao were both stunned. Qin Yuan turned to look at the hesitant Fang Haobiao, thinking of asking him to politely reject Wen Yu's offer. It's not that Qin Yuan doesn't like small animals, but because he knows very well that Wen Yu herself is a person who needs to be taken care of, so how can she take care of those two little guys? If he takes these two things back, then he will be the one who will be busy running around. Brother Biao, let's just say. Next second. Yeah, then everyone should go back. Consider it as a small gift from me to you. Fang Haobiao spoke first with a smile, and perfectly took over Qin Yuan's words. Qin Yuan? Thank you then. Wen Yu said with a smile. Fang Haobiao smiled and waved his hand, directly pushing away Qin Yuan, who was hesitant to speak, and at the same time began to pack the two little cuties. The puppies were not even full when he packed both the dogs and the food into the carton. The three of them went out to the hall. At this time, the two elders and Yi Ying and others were already very busy. The midnight snack business in the store was very hot. Fang Haobiao patted Qin Yuan on the shoulder, and after the two looked at each other, he followed over to help. That look was telling Qin Yuan that he didn't need to spend time staying to help, and they could get together again when they had time. Just a glance between brothers can complete a tacit conversation. Originally, Qin Yuan and Wen Yu wanted to chat with everyone after the meal. After all, it was not nice to leave right after the meal. But in the current situation, it would be inappropriate for them to stay, as it would make things difficult for them. Seeing this, Qin Yuan hugged the two little cuties in the cardboard box and turned to look at Wen Yu. Then let's go back. Have you contacted Uncle Ming? Uncle Ming was already waiting outside while we were still eating. Wen Yu nodded. Both sides exchanged a few polite words, and all expressed that Qin Yuan should bring Wen Yu to visit more often when they are free. Yi Ying, in particular, specifically emphasized that during her summer vacation, the beautiful sister must come to the store more often. It can be seen that both parties had a very good first impression of each other. After going outside, Wen Ming was responsible for opening the car door and preparing to help the two of them get in the car. But just at this moment, Qin Yuan. A woman's cry in a crying voice immediately attracted the attention of Qin Yuan and others, and they all turned to look over. Zhang Jiaming rushed towards Qin Yuan quickly. Wen Ming, who was standing next to him, frowned and stood in front of them subconsciously. Even the driver got out of the car. This scene suddenly reminded Qin Yuan of the call from Fang Haobiao in the morning, but judging from the current situation, it was obvious that Wen Yu had already dealt with these troubles in secret. At that moment, Qin Yuan couldn't help but turn his head and glanced at Wen Yu with a complicated expression. When Zhang Jiaming was about to rush to Qin Yuan and the others, the driver immediately stepped forward and stopped her with his hand. Qin Yuan, I'm sorry, it's my fault, please let our family go. Zhang Jiaming, who was stopped, tried to break free. Her face was full of regret as she stared at Qin Yuan and Wen Yu. At this moment, she no longer cared about feelings and dignity. She only wanted to beg them to forgive her and let the Zhang family go. I was wrong first. I broke your proposal. I was the one who was humiliating myself by getting entangled with Wang Songyang. I was the one who suggested that the workers cause trouble for Qin Yuan. I deserve to die. Qin Yuan, I am responsible for my own actions. You can hit me or scold me if you want. I will do whatever you want me to do. After saying that, Zhang Jiaming hesitated for a moment, and actually knelt down directly in front of Qin Yuan and the others. The driver still raised his hand to block in front of him to prevent her from doing anything fishy. Seeing that Zhang Jiameng was completely different from what he had imagined, Qin Yuan recalled what had happened during this period of time. He felt that what Zhang Jiameng said was extremely ridiculous. Qin Yuan looked down at Zhang Jiameng with cold eyes and spoke in a deep voice. It was you who were unwilling to let me go. You brought this upon yourself. He turned to look at Wen Ming and said softly, Uncle Ming, let's do what needs to be done. Sorry to bother you. Wen Ming showed a look of relief in his eyes and nodded to Qin Yuan in silence. Afterwards, Qin Yuan took Wen Yu's hand and got into the Mercedes-Benz first. No. Qin Yuan, you can't do this to me. Zhang Jiameng, who was kneeling on the ground, was stunned. She stared at Qin Yuan's back and cried hysterically, Have you forgotten how good I was to you in the beginning? Have you forgotten who accompanied you through those difficult days when we first got together? You. Zhang Jia dreamed of getting up and chasing after him, but the driver stood there like a mountain, preventing her from taking even a single step forward. Wen Ming glanced at her and said coldly, Put away your thoughts. Even if you kneel down and beg for mercy, it will not change the outcome of the matter. It will only make your Zhang family even more of a joke. After saying that, Wen Ming gave the driver a look, then got in the car and left the scene where a crowd of onlookers was gradually gathering. It was not until Qin Yuan and his companions left that the Zhang couple, as well as director Liang and his companions, chased here together. Seeing their daughter kneeling there in despair, the couple felt heartbroken and hurried forward to help her up. Meng, get up quickly. Zhang Yu hugged her in his arms with tears in his eyes. Zhang Maoyue's eyes were also red. He felt helpless and guilty as a father, husband, and company boss. At the same time, he hated Qin Yuan and the Wen family even more. After their family left this place of trouble, Zhang Yu was silent for a long time. Suddenly, she looked at Zhang Maoyue with a struggling expression, and fell into silence for a long time before she spoke. We can't stay in Jiangzhou any longer. Here, the Wen family is so powerful that we can't deal with them at all. If we really can't do anything. Zhang Yu's mind was filled with memories of the past that were difficult to talk about. She felt like she had something stuck in her throat and whispered, Come back to Jingzhou with me. Maybe my mother. She hesitated and didn't finish her words, but tears welled up in her eyes as she didn't want to recall the past. Hearing this, Zhang Maoyue turned back suddenly, tremblingly held her hand, with mixed feelings in his heart, choking with sobs, Wife, but you. Don't say anything. I know you won't give up just like that. The tears in Zhang Yu's eyes turned into determination. She forced a smile and said, When Jiajun comes out, we will go back to Jingzhou together. That will be our last chance. Good. Zhang Maoyue nodded with red eyes, and at the same time a glimmer of hope ignited in his heart. The other side. Qin Yuan returned home and pretended nothing had happened. He put the two little guys in the cardboard box on the balcony, then turned to look at Wen Yu. Are you sure you really like and want to raise these two little guys? Hearing this, Wen Yu's heart skipped a beat. She guessed that Qin Yuan probably didn't want to mention what happened tonight at this moment, so she simply didn't take the initiative to talk about it. Wen Yu smiled at him and said softly, Of course, sometimes pets can provide more emotional value than people. She walked to Qin Yuan's side, squatted down, and suddenly changed the subject. But. Chapter 52 What's yours is mine. But what? Qin Yuan asked puzzledly. If they don't provide me with emotional value, that's okay, I can make them provide nutritional value. Wen Yu raised her eyes and looked at Qin Yuan. That look, combined with what she had just said, made Qin Yuan's heart tighten. Hiss. What a great nutritional value. If those two little guys could understand human language, they would probably be trembling with fear by now. After finishing her words, Wen Yu turned around and walked into the living room, leaving Qin Yuan standing there, looking a little disheveled. Wen Yu was sitting on the sofa, picking up the information bag that Wen Ming had given her, opening it and taking a look. After confirming that everything was okay, she turned to look at Qin Yuan. Why are you still standing there like an idiot? Come over here, I have something to tell you. Qin Yuan responded, walked back and sat down on the sofa next to her, and asked, What? This is for you. Wen Yu stuffed the document and the pen in her hand into Qin Yuan's hand and said calmly, Take it and sign it. Confused, Qin Yuan looked down at the document. There was a conspicuous title on the cover page. Jadiba Acquisition Contract. Qin Yuan's heart skipped a beat and his face froze. It turns out that Wen Ming also acquired Jayadaba tonight? He flipped through the document and took a look. Everything about Jadiba, including equipment, trademarks, all shares, subsidiaries, etc., were all clearly written in the contract. The final signature was Zhang Maoyue's personal signature in Jayadaba's company seal, but his signature looked so heavy that it almost penetrated the paper. Although Qin Yuan didn't know what happened during their dinner, he could imagine from the cold text of the document what kind of tragedy the Zhang family had experienced. Because the final purchase price filled in above, 4.5 million, is enough to guess the general truth. Normally speaking, which boss would be willing to sign such a low-price acquisition contract? So this is clearly not the usual case. After a long silence, Qin Yuan put the contract on the table and turned to look at Wenyu seriously. Thank you for what happened tonight. I didn't expect you to help me again, but... Qin Yuan moved the contract to her desk and said sincerely, since you acquired it, it belongs to you. Please sign it. I'm not interested. I don't mind taking this small change. It's unlucky to take it, and besides. Wenyu glanced at him and said calmly, what's yours is mine, and what's mine is still mine. Why do you have to make such a clear distinction? Qin Yuan? Why don't you listen carefully to what you just said? After she finished speaking, without waiting for Qin Yuan to speak, she stood up and walked towards the bar. After all, Wenyu had just come back from drinking at the old food stall, so she naturally didn't come into the bar to get more wine to drink. She stood at the bar, took out a fresh lime and a small jar of honey, and prepared to make a drink. Soon, the door of the bar was pushed open. Wenyu raised the corner of her mouth slightly and simply took another cup. Because she guessed that Qin Yuan would definitely come in to find her. You want to ask me what exactly happened today, right? Wenyu said without raising her head. Qin Yuan nodded silently and sat down at the bar. I didn't intend to tell you. After all, the final result of this matter is the same. But I didn't expect Zhang Jiaming to chase you and kneel down to beg for forgiveness in public. Wenyu took out the mobile phone from her pocket, opened the chat history between her and Wenming, and then handed the phone to Qin Yuan. They refused to change despite repeated admonitions. As you said, this is all their own fault. You can see for yourself. While Wenyu was speaking, Qin Yuan picked up her phone and looked at the chat history, including the video of Tianheng building that Wenming had sent her earlier, and the way Wenyu told him how to deal with it. The truth of the whole incident gradually became clear. Bang! After Qin Yuan finished reading the chat history, Wenyu just placed a glass of lemon honey water on the table in front of him and spoke with a faint smile. If you really don't want Jadiba, you can sell it. Maybe you can get a good price, higher than the original amount. Resell it? Then you may have misunderstood what I meant. Qin Yuan shook his head and said seriously, how can I give up a cooked duck? Either you sign it or I sign it. He picked up the pen and signed his name directly. The two of them were overthinking just now. Qin Yuan didn't feel any pity for the final handling of the Zhang family, nor did he have any intention of blaming Wenyu. He simply felt that since they were the ones who had taken it over, there was nothing unreasonable about classifying Jadiba as the Wen family's property. But Wenyu mistakenly thought that Qin Yuan thought so she explained it to him clearly. But... Qin Yuan paused for a moment, then asked hesitantly, if I am responsible for taking over Jayadaba, what about your assistant's work? Hearing this, Wenyu smiled inwardly. At the same time, a satisfied smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, which showed that her provocation of Qin Yuan just now had worked. A man cannot live without his own career. Moreover, in the future, Qin Yuan will not be able to always be the president's assistant. One day, an industry as large as Wen's group will be managed by the two of them. It is still early now. It is a best of both worlds plan to hand over Jayadaba to Qin Yuan for him to take over as a stepping stone for training and to successfully suppress the Zhang family. Wenyu believed that Qin Yuan would be a potential stock. His family genes were so strong, and he was already an outstanding student at the School of Fine Arts of Zhangzhou University. He had more talents than that. He just needed an opportunity to grow together. It was not until Qin Yuan signed just now that Wenyu's complete revenge plan against the Zhang family finally formed a closed loop and came to a successful conclusion. Wenyu took a sip of lemon honey water and spoke after thinking for a while. It's very simple. I can give you a vacation so that you can focus on dealing with the Jadiba matter first. It's a mess over there now. Since you have chosen to take over, you must make major changes before you can continue to operate. He was stunned for a moment and asked, okay, then tell me, how long will the vacation be for me? Wenyu pondered and said, I'll give you 2 weeks at most to make the corrections. If it works, I'll consider making adjustments later. It has been more than a week since the night when you and Qin Yuan met. When Yu's parents were on a business trip to Country M at about the same time. The estimated period of their business trip to Country M is about 1 month. This means that in 2 weeks or so, when Yu's parents will be back, and she hopes to help Qin Yuan complete his transformation before that. When the two elders return, when Yu will tell them the truth, which will be more convincing. But when Yu paused, looked at Qin Yuan and said, "In this matter, I have one more condition for you." Chapter 53 Xiao Yuan and Xiao Ye. What conditions? Seeing Qin Yuan's puzzled expression, when Yu raised the corner of her mouth slightly and said, "But once the deadline is up, if you still can't solve this mess, then I will arrange for someone to intervene and take care of it. You just need to come back and continue to be my assistant." Scored twice, chicken sauce again. Qin Yuan, who do you look down on? He was stunned for a moment, then waved his hand seriously and said, "Then you should hire a new assistant, unless you are doing something behind the scenes." Qin Yuan, just kidding. Although I worked on the assembly line during that year in Jayadaba, I didn't work there for nothing. Indeed, when he first came to work at Jayadaba with great ambitions, he had countless ideas in his mind. He had mentioned not only design drawings but also marketing strategies and other business plans to Zhang Maoyue. During this period, Zhang Maoyue had also adopted some of his proposals, and they were quite effective. This was also one of the reasons why Zhang Maoyue turned a blind eye to the other members of the Zhang family being so harsh to Qin Yuan that year. He could see that Qin Yuan was indeed capable and ambitious. He wanted to exploit the other party's talents on the one hand, and at the same time, he made big promises and restricted Qin Yuan's development space. When you? Is it that difficult for you to be my assistant? She couldn't help but roll her eyes at Qin Yuan and said, "I'm too lazy to do anything worthless behind the scenes." Stop talking nonsense. I just asked if you agree to the conditions just now. Agree. This time, Qin Yuan nodded without hesitation and said with a smile, "Then it will be officially implemented from tomorrow. I won't have to drive the car tomorrow morning and go back to the company with you, right?" No problem. Wen Yu said. After reaching a consensus, the two of them each picked up the glass of lemon honey water, clinked it together, and took a big sip as if they were drinking alcohol. But when Wen Yu looked at Qin Yuan's proud and confident look, the smile in her heart gradually became more intense. Mock up. Do you think that because you are not the president's assistant, you can't be my assistant? Qin Yuan, now that you've met me, you can't escape from me in this life. Wen Yu smiled in her heart and said to herself. After the two came out of the bar, they happened to hear the little dog barking on the balcony. Qin Yuan walked over in confusion, and Wen Yu followed him. Little guy, why are you still yelling so loudly at this late hour? Qin Yuan half squatted down and looked at the little dog, and found that this guy was surprisingly smart. His little paws were scratching the steel basin he brought back from the food stall. It seemed as if it was asking for food from its two new owners. You're amazing. You just came back from dinner and you're hungry again? Qin Yuan smiled in surprise. Fan Haobiao specifically asked Qin Yuan to take the steel basin back, saying that dogs are particularly aware of their food bowls. This is an instinctive habit and also an identity trait, which shows that they are not stray dogs, but children with homes. I can't do anything about you. Just wait. Qin Yuan smiled, touched its little head, then stood up and walked towards the kitchen. Fortunately, there was a small piece of lean meat in the refrigerator. Qin Yuan took out the lean meat, cut it into pieces at random, put it in a pot and cooked it. By the way, he found a sausage, cut it and put it together. When you saw the scene, she couldn't help but laugh. You actually cooked for it yourself. When you looked at Qin Yuan who was walking over, and said with a slightly raised corner of her mouth, "You said you don't want to raise him, but you're taking good care of him." That's what you said, you have to be responsible if you bring it home to raise it. Qin Yuan glanced at her, smiled evilly and said, "Besides, there's nothing wrong with cooking for it. I also cook for you every day." When you? Are you trying to imply something else? Are you scolding me in a roundabout way? When you rolled her eyes mercilessly at Qin Yuan. The two of them squatted side by side, watching the little dog eating supper. This scene was very interesting. Suddenly, Qin Yuan thought of something. Oh, by the way, we haven't named them yet? Qin Yuan poked the little dog on the back of its neck, and it immediately whimpered angrily, making low growls from its mouth, as if expressing its dissatisfaction with being disturbed while eating. Oh, you have quite a temper. I'll just call you Gas Tank. So unfashionable. Hearing Wen-yu's sudden words, Qin Yuan turned to look at her in a daze. If you think it's unsophisticated, then why don't you give it a name when you talk to it? You can't just keep calling it puppy, right? When I first saw it, I already knew what to name it. Wen-yu paused, smiled slyly and said, "Call me Xiao Yuan." Qin Yuan? What a dirty curse. Then why not call it Xiao Yu? It just so happens that it is also a girl. Qin Yuan stretched his neck and said unwillingly. When Wen-yu heard this, she instantly locked her death glare on Qin Yuan. Do you believe I will bite you to death? Xin, look, I said same kind, right? You know what, she really did it. Qin Yuan subconsciously covered his hands and stood up to avoid it a little. However, he stood up too quickly from squatting and staggered for a moment, almost falling to the ground. He quickly reached out and put his hand on the railing. His funny look immediately made Wen-yu smile with some complacency. Finally, after unanimous agreement between the two, the little dog was named Yuan Yuan, which is cute and looks similar to the original. The little guy is still furry now and really looks like the original. As for the little white rabbit, Fan Haobiao took good care of it and named it Ro Ro by Wen-yu. They all sound quite fat. The next morning. After getting up and having breakfast, neither of them forgot what they had discussed last night. From today on, Qin Yuan will no longer have to follow Wen-yu to the company for the next 2 weeks. The two went downstairs to the parking lot together, but they did not leave in the same car. Wen-yu picked up her bag, took out her car keys, smiled at Qin Yuan and spoke. See you tonight, and I wish you success. Thank you, see you tonight, I wish you an easy and smooth evening. The two got in their cars and left. When Qin Yuan went out today, he took his computer with him and put it in his backpack, ready to work at any time. However, this morning, the first thing he had to do was to go to the business hall and get his new mobile phone card, and today just happened to be the right time. After finishing these things, Qin Yuan drove to Jayadaba. He had to come and understand the situation first. At this time in Jayadabari, whether it was the garment factory or the company in front, it was all quiet, and all the employees had gone home for holiday. Looking at this familiar yet unfamiliar place, Qin Yuan stood at the door, raised his head and glanced ahead, then suppressed the slight emotion in his heart and walked inside. However, when Qin Yuan walked into the building, he suddenly heard some noise coming from upstairs, followed by increasingly clear footsteps. Confused, Qin Yuan looked up towards the second floor, and what came into his sight was a familiar figure. Chapter 54, Repaying Favors and Revenge. Are you done yet? You keep pestering me like a plague. Is it any use asking me for money? If you have the guts, go find the boss. Mr. Su, you have to think about the current environment. It's a blessing in disguise that you can get your salary. Why are you still thinking about overtime pay? It's only 700-800 yuan, but you're making it seem like 70,000 or 80,000 yuan. This was the voice of another man in the corridor, and the Su Sheng he was talking about was the workshop team leader of Qin Yuan in the garment factory before, and the person he saw when he entered the building just now. Su Sheng had a worried look on his face and spoke in a helpless tone. Director Liang, 785 yuan is still money, and overtime pay is also part of my salary, but why? That's enough. Director Liang interrupted Su Sheng angrily and cursed at him. You don't even know if you can survive this hardship, what's the point of looking for me? It was the finance department that calculated your salary, and he didn't report it. Are you blaming me? I'm already upset enough, so hurry up and take your rotten eggs and get out of here, I don't want your little thing. After saying that, he pushed Su Sheng away and drove him out. He also kicked away the 2 baskets of eggs on the ground, and then closed the office door with a bang. Until now, he still regards himself as a factory director and has a condescending attitude, but to put it bluntly, he is just doing a job. Why should workers make things difficult for other workers? The 2 baskets of eggs hit the wall, and several of them broke into pieces on the edges. What was broken was not only the eggshell, but also Su Sheng's broken life. Su Sheng squatted down and looked at the broken eggs with a distressed face. Those were local eggs from his hometown, and he brought them to discuss with Director Liang to get back the overtime pay. But the result was that it was ruined like this. You guys, this is really bullying. Su Sheng was a middle-aged man in his 40s. Helplessness and sadness surged in his heart, making him choke and cry. For many people, 785 yuan of overtime pay is just a few hundred yuan. But for an ordinary person like Su Sheng, who has elderly parents and young children to support, it is definitely not a small amount of money. It may be the cost of refueling, a family's food expenses for a few days, or a routine checkup fee for an elderly person, etc. Su Sheng picked up the egg with heartache and walked downstairs in despair. Qin Yuan, who was downstairs, had already seen everything that happened before and kept watching Su Sheng as he walked down. Brother Sheng. It was not until Qin Yuan greeted him softly that Su Sheng looked up at him with lifeless eyes. Qin Yuan? Su Sheng was stunned for a moment, but soon he looked around and walked towards him quickly. Why are you here? A lot of people in the factory have been looking for trouble with you these days. There were several people moving things here just now, and there were people even in the warehouse. Go out first, and follow me quickly. Having said that, Su Sheng directly pulled Qin Yuan outside. His action made Qin Yuan feel warm in his heart. During the year that Qin Yuan was in Jayadaba, the person he had the best relationship with was the team leader Su Sheng. Su Sheng also loved art in the past, and the two of them gradually became familiar with each other because Qin Yuan painted during his breaks. During that year, Su Sheng took good care of Qin Yuan. At the same time, he privately stood up for Qin Yuan's situation. He had already persuaded Qin Yuan to leave Jayadaba based on his experience. Despite Qin Yuan's relationship with the Zhang family at that time, in fact, few employees in the factory were polite or respectful to Qin Yuan. Sometimes they even made fun of him, a college graduate. The events of that year briefly floated through Qin Yuan's mind. He stopped and put his hand on Su Sheng's shoulder. Brother Sheng, don't worry about me. They won't dare to do anything to me. Things are different now and the identities have changed, but Su Sheng doesn't know yet that his future new boss is the young man in front of him. As he spoke, Qin Yuan took out his cell phone and transferred 2,000 yuan to him in front of Su Sheng. Take this money. Apart from the overtime pay, you can also take the rest of the money. Qin Yuan, I know you are doing this for me, but I can't take this money. You yourself. Su Sheng quickly took out his cell phone, thinking about transferring the 2,000 yuan back to him, but Qin Yuan immediately stopped him and took over the conversation. You have to take this money, Brother Sheng. If it weren't for you, I don't know how many times I would have been bullied in the factory. I still have money. And I know your father-in-law comes to Zhangzhou every summer vacation, so that's also an expense. Don't be polite to me, just accept it. Qin Yuan's words touched Su Sheng's heart directly. Looking at the complicated expression on Su Sheng's face, Qin Yuan's eyes fell on the country eggs in his hand, and then he chuckled and suggested. How about this, Brother Sheng, I've got my eyes on your free-range eggs. If you're willing to part with them, how about leaving them to me? Having said this, Su Sheng had no more excuses, and he certainly knew Qin Yuan's intentions. Take it back. Tell Brother Sheng how much you want to eat in the future. I'll keep some for you anytime. Su Sheng's eyes welled up with tears. He looked at Qin Yuan with gratitude and said, I'll take this money. I'll return it to you in the future. You don't have to pay it back. That's what I gave you. Brother Sheng, you go back first. You'll know everything within a week. Remember to come back to work at the factory then. Qin Yuan responded to Su Sheng with a smile. After some greetings, Qin Yuan watched Su Sheng leave Jayadaba, then he slowly raised his head and looked towards the office area above. Qin Yuan knew very well that after taking over Jayadaba, if he wanted to keep it in business, he would have to make major changes. There are 3 things that he is going to do first. After taking charge of Jayadaba, the first thing Qin Yuan decided to do was to repay kindness with kindness and revenge with revenge, in order to stabilize people's hearts first. After thinking about this, Qin Yuan walked straight up the stairs. At this time, Director Liang, who was sitting in the office upstairs, was rummaging through boxes and cabinets looking for some valuables. He thought to himself that he should grab as much as he could before Win's group sent anyone to take over Jayadaba. The material supplier and other cooperative customers' information are the most important. I won't take them, but I can just make a copy, right? Director Liang was searching for something with an excited look on his face. But what he didn't know was that his wishful thinking was about to be destroyed by the sound of approaching footsteps. Just as Qin Yuan was walking up to the second floor, he suddenly heard footsteps coming from the direction downstairs behind him. Next second. What are you doing here? Chapter 55, Coming Back Homeless? Hearing the words, Qin Yuan frowned slightly, then suddenly turned around and looked over. Zhang Jiaming rushed up the stairs in a hurry, with tears in her eyes. The look she gave Qin Yuan was full of resentment and anger. Then, when Zhang Jiaming rushed to Qin Yuan, she raised her hand without hesitation, thinking of slapping Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan stood there motionless, but he was one step ahead of Zhang Jiameng. He quickly raised his hand, grabbed her wrist, and shook it off with some force. It's all your fault. Our family has nothing now. Are you satisfied? The house has been mortgaged, the company and factory have been taken away, the savings have been used up, and my father has been sick in the hospital for 2 days. Qin Yuan, you are a beast, you know that. Zhang Jiameng, who was thrown away, screamed and cried hysterically at Qin Yuan, but even though she was on the verge of an emotional breakdown, she still wanted to blame all the tragedies on Qin Yuan and was unwilling to bear the consequences of her own actions. You brought this upon yourselves. You know what you have done. Since the day of your graduation ceremony, I have never thought of arguing with you again. It is you who want to haunt me. Qin Yuan looked at Zhang Jiameng expressionlessly and continued speaking coldly. You will suffer the consequences if you bring trouble upon yourself. Qin Yuan's words had just fallen. Because of Zhang Jiameng's crazy shouting just now, the noise made immediately attracted the employees in the factory to rush here one after another. There were not many people, but not too few either. There were more than 20 people at most, and they all stopped and looked up towards the second floor. Qin Yuan glanced at the group of people below and couldn't help but smile in his heart. Seeing this, he simply took out the contract from his bag, opened the last page with the signature separately, turned around and faced the railing to show it to everyone. Since there are still quite a lot of people here, I'll just say it first. This one in my hand is the purchase contract of Jayadaba. It has been signed and sealed. The change of ownership of Jayadaba has become a fact. From now on, it belongs to me, Qin Yuan, and has nothing to do with the Zhang family. As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar at the scene, and everyone had an expression of disbelief on their face. Jayadaba belongs to Qin Yuan from now on? How is this possible? Yeah, is he trying to fool us with a piece of scrap paper? Forget it. Jayadaba has been scrapped for a long time. Only these scrap copper and rotten iron may be worth some money. No matter who comes, it will not be useful. I don't know what he is thinking. What's the point of buying it? There was a heated discussion downstairs, with different opinions. But Zhang Jiameng, who was keeping a close distance to Qin Yuan, had sharp eyes and saw the contents of the contract at a glance, especially the name that her father had signed with great force that day, which looked particularly conspicuous, and she recognized it at a glance. Qin Yuan faced the heated discussions of the crowd with a calm expression, and then continued speaking frankly. It doesn't matter. This news will be officially announced to everyone in 2 days. I came here today mainly to understand the situation on site, not to cause any trouble. Please rest assured that I will definitely give you a satisfactory rectification result. When the time comes, you are welcome to come back to work. At this moment, Zhang Jiameng completely understood what her father felt that day. She staggered back a few steps, leaned against the wall and slowly slid down, her eyes gradually becoming dazed and empty. This scene of being slapped in the face has completely humiliated Zhang Jiameng. Despair, grief, anger, unwillingness, and many other complex emotions were intertwined in Zhang Jiameng's heart. She only felt weak all over, and it seemed that she couldn't even cry. She could never understand why things had turned out like this. Just over a week ago, she and Qin Yuan were still considered a model couple in the eyes of many people, but now they were more like strangers and had become enemies who swore at each other. Let's take a step back. Even if I was wrong, do I have to face such a heavy price? Time will give her the answer. After giving the general idea, Qin Yuan did not stay here any longer, but went to other places in the factory to understand the situation in every place first. After Qin Yuan went to another part of the factory, he observed and thought about the next rectification plan. The other side. The 20 or so people who had originally stayed in the factory had already left one after another, and Zhang Jiameng finally came back to her senses. As the eldest daughter of the Zhang family, her father has collapsed and her mother is taking care of him in the hospital. Zhang Jiameng can't just live in despair at this time. She has to hold on no matter what. And today happened to be the day when Zhang Zhejun was released, even earlier than Wang Songyang. Zhang Jiameng handled the relevant formalities for him and finally took him out. At this time, Zhang Zhejun's face was covered with stubble, and he looked very haggard. But when he saw his sister waiting outside the door, he found that she looked even more haggard. Sister, why are you here, Mom? Here. Zhang Jiameng calmly interrupted him, took out a low-end smartphone that looked like a mobile phone from her mouth, and stuffed it into his hand. Isn't this the business phone in our company? Zhang Zhejun looked at the phone with disdain on his face, pouted and muttered, Sister, can't you buy me a better new phone? It's good to have it for your use. Zhang Jiaming glanced at him and said calmly, "Come with me to a place. Don't ask so many questions on the way. You will know when you get there." Afterwards, the brother and sister took a taxi and left the place. The destination is the hospital. He used a cell phone that he looked down upon, left in a taxi, and the first place he came to was the hospital. 3 major questions filled Zhang Jejun's mind, but in the end he forced himself not to ask any more questions. Because he found that his sister seemed different. Her calmness, like a stagnant pool of water, made him feel a little scared. It was not until they reached the inpatient building and walked out of the elevator that the pungent smell of 64 disinfectant made Zhang Jejun frown. After walking a short distance, he finally couldn't help but stop. "Sister, can you please stop doing this? Just tell me what's going on. I want to go home and take a shower first. The smell of my clothes is unbearable." "Home?" Zhang Jiaming looked up at him, smiled bitterly in silence, and spoke in a low voice. "We don't have a home anymore." In order to alleviate the urgent need at that time, Zhang Maowa had to mortgage his house, and the mortgage on their luxury house had not yet been paid off. However, while he was going through these tedious procedures, when Ming's sudden arrival shattered his last hope. In the end, they had no choice but to sell the house at a low price. At least with the money added to it, they could leave Jiangzhou with the 4.5 million and perhaps have a chance to make a comeback in the future. After a moment's silence, "Let's go ahead and see our parents." After saying that, Zhang Jiaming took the lead and continued to walk forward, while Zhang Jejun behind him looked stunned. "It's only been a few days? How come after being released, he is homeless? And, the people in the hospital are my parents?" Zhang Jejun was so panicked that he didn't have time to think about it. He hurried to catch up with his sister's footsteps. The panic in his heart was getting stronger and stronger. Jadiba Garment Factory. Qin Yuan was already very familiar with this area. It didn't take him long to observe and understand it clearly, and he had already formed a rough plan in his mind. Just as he was about to leave Jadiba. "Qin, Mr. Qin, wait for me. Chapter 56 I put it in your mouth." The voice sounded somewhat familiar, and at the same time, the word Mr. Qin sounded very stiff, as if it was done on purpose. Before Qin Yuan could turn around and look, the other party came to him in anxious steps. "Boss Qin, it's me, Liang Yichuan. Director Liang, is there anything wrong?" Looking at Director Liang's welcoming smile, Qin Yuan could tell at a glance what this old-fashioned man's intention was. Director Liang's name is very unique. In his era, people named things quite casually. When he was young, his fellow villagers jokingly called him Big Sha Chun. So when he came to Jayadaba and climbed up all the way, he insisted that everyone call him Director Liang and not mention his name if possible. Even just calling out Spring Brother sounds quite awkward, unless that person can have the effect of eternal life. "Mr. Qin, could you please spare me a moment to talk? Would you please do me the honor of having dinner together? I'll treat you," Liang Yichuan said with a smile. "No need to eat, just tell me what you want to say." Seeing that Qin Yuan rejected him, Liang Yichuan thought for a moment and then gritted his teeth and spoke out his true feelings. "Boss Qin, you are my new boss. Really, others don't believe you because they don't know you, but I have always believed that Boss Qin must be a potential stock and a talented person, but he was just buried before." "What's that saying?" "It's called, a golden fish cannot stay in a pond. Once it gets a chance, it will become a dragon. It's when encountering wind and clouds, it will turn into a dragon." Qin Yuan corrected lightly. Yeah, Boss Qin is a cultured person, so he's different. That's what I mean anyway." Liang Yichuan rolled his eyes, laughed and continued talking. "Well, I'll just say it straight then. Boss Qin, I have managed this entire factory for so many years, and I have a lot of experience in all aspects, so after President Qin reorganizes Jayadaba, can you let me continue to serve as the factory director? Don't worry, I promise to serve you wholeheartedly and make the factory a success." Qin Yuan turned around and looked at him, then smiled calmly and spoke. "Then do you know that the first thing to do after the rectification is to adjust the personnel? Some people stay, and some people must go. Staff adjustment?" Liang Yichuan paused, smiled and nodded, saying, "Yes, I agree with this. There are a lot of rat shit in the factory. This must be cleaned up first." "Yes, that's a good metaphor." Qin Yuan smiled slightly and said bluntly, "You are the biggest rat shit." "Hey this." Seeing his stunned expression, Qin Yuan interrupted him directly. In addition, Qin Yuan looked at his briefcase, stretched out his hand and said, "Don't think I don't know what you did in the office upstairs. I advise you to hand it over. Otherwise, you will be stealing and leaking the company's trade secrets, which is illegal. Do you understand?" You. This sudden reversal made Liang Yichuan so angry that his lips trembled. He didn't expect that Qin Yuan didn't fall for his flattery at all. After a moment's silence, he snorted angrily and took out the copied things in the briefcase and gave them to Qin Yuan. "These are just paper documents. If you see someone on the market using these things for personal gain, the source can be traced," Qin Yuan reminded calmly. Liang Yichuan was completely helpless and could only swallow his anger. He took out his mobile phone in front of Qin Yuan and deleted everything he had photographed and saved. Even though he is old, he still remembers to back up the photos he takes to the cloud drive. Of course, these were eventually deleted. "Humph, Qin Yuan, you really don't know how to appreciate my kindness. Let me tell you, without me, I don't think you can bring Jayadaba back to life. You took my kindness for granted, and you really took yourself seriously. I really misjudged you. Trying to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice." Liang Yichuan, who was angry and embarrassed, glared at Qin Yuan, then turned around and left quickly. Don't employ people you doubt, and don't doubt people you employ. Qin Yuan had already decided that Liang Yichuan would be the first person to be fired, as he was a fence-sitter who only knew how to flatter and fawn. A management team that lacks work style and sits in its position without doing any real work will only pollute the entire atmosphere and attract investors from top to bottom. Qin Yuan, who had worked at the bottom level, knew very well that there were many grassroots people who had ambitions and ideals, and that they needed to be given room for promotion. After finishing a busy morning, Qin Yuan drove back to Mo Xian apartment and bought today's vegetables on the way. What was different from buying vegetables in the past was that Qin Yuan had to buy a few more things: fresh radishes and cheap vegetable leaves. However, when Qin Yuan returned home and opened the door, he looked up and saw that there was someone else in the room. Wen Yu was seen wearing slippers and the same clothes she wore when she went out this morning. She was sitting at the dining table, on which was a plate of something that looked like barbecue. She raised her hands with gloves on, and when Qin Yuan suddenly came back, her hands remained still, and their eyes met. "Wow, that's really strange. You actually came back to rest at noon today?" Qin Yuan smiled and greeted first. He changed his shoes and walked towards the kitchen carrying the vegetables he had bought. Then, while placing the dishes, he glanced at Wen Yu and asked curiously, "Why did you order such a small amount of takeout? Is it enough? I'll cook later. Do I need to include your portion? This is not a takeout order." Wen Yu's eyes dodged, and after a pause she said, "This is the first dish I learned to cook on my own. It's delicious. Come on, just order takeout. It's not something to be ashamed of." Qin Yuan sneered. After putting the vegetables away, he picked up a portion of vegetable leaves and cut radish slices and walked towards the balcony. "Cute little rabbit, let me give you food first." But when Qin Yuan walked to the balcony and looked, there was no rabbit there, only an empty cage. Where's Ruru?" Qin Yuan turned to look at Wen Yu and asked in confusion, "It's impossible for it to open the cage by itself." "Did you let it out?" "Yes, I let it out." Wen Yu nodded, avoided Qin Yuan's gaze, and then walked towards Qin Yuan with the takeaway. "It's your own fault. Why did you let it out? If it runs around everywhere, it will fly freely all over the house, right?" Qin Yuan looked at Wen Yu, who was walking towards him, and asked speechlessly, "Where did you put it? Hurry and get it back, otherwise." Before Qin Yuan could finish his words, Wen Yu took advantage of his mouth opening to speak and quickly picked up something and stuffed it into his mouth. Afterwards, Wen Yu spoke in a low voice with a guilty conscience. "Put it in your mouth." Chapter 57. Don't be angry, the next one will be better. Qin Yuan? After reacting, Qin Yuan's eyes whitened immediately. He felt a sense of nausea, then lowered his eyes and looked at his mouth. Vomit. Qin Yuan lowered his head and spit the contents of his mouth into the basin. When he looked carefully, he saw that it was a small thing at the end of a rabbit's leg. "You actually cooked it and ate it?" Qin Yuan looked at Wen Yu with shock on his face, and at the same time felt a chill in his heart. "Not just me, you ate it too," Wen Yu said with a slight smile. "Qin Yuan? Are you forcing me to go along with you?" "No, why are you eating it for no reason? Didn't you bring it back to raise it?" Qin Yuan still felt that he couldn't understand it, so he tried his best to argue with him. Other girls would love to say, rabbits are so cute when they see a rabbit. But you brought it home and raised it for 2 days, and then you turned it into a spicy rabbit head? The smile on Wen Yu's face gradually froze and turned into an expressionless face. You are such a good cook, but you don't even know how to cook spicy rabbit head or spicy rabbit meat. You really don't know how to eat. Who told it to come in the middle of the day and keep rattling the cage to disturb my sleep? I told you. When you picked up a small piece of rabbit meat from the plate, ate it in front of Qin Yuan, and continued speaking calmly. If it doesn't provide me with emotional value, then it provides nutritional value. Unfortunately, it's still a little small. Guess why I named it Ro Ro? Hearing this, Qin Yuan was stunned, as if he had lost his ability to think, and asked subconsciously. Why? Because we are human, and humans eat meat, it's that simple. She glanced at the small piece of meat that Qin Yuan had just spit out and said, what a waste. P.S. Don't get me wrong, how could you possibly eat it? How disgusting. After saying that, she turned around and went back to sit at the dining table, continuing to eat her meaty meat. Qin Yuan. There's nothing I can do. It turned out that when Qin Yuan saw the 2 little guys in the back kitchen warehouse of the food stall that day, when you wanted to take them back, thinking they were pets, but unexpectedly they became food. He walked up to the cardboard box and saw Yuan still sleeping obediently inside. He then breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Yuan went back to the kitchen, looked at the rabbit lunch he had just prepared, hesitated for a moment, and then threw it into the trash can. He washed the ingredients and prepared to cook. When you sat at the dining table, tasting the rabbit meat elegantly, as if they were not interfering with each other. But soon, when you seemed to feel that something was missing, so she stood up and walked towards the bar to get a drink. Even if she was away for a short while, when you would take the plate away, for fear that Qin Yuan would throw away the delicious lunch while she was away. Qin Yuan glanced at her as she left, and then his eyes suddenly fell on the oven next to him. In doubt, he opened the oven, and a strange smell that was both pungent and spicy hit his nose, which almost suffocated Qin Yuan and made him vomit. He quickly turned off the oven and leaned against the stove, muttering helplessly. What is this? Bunny, I don't even have the chance to prepare for your funeral. After all, you don't even have any hair left. Qin Yuan had lost the desire to cook because of the smell just now, so he simply cooked a bowl of egg and vegetable noodles for lunch. After he finished cooking the bowl of noodles and brought it to the table to eat for a while, when you came out, holding a plate in one hand and a glass of iced drink in the other, and sat down opposite Qin Yuan. She glanced at Qin Yuan's bowl of noodles, smiled slightly and spoke. It's so miserable, and the food is plain noodles, without any meat. Do you want me to give you some to try? I'm not interested. Please don't disgust me. TSK, if you don't want to eat, forget it. You don't understand the food of the world. I am a man who eats food. Qin Yuan. You are really good at making up stories. After lunch, when you was the first to go out. After all, she had to go back to the company at the normal time. Qin Yuan took a nap and didn't get up until after 2 o'clock. After sitting on the sofa and daydreaming for a while, he remembered that he still had some things to do, so he also went out with his backpack. After going outside, he first found a stationery store. This time he finally had time to buy different types of paintbrushes and drawing paper, so that he could paint whenever he had time. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, after shopping, Qin Yuan found a coffee shop, turned on his computer and started making planning documents. According to Qin Yuan's plan, he had already thought about the 3 important things after taking over Jayadaba. The first thing is personnel adjustment. The second thing is, Jadiba, it can no longer be Jayadaba, everything has to be renamed and revamped, and the reputation of the original name has been ruined. As for what new name to change to, Qin Yuan hasn't thought about it carefully yet. The third thing is that the demand from offline physical customers is too poor. The business on this route is getting narrower and narrower, and the market is sluggish. Qin Yuan's idea is to move online. Apart from anything else, we have to clear out the inventory in the garment factory first. Time flies, and soon it is time for the lights to come on. Qin Yuan glanced at the time on the screen. 18:22. Oh no, I was so busy that I forgot the time. I have to go home and cook. Thinking of this, Qin Yuan quickly turned off the computer and drove back to Mo Xian apartment. When he opened the door to change his shoes, he suddenly saw Wen Yu's shoes next to his feet, so he subconsciously looked up at the living room. Next second. Suddenly, in the corridor between the living room and the room, when you lay down beside the wall with her head sticking out, looking at Qin Yuan furtively. Are you back? How was your day? Hearing this, Qin Yuan paused, thinking of what happened this afternoon, and a look of pretended indifference appeared on his face. Good. As he said that, he walked towards the room carrying his backpack, and passed by Wenyu with a cold look on his face. It was not until she saw Qin Yuan enter the room that Wenyu curled her lips and muttered softly. It's just a rabbit I brought back, and you're still mad at me. Humph, you're a stingy guy. She said so, but after waiting for a while and seeing Qin Yuan still not coming out of the living room, Wenyu decided to do something to express her opinion. So she looked towards the kitchen, mustered up her courage and walked straight over. It's just cooking. I tried it at noon. It shouldn't be difficult to do it again. She selected ingredients for dinner from the refrigerator, laid them out and started to get busy. Wenyu recalled how Qin Yuan had been cooking during this period and started to follow his example. She quickly washed all the ingredients and began to cut the fresh beef. At this time, Qin Yuan also changed his clothes and walked out of the room. The scene in the kitchen before him made him stunned. What are you doing? Cook. When Qin Yuan heard this, he almost couldn't hold back the cool expression on his face. You go to cook, you are not afraid, but I am. Then he walked quickly to the kitchen. No need, I'll do it. Don't want. Wenyu shook her head, turned her body to prevent Qin Yuan from taking over the work, and continued to cut the beef, muttering something to herself. I'm going to cook for the cheapskate. Qin Yuan? Hearing this, Qin Yuan felt really angry and amused, because after what happened at noon, he didn't think it was a big deal. He had already eaten, so why was he still fussing about it? The way he behaved just now after returning home was just to tease her. What are you talking about? I wasn't angry at all. I just spent the whole afternoon thinking about something. Qin Yuan said with a helpless smile. Sure. Wenyu tilted her head and looked at Qin Yuan. Seeing that there were steps coming down, she quickly smiled and continued speaking. Then you have to say it, don't be angry, the next one will be better, eat. When she said the latter part, she suddenly smiled slyly and changed the subject. The result is the next second. Watch your hands. Chapter 58 Late Night Service. Qin Yuan widened his eyes and tried to remind Wenyu, but he was still a step too late. She was so busy talking to Qin Yuan that she didn't stop holding the kitchen knife. She didn't pay attention for a moment and the knife cut her left index finger. Hiss. Wenyu let out a cry of pain, put down the kitchen knife and looked at her fingers. I was having fun just now, but my fingers are connected to my heart, so it hurts really badly now. Did you get it? Let me see. Qin Yuan hurriedly moved to Wenyu's side and picked up her hand to check. At this moment, the wound on her finger seemed to be half a beat slower and began to bleed bright red blood. It was only a 2-centimeter wound, but a lot of blood flowed out, which really made Qin Yuan nervous. There was a bleeding wound on that slender, white finger, which would make anyone feel sad when seeing it. Come here quickly, I'll treat your wound first. As he spoke, Qin Yuan pulled Wenyu to sit on the sofa and placed her hand on top of the trash can. As he walked over, the blood on Wenyu's hand had already dripped onto Qin Yuan's pants, but he hadn't noticed it yet. Qin Yuan found a small medicine box in the house and took out the medicines for external injuries. It may hurt a little, just bear with it. Qin Yuan picked up the iodine and carefully poured it on her wound. Hiss. The cry of pain was in her heart, but she just pursed her lips and didn't make a sound. Does it hurt? Qin Yuan asked. Wenyu shook her head and said, not bad. She said that, but her brows were furrowed, her right hand was clenched into a fist, and even her toes were tightly pinched, but she still insisted that it didn't hurt. In fact, if Qin Yuan hadn't said that, she didn't seem to think there was anything wrong. After all, she was a judo practitioner and not the kind of girl who was hypocritical and afraid of pain. But after Qin Yuan said that, she seemed to suddenly become very afraid of pain. Looking at her appearance and facial expression, Qin Yuan couldn't help but laugh. All right. He tightened the iodine bottle, and only then did he patiently give a few words of instruction. You are such a fool. You know you are holding a knife. Either put it down or stop talking. In front of the knife, your fingers are no different from the piece of beef. Besides. Qin Yuan looked up at Wenyu and paused before continuing. I'm not as angry as you think. Maybe the rabbit that Brother Biao and his friends raised was originally intended to be made into a dish for the guests. I just didn't expect that you brought it back in the first place just to make it into a delicacy. Listening to Qin Yuan's patient words, when you suddenly felt a warmth in her heart, and at the same time, her feelings towards Qin Yuan seemed to become a little strange. She raised her injured finger, responded to Qin Yuan with a smile, and said softly, "Thank you, I saw that you didn't say anything when you came back, so I thought you were very angry about this matter." Qin Yuan waved his hand to indicate that it was okay, then put the first aid box away and asked her curiously, "But then again, did you really make the meat? What else? I told you that was the first dish I learned to cook. It didn't seem that difficult to make it by following the video tutorial on the tablet. Then the question is, if you kill a rabbit, there will definitely be hair and internal organs, but why didn't I see any when I came back? Because I took it for a walk and sent it to the market to find someone to help slaughter it. Roulette rabbit, you're the living devil. You said you were going to take me for a walk, but I didn't expect you were going to be on the road." Qin Yuan? He remained silent and couldn't help but give Wen Yu a thumbs up, praising her from the bottom of his heart. "Awesome. Is there a problem?" Wen Yu asked calmly. "No, I just admire you." Qin Yuan smiled and said, "You really put a lot of effort into eating it, but this also shows that you are quite talented in cooking. Okay, go and have a rest. I'll go cook. I'll call you later when the meal is ready." After dinner, because Wen Yu's finger was injured, Qin Yuan still hurried to clean the table and wash the dishes. After finishing these things, he took his computer and notebook and went into the bar first. Although today is the first day, he does not have much time left to take over Jadiba. Qin Yuan must speed up and do what he needs to do. Wen Yu had seen Qin Yuan bring a computer in, obviously for work, so she didn't follow him into the bar to disturb him. She walked to the balcony, half knelt down beside the cardboard box, teasing Yuan and sliding a piece of tissue paper across its back, causing Yuan to look up and look around, making low sounds from time to time. But it wasn't actually angry. Its fierce and aggressive look showed that it knew its mistress was teasing it. After a while, Yuan felt that this method was a bit boring, so she ignored her and just lay there to sleep no matter how she teased her. "You don't want to play with me anymore? Yuan, you should be thankful that you are not Roru, otherwise." When you looked at it with a wicked smile, but also felt a little bored, so she got up and went back to her room. Time passed and it was almost 11 o'clock in the evening. Wen Yu, who had already finished taking a shower, walked out of the living room. She looked around and looked towards the small bar. The door was not completely locked. A ray of light came through the gap, and from time to time there was the sound of typing on the keyboard, but each time it only lasted for a short while before stopping. This little detail made Wen Yu guess something at once. "Are you stumped?" When you thought about what happened after they came back tonight, especially the scenes of Qin Yuan treating her wounds, which quickly emerged in her mind. After responding briefly, she smiled inwardly, and after thinking for a while, she suddenly had an idea. When you first washed a few fruits with one hand and put them on the fruit plate, then tiptoed towards the bar. Dong dong. She knocked on the door first, but without waiting for Qin Yuan's response, she pushed the door open and walked in. Qin Yuan looked up at Wen Yu, but just a glance. He quickly returned his gaze to the computer screen, scratched his hair in confusion, and continued with the work he was thinking about. "Wen Yu? I took the initiative to bring in the fruit plate. Isn't my intention obvious enough? Qin Yuan, you are still pretending to be cool in front of me, right?" Seeing this, Wen Yu walked to the bar, took out 2 wine glasses and cocktail supplies. During this time, she deliberately made several noises, but Qin Yuan still ignored her. So, when you changed the base wine and planned to make an interesting cocktail for Qin Yuan. A moment later, Wen Yu was seen holding 2 freshly made cocktails. When she placed one of them on Qin Yuan's table, she even bowed slightly. "It's late at night, and you're still not asleep. Are you facing any problems?" Then, under Qin Yuan's strange gaze, Wen Yu continued speaking with a faint smile. "Tavern Shao 1, it's a pleasure to serve you, how can I help you?" Chapter 59, A Woman Who Says One Word and Means Another. Qin Yuan? Oh my god, what is going on? When the other party first walked in, Qin Yuan didn't look at her carefully. He thought she was just wearing a short-sleeved shirt and pajamas and came into the bar to have a couple of drinks after taking a shower. Until then. This is not a short-sleeved shirt or shorts at all, it is clearly a white ice silk one-piece nightgown, revealing the long white legs. When the surrounding ambient light shine through, 2 white sections are hidden at the hem of the skirt. Qin Yuan, these legs are longer than my life. The elusive sense of mystery makes it more attractive. When the light passes through the hem of the skirt, the light takes shape. After a moment's silence, Qin Yuan pretended to be calm, looked at her delicate face, and asked tentatively. What are you doing? What do you think? When you looked at him with a half smile, chuckled and said, I've just told you, is there anything I can do for you? Mock up. Just a little trick has made you so bewitched? Interesting. Qin Yuan swallowed, his gaze gradually moved down from Wen Yu's face, and stopped at a certain point. Is it okay? Qin Yuan asked weakly. Wen Yu? She had just walked over and was standing a little behind Qin Yuan's computer screen, but this time the other person looked over and his gaze shifted horizontally. The corresponding position. Wen Yu lowered her eyes slightly, and when she thought of Qin Yuan's intention, her face suddenly turned slightly red, followed by an inexplicable anger in her heart. Roll. Wen Yu rolled her eyes at Qin Yuan and said coldly, What are you thinking about? Qin Yuan? What are you thinking about? He showed an innocent expression, looked at Wen Yu in silence, then pointed at the computer screen and explained frankly. I'm talking about this document. It's giving me a headache. Since you're here, are you planning to give me some advice? Hearing this, Wen Yu's heart skipped a beat. Broken. It turned out that he had misunderstood. He looked in that direction and thought he was going to. After a short silence. Oh, who told you to look so indecently? Wen Yu curled her lips slightly and said calmly, Didn't you say that you were worried that I would do something behind the scenes? Why are you thinking of asking me to help now? Qin Yuan? As soon as he opened his mouth, he was interrupted by Wen Yu. But since you've said so, I'll take a look at it reluctantly. Maybe I can really help you. After finishing her words, without waiting for Qin Yuan to speak, Wen Yu walked over and sat next to Qin Yuan. At the same time, she naturally reached out to grab the mouse, and Qin Yuan had to make some room for her. Then she began to check the contents of the file made by Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan had been working on documents in the coffee shop outside since this afternoon. After dinner in the evening, he was busy in the bar for almost 2 hours. In fact, this rectification plan document was almost completed, except for a few gaps that needed to be filled in. This was what stumped Qin Yuan. Wen Yu's professional habit is that she reads documents very quickly. As the mouse scrolls down, she has almost finished reading. But while reading the documents in silence, Wen Yu felt more and more touched and surprised. I have to say that Qin Yuan's plan document is very thoughtful, and the micro-creativity in some places actually made Wen Yu feel enlightened when she saw it. Qin Yuan is not a standard office clerk. Except for his slightly inferior skills in file format, everything else is good. In comparison, this has exceeded Wen Yu's expectations of him. But the real core of a document lies in its content, format and appearance. Those are just icing on the cake. Did you finish reading it? Qin Yuan watched her release the mouse, and out of curiosity, he asked tentatively, as the distinguished president of Wen's group, What do you think of this rectification plan? Very ordinary. Wen Yu said without hesitation. As expected, women always say one thing and mean another. When Qin Yuan heard Wen Yu's answer, he felt a little disappointed, but he quickly returned to normal. He still has a clear idea of his current strength level, especially since the other party is the president of the group. Qin Yuan smiled and nodded, saying, Accept it with an open mind. It's okay. I'll figure it out myself. As soon as the words fell. I'm not finished yet. Wen Yu rolled the mouse again and stopped at a paragraph of text. Then, with a look of appreciation on her face, she continued speaking. There are a few good spots, like here. Jadiba was renamed Lanfei. This name sounds nice, a bit elegant, and luxurious. It's much better than the original name. There are also marketing activities to clear inventory first and then shift the main battlefield to online. These strategies are all quite appropriate. As for the content of your marketing campaign, when you scrolled the mouse and landed on the big title of marketing activities, there were only 2 conspicuous red words below it. To be determined. Qin Yuan felt a little embarrassed by her little action. He scratched his hair, forced a smile and said, Well, I've already told you that there are some things I haven't figured out yet. But it doesn't matter. I believe it won't be pending there tomorrow. As he spoke, Qin Yuan picked up his cocktail on the table and took a sip strategically and subconsciously. Next second. Cough cough. Qin Yuan put down the wineglass with a frown on his face, as if he had drunk some unknown liquid, and immediately covered his mouth and rushed to the bathroom. seeing Qin Yuan's intense reaction, Wen Yu couldn't help laughing and revealed a smug smile. It's a bit unique, but is it really that serious if you drink one sip? Wen Yu picked up her glass of wine and took a sip. The sweet taste in her mouth made her feel very satisfied. Afterwards, while Qin Yuan was still in the bathroom, Wen Yu took out her cell phone and took a picture of the file on the computer screen. After a brief moment of thought, Wen Yu once again made a hypocritical decision. He took a photo of the file Qin Yuan had just made, opened the chat box and sent it to someone. Wen Yu, video? Wen Yu, this is Jayadaba's rectification plan. After reading it, tell me what you think. Just as Wen Yu finished sending the message, the bathroom door suddenly opened. Qin Yuan washed his face and walked out, with watermarks still on his face. He walked towards Wen Yu while exhaling heavily. Shit, I almost passed out after taking a big gulp. Then, Qin Yuan pointed at the cocktail he had just drunk, looked at Wen Yu suspiciously and asked. Tell me honestly, what on earth was that drink you made for me? Don't tell me it was Dalon liquor. Chapter 60. You spanked me? Wen Yu was stunned and almost didn't react for a moment. She was a little slow in understanding what the Dalon liquor he was talking about came from. Even if you are Wu Dalon, I will never be Pan Jinlian. Wen Yu rolled her eyes at him and explained, you just don't know the value of it. That's a specially made Negroni. What's this place? Qin Yuan was slightly stunned, and asked doubtfully, could it be the newly released International Paraquat or Dichlorvos? Wen Yu. If these are the two things, then we will become a pair of desperate lovers tonight. It's a Negroni, a classic Italian-style bitter cocktail made with Campari, red vermouth, and Scotch whiskey in appropriate proportions, but I made the proportions a little heavier. After the introduction, when you looked at Qin Yuan's glass of Negroni, frowned slightly and said, is it that exaggerated? As she spoke, she reached out for the cocktail, put it to her lips and took a sip. TSK. You know what, I accidentally adjusted it a bit too high. This specially made Negroni has a bit of personal grudge in it. Qin Yuan sat down in his original position, looked at her and asked in surprise, you can actually drink it, isn't it uncomfortable? It's okay. It tastes good. When you pretended to be calm and said calmly, it tastes rich, bitter, and sweet, sweet and sour. You can only taste it if you drink it slowly, unlike you who drink so much in one gulp. She moved her cocktail to Qin Yuan's table and said, if you're not used to it, let's switch. I'll give you this one. Driven by curiosity, Qin Yuan actually picked up her glass of wine and took a sip. The taste is sweet and the texture is excellent. Qin Yuan licked his lips and seemed to like the wine very much. He turned and looked at Wen Yu. It's sweet and delicious. What's the name of this cocktail? It's not a cocktail, it's just plum wine in a cocktail glass. Wen Yu avoided his gaze and said with some guilt. Qin Yuan? Mine is a cocktail specially made to be extremely bitter, and yours is just ordinary plum wine. Okay, you're trying to be so tricky with me, right? Qin Yuan muttered something in his heart, and then continued to make plans. Wen Yu did not disturb him again. She picked up the Negroni and went to sit at the bar. It was also at this time that the message she had sent out earlier received a reply. Wen Ming, quoted from the source. Although the video is not particularly clear, the general core content can be seen. The idea is not bad. Wen Ming, what's wrong, miss? Wen Yu, let me tell you, this document was made by Qin Yuan, what do you think? The other party is typing. After a while, Wen Ming replied to the message, and he did something amazing. The other party has withdrawn a message. Wen Ming, the format is sloppy, the ideas are unclear, the ideas are fanciful and unrealistic. The comments are over. Wen Yu, who was in front of the screen, was stunned by the speed at which Wen Ming's expression changed and couldn't help laughing. He watched Wen Yu grow up, and their private relationship was not that restrained. It was actually not much different from a family. Although they would do what they were supposed to do and understood each other's thoughts, it was inevitable that they would make a joke occasionally. Wen Yu, Uncle Ming, you are exaggerating. You change your face so quickly. Wen Yu, anyway, you have read the plan, you know how to do it, but don't be so obvious. For the rest, we will wait and see. Wen Ming, okay. It was late at night. After Wen Yu finished her strong cocktail, she leaned back on the sofa and dozed off. It was not until 12:30 in the night that Qin Yuan looked at the completed rectification plan document. He smiled excitedly, with a satisfied smile on his face. Done. You. Qin Yuan had just opened his mouth when he looked up and found that Wenyu was lying on her side on the sofa, sleeping with her big Mimi pillow. Maybe Wenyu herself didn't know why she was waiting for Qin Yuan in the bar, when she could have gone back to her room to sleep first. Seeing this, Qin Yuan carefully turned off the phone, cleaned the table and washed the cups for both of them. After finishing all this, Qin Yuan came to the sofa, squatted down, and looked at Wenyu. She crossed her hands on her shoulders, and when she lay on her side, her hair covered her face and she looked like she was pouting slightly. It turns out that beauty and cuteness can coexist in one person. Qin Yuan couldn't help but laugh and muttered softly. When Xiaowen isn't going crazy, he's pretty normal. Afterwards, the experienced Qin Yuan skillfully gave Wenyu a princess hug and stood up and walked towards the door. Wenyu? In fact, when Qin Yuan got up to pack his things, Wenyu had already woken up slightly. After all, she had only drunk a glass of cocktail, and she fell asleep because she was sleepy late at night. However, Wenyu deliberately didn't get up to see what Qin Yuan would do. As luck would have it, Qin Yuan actually muttered these words as if he was trying to commit suicide, and she happened to hear it. There was just a subtle sense of atmosphere, but it was suddenly destroyed. When Qin Yuan sent Wenyu back to the room and was about to put her on the bed, she suddenly had some bad thoughts. Wenyu was seen like a sloth, with her hands wrapped around Qin Yuan's body and refusing to let go. Qin Yuan put her down on the bed and left her alone. What's going on? Why are you still blaming me? Qin Yuan was stunned for a moment, looking at Wenyu with her eyes closed, admiring her perfect figure. He couldn't help but speak with a wicked smile. You're not coming down, are you? Okay, you wait for me. So, Qin Yuan put Wenyu on the bed and let her cling to him. Then he freed one hand and looked at Wenyu again. Whoever is afraid of whom, I will execute you right here and there in a moment. When Qin Yuan said this, the corner of his eyes deliberately swept towards Wenyu's face. Although Wenyu's eyes were closed at this time, her brows were gradually frowning, and she wished she could open her eyes immediately and kill Qin Yuan. But for some reason, the feeling of nervousness and a little anticipation made Wenyu continue to endure it. She still closed her eyes and her hands were still stubborn and did not let go of Qin Yuan. I reached out. Qin Yuan touched Wenyu's tender face with his hand, and began to count down in his mouth as if teasing her. 3, 2, 1. Plea. Qin Yuan didn't do anything stupid in the end, because she knew Wenyu was actually pretending to sleep, so she just patted Wenyu's but lightly, and it didn't hurt, just like she was playing with a child. But in the next second, Wenyu suddenly opened her eyes and stared at Qin Yuan with a dark face. Her eyes were cold, yet burning with anger. In her opinion, it was not just a painless joke, but an extremely insulting teasing act. You actually dare to spank my butt? The hunting time has begun.